Chapter 1577. Opening up a world of his own was something that even the realm lords of those worlds couldn't do. In that instant, everyone looked at each other and saw endless shock in each other's eyes. Compared to this domain world that had a bit of the concept of the Zhanwu continent, those 20 or so void trees were really nothing. Because no one could guarantee that if Zichen's world was completed, these ordinary trees wouldn't mutate and evolve into void trees, or something even more miraculous than void trees. By revealing his biggest secret to everyone, Zichen intended to buy time for a Moling. After that, Zichen led everyone deeper and began to introduce the environment and use of each place. There was a valley in front of them, and there was a small lake in the valley. There were some colorful flowers growing around the lake, and the fragrance of the flowers wafted out. Zichen pointed at the valley and said, "The scenery there is not bad. I plan to take some time to catch a pure-blooded Aurora Pegasus and raise it there in the future." Aurora Pegasus was a true high-level life form. Once it matured, it was equivalent to a human realm lord, the emperor among the war beasts. If it was before, everyone would have thought that Zichen was bragging, but after seeing the uniqueness of Zichen's domain world, they had to admit that Zichen did indeed have the strength. Zichen then pointed to a place that was shrouded in clouds and mist, looking like a fairyland, and said, "If there comes a day when I am hunted down and have nowhere to hide, I will live there and leisurely spend the rest of my days." Everyone sneered in their hearts when they heard this. If they could spread this news, then Zichen was destined to spend the rest of his life being chased. There was no expert who wouldn't covet such a perfect world. Even a realm lord was willing to give up his own world that was close to completion and take over Zichen's body. Zichen pointed and talked about the use of each place, and the confidence of the 12 people from before also disappeared bit by bit. With such a world and in Zichen's world, it might not be easy for them to kill Zichen. Just as they were about to strike first to gain the upper hand, they saw the first life in this world. It was a majestic little beast with a dragon head and a Qilin body. Zichen pointed at the majestic little beast lying on top of the boulder and said, "It doesn't have a name. It keeps saying that it is this sage. It is said that it is even more awesome than a supreme beast. It is known as the Thunder Sacred Beast and is the ancestor of the Thunder Clan." The Thunder Sacred Beast's gaze swept over, and the 12 people's expressions changed drastically. The leader of the group, who was at the 8th stage of the domain realm, shouted decisively, "Do it." As soon as they finished speaking, they all charged towards Zichen. Dazzling energy attacks appeared within Zichen's world, and all sorts of powerful pressure appeared, enveloping Zichen. At such a close distance, it would be difficult for Zichen to dodge this joint attack. Pooh! As expected, Zichen did not manage to dodge the attack. His body was instantly smashed into pieces. Pooh! While everyone was stunned, another soft sound rang out. After that, they saw a head fly high into the sky and fall into the distance. Damn it! The 8th stage domain realm expert cursed and was about to reveal his domain world. However, a powerful pressure appeared, and his domain world was severely suppressed. It could only spread out a few meters, and he was protected by his own domain world. A thunderbolt shot from afar and charged towards the 8th stage domain realm expert. The indestructible domain world was as fragile as paper in front of the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt tore the domain world apart and arrived in front of the 8th stage domain realm expert. It transformed into a Thunder Sacred Beast. It seemed to have withstood a great amount of force as it slowly raised its claws and slapped towards the 8th stage domain realm expert's head. This attack was very similar to the scene when Black Flame attacked Zichen. His opponent's speed was obviously very slow, but his own speed was even slower. It was so slow that it was almost stationary. Bang! The 8th stage domain realm expert's head was smashed into pieces. His domain world dissipated, and the Thunder Sacred Beast disappeared in a flash. During this time, Zichen unsheathed his long saber. A cold light flashed and 2 7th stage domain realm experts' heads were chopped off. Zichen had already stepped into the 6th stage domain realm. Even in the outside world, he was not afraid of 7th stage domain realm experts, let alone in Zichen's world. In his own world, Zichen's speed had reached an extreme. When his figure flashed, he appeared and disappeared without any warning. Pooh! He teleported and unsheathed his black saber. A bright saber light flashed, and the 7th stage domain realm expert's world was torn apart by Zichun. The saber light went straight for his opponent's neck. Another head flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the heads of 7th stage domain realm experts left their bodies. Zichun, on the other hand, had used his teleportation-like speed to appear behind an 8th stage domain realm expert. Zong. He unsheathed his saber again, and a bright saber light appeared. In the saber light, there was the integrated destruction law. This law had a great destructive effect on all the forces in the world. As a result, there was an additional wound on the 8th stage domain realm expert's body. However, his opponent also took advantage of this opportunity to attack Zichun. Zichun immediately retreated and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Sure enough, Zichun was still having a hard time fighting a 6th stage domain realm expert against an 8th stage domain realm expert. He could not kill with one blow. At this moment, Zichun was still facing 4 8th stage domain realm experts. All of them were staring at Zichun covetously. As for the Thunderous sacred beast, after killing one of them with one blow, it lay down on the giant rock in the distance again and squinted to watch the show. Swoosh, swoosh. Zichun used his teleportation ability to disappear and reappear repeatedly. However, he could not find a chance to attack when facing 4 8th stage domain realm experts. Zichun did not know where to start. The 4 8th stage domain realm experts still looked solemn. Zichun was too strong. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would definitely be the ones to die. Zichun returned in a flash. He looked at the Thunderous sacred beast and said unhappily, "What do you mean? Didn't we agree to attack together?" The Thunderous sacred beast glanced at Zichun and said, "You have the intention to train your battle skills. I don't have the time for that. I still need to train my battle skills. My understanding of battle skills has already reached an extraordinary level." Zichun looked unhappy and said, "Come and help me quickly. I can't deal with them alone." The Thunderous sacred beast remained motionless and said with narrowed eyes, "It is indeed impossible for you to kill them with your killing technique. However, don't you still have a weapon?" Zichun immediately understood what the Thunderous sacred beast meant. However, he was still puzzled. Every time he used the dragon spike, it was a sneak attack because it ignored defense. However, Zichun had never used it in a head-on battle. Furthermore, he was not sure if the dragon spike could ignore defense, but it might not be able to ignore the domain world. Now, the 4 of them were protected by the domain world. Zichun was not sure if the dragon spike could be ignored. If it could not be ignored, then what awaited Zichun after an ineffective attack would be a serious injury. The Thunder Sacred Beast knew about his doubts, but did not clear up Zichun's doubts. Instead, it closed its eyes again. Zichun gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. His figure flashed and disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared in front of an 8th stage domain realm expert. The dragon spike in his hand pierced toward the opponent's heart. However, his attack seemed to be a little slower. The 8th stage domain realm expert's attack arrived first and landed on Zichun's body. Bang! This was the full force attack of an 8th stage domain realm expert. It contained a powerful force that caused Zichun's body to explode. Not good. The other 3 people's expressions changed drastically as they sensed that it was a doppelganger. The 3 of them were on guard. They felt that they were Zichun's target. However, Zichun's real body appeared in front of the first person. Just as the opponent was about to exhaust his strength, he threw the dragon spike in his hand forward. The dragon spike ignored defense and all defenses. A round hole appeared in front of the dragon spike. The dragon spike pierced deep into the hole and appeared in the middle of the opponent's back in the next moment. The 8th stage domain realm expert was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Zichun pulled out the dragon spike and retreated rapidly. A destruction law entered the opponent's body through the dragon spike, wreaking havoc and destroying his life force. The 8th stage domain realm expert collapsed. Only 3 of the 4 were left. The 3 people's expressions changed drastically, their hands trembling as they gripped their domain weapons. He had doppelganger, teleportation, and the dragon spike that ignored all defenses. Even though the 3 experts gave their all in the following battle, there was still no suspense. From the way the Thunder Sacred Beast kept its eyes closed and ignored the battle, it could be seen that it had predicted the outcome of this battle. All 12 of them were dead. Zichun looked at the 12 corpses and waved his sleeve. The corpses instantly turned into dust and disappeared, leaving behind some broken armor and weapons on the ground. There were also balls of light of different sizes. Zichun summoned a ball of light and released his spiritual thoughts. From these balls of light, he saw worlds of different sizes. How is it? The Thunder Sacred Beast appeared beside Zichun at some point. Just as I thought. Zichun's heart was filled with delight. These balls of light were the domain worlds of the 12 people. They were a type of pure energy. Killing a domain realm expert has to be like this to maximize the benefits, the Thunder Sacred Beast said proudly. This was what it told Zichun. If he wanted to obtain a domain realm expert's world, he had to kill them in their own world or use some kind of method to seal the space. Otherwise, after a domain realm expert died, their world would hide itself. Some would enter the endless void, while others would enter the underground. After many years, the space would change, and those ownerless worlds might turn into ruins and become places of adventure for later generations. The 9th stage domain realm expert's expression gradually became uneasy after waiting for the others to return. He looked at Emo Ling again, who was sitting cross-legged and seemed very calm. After an unknown period of time, just as the 9th stage domain realm expert was beginning to feel restless, Emo Ling opened his eyes and said, "Don't wait anymore. Your people won't return." Impossible. How can Zichun kill them alone? The 9th stage domain realm expert naturally didn't believe it. Of course it's impossible for one Zichun, but what if the Thunder Sacred Beast joins the fray? Emo Ling's face had a hint of ridicule. The Thunder Sacred Beast also followed us. The 9th stage domain realm expert had a look of disbelief. Before they came, they didn't even consider the Thunder Sacred Beast because they knew from some ancient records that it was a real big shot. At its peak, it could make the entire continent tremble with a stomp of its feet. How could such a powerful existence follow Zichun, a mere 6th stage domain realm expert? Their guess was right. The Thunder Sacred Beast naturally didn't care about Zichun. However, they never expected that the Thunder Sacred Beast would directly faint after coming out, unable to leave even if it wanted to. Chapter 1578. Sensing the light, Ninefold Domain turned around and saw Zichun and the sacred Thunder Beast that was supposed to leave. His face darkened immediately. Only now did he realize that he had made a huge mistake. Zichun had risked his life to fight against the alien race in the pocket dimension. How could he abandon Emo Ling, who had saved his life, and escape alone? Obviously, the two were not in cahoots. However, Emo Ling trusted Zichun very much, which was why he waited patiently. He believed that Zichun would definitely be able to defeat the enemy and return. Ninefold Domain regretted that he should not have waited. If he had risked his life, he might have been able to kill the strongest Ninefold Domain expert, Emo Ling. One wrong move, and he had lost the initiative. "Senior, how should we fight this battle?" Zichun walked over slowly, followed by the sacred Thunder Beast. "We'll do as you say." Emo Ling chuckled. Although he was seriously injured, he still sat there calmly with half of his sword still stuck in his body. After hesitating for a while, Zichun said, "Then, I'll be the main attacker." "You?" Ninefold Domain looked coldly at Zichun. "And you have to be careful. Although it's only at the 7th stage, it can kill an 8th stage domain expert instantly." Zichun betrayed the sacred Thunder Beast's combat strength without any hesitation. As expected, Ninefold Domain was very afraid of the sacred Thunder Beast. Zichun started to charge forward, followed by the sacred Thunder Beast. Emo Ling, who was sitting on the ground, opened his domain world. However, he did not expand it completely. Instead, he suppressed Ninefold Domain world. "I can't hold on for long." Emo Ling's voice sounded. "Then let's end this quickly." A scabbard appeared in Zichun's hand. Battle intent surged in his eyes as he drew his saber. Zichun was the first 6th stage domain expert who dared to draw his saber against a Ninefold Domain expert in many years. A bright saber light flashed and rushed toward Ninefold Domain. A 6th stage domain expert against a Ninefold Domain expert. This attack posed no threat at all. Boom! The sky trembled and the void split open. A beast claw, shining with lightning light, fell toward ninefold domain with vast power. This was the attack of the lightning saint beast, so those in the ninth domain had to take it seriously. Roar! A resonant dragon roar resounded as the dragon soul spear released a dazzling light. It transformed into a dragon shadow and charged toward the ninth domain. While defending against the human, beast, and dragon soul, the ninth domain realm still had to pay attention to the demon order and multitask. From this, it could be seen how sullen he was in this battle. The beast claw was scattered by his punch. Zichen's attack and dragon shadow arrived to harass him. Pooh! The attack was effective for the first time. A wound appeared on the arm of the ninth domain realm expert. The destruction rules on the wound started to wriggle. Die! A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the ninth domain realm cultivator. He mustered all his strength and prepared to kill Zichen in one strike. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent appeared. This killing intent came from Emoling. His expression changed, and he didn't have time to use his full strength. He struck out, sending Zichen flying. Zichen had just retreated when a spear shadow shot over like lightning. It tore through space and pierced toward the ninth domain realm cultivator's glabella. The energy around the ninth domain realm cultivator surged like waves, and the soul spear was sent flying. Two dazzling lightning fists appeared on the left and right. One was a human's fist that looked like the fallen lightning Xing Chun, while the other was a huge beast's fist. Boom! Boom! When the two fists arrived, the ninth domain realm cultivator's body became unstable and swayed slightly. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared behind the ninth domain realm cultivator and attacked with his sword. When the ninth domain realm cultivator noticed, he flashed away again. With the help of the lightning saint beast, Zichen was like a calm cheetah. He stared at his prey and waited for the opportunity to launch his most powerful attack. Every time he attacked, Zichen's timing was very accurate and on point. This was honed from battle after battle. Even when they were in the small world, the calm Zichen still managed to grasp the flaws of the foreign race cultivator. More and more small wounds appeared on the ninth domain realm cultivator's body. In the eyes of ordinary people, these were superficial wounds that were nothing to be afraid of. However, only the ninth domain realm cultivator knew that Zichen's attacks were very strange. The nomological power contained in them was something he had never seen before. At this moment, these nomological powers were corroding his wounds and destroying his life force. Once these small wounds exploded, it would be fatal. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Zichen and for the ninth domain realm cultivator. Huh! The ninth domain realm cultivator shouted. He ignored the demon token and focused on attacking Zichen. Kill! The lightning saint beast turned into a ball of dazzling lightning, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from its body. It seemed to have used some kind of powerful secret technique and charged toward the ninth domain realm cultivator. The latter wanted to kill Zichen with his full strength and did not expect to encounter the lightning saint beast. However, no matter who it was, he would kill as many as he could. Bang! The lightning saint beast crashed into the ninth domain realm cultivator. The dazzling lightning around its body instantly shattered, and its body flew backward. Lightning blood splattered in midair. The demon token, who had not made a move, slowly raised his left hand and pointed at the ninth domain realm cultivator. A mysterious energy light appeared and landed on the ninth domain realm cultivator. The latter's body slowed down slightly as if he was under great pressure. At this moment, Zichen arrived. The power of lightning no longer flashed around his body. The violent lightning aura also disappeared and was replaced by a holy aura that emitted a bright light. This aura did not belong to the human world. It was the pure aura of a foreign tribe. At this moment, the lightning wings on Zichen's back appeared. He looked like a real foreign tribe member. In his hand, he was holding a weapon that belonged to a foreign tribe member. It was the dragon spike that he had obtained after killing the Mirage Dragon. At this moment, with the help of a foreign tribe member, the aura surging on the dragon spike became extremely terrifying. The lightning saint beast was sent flying. The demon token took action and Zichen's attack arrived. Before the ninth domain realm cultivator, the dragon spike pierced forward and a fist-sized black hole appeared. The moment the black hole appeared, Zichen's attack speed slowed down slightly. A loud dragon roar resounded, and a spear light pierced through the black hole. The spear light flashed and the dragon spike pierced into the black hole. The ninth domain realm slowly mobilized the power in his body and attacked Zichen. In his opinion, he would definitely be the winner in such a head-on collision. However, the dragon spike's defense-ignoring characteristic was fully activated and pierced through his body first. His body trembled, and 30% of his attacks dissipated. The remaining 70% landed on Zichen. Zichen flew backward and drew a line of blood in midair. After landing, Zichen did not move. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The lightning saint beast, who had been hit with full force, also fell to the ground. Emo Ling was dispirited. He supported himself with half of the spear and could not sit still. The dragon soul spear pierced through the ninth domain realm cultivator's body and pierced deep into the ground. As for the dragon spike, it appeared at the ninth domain realm cultivator's chest. The ninth domain realm cultivator did not move. He stared ahead with a frozen expression at Zichen, who had fallen to the ground. After a while, Zichen's body moved slowly and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He slowly got up and looked at the motionless ninth domain realm in front of him. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that the ninth domain realm world is gone. It's good enough to kill him." A weak voice sounded. It was the lightning saint beast who had pretended to be dead. It had also turned over and stood up. The dragon soul spear broke through the ground and disappeared beside Zichen. Zichen casually walked up to the ninth domain realm and pulled out the dragon spike forcefully. Blood splattered, and the ninth domain realm's corpse fell backward. Phew! Zichen sat on the ground and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Emo Ling Sr. "Are you okay?" "I won't die for the time being," Emo Ling replied after a while. "That's good. Let's hurry up and leave." Zichen stood up again and walked toward Emo Ling unexpectedly. Emo Ling shook his head and said, "I'm not going. You guys go ahead." Zichen was stunned. "Senior, the pursuers may come at any time. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." Emo Ling sighed. "My injuries are very serious. I'll only be a burden to you if I leave with you." "Are you kidding me? Senior, I'll be in charge of escaping. You just have to treat your injuries. Once you're healed, no one will be our match." Zichen, who was speaking, did not notice that Emo Ling's eyes were filled with the will to die. However, Zichen did not care about this. He opened his domain realm and took away the heavily injured Emo Ling. The lightning saint beast's injuries were not light. It also entered Zichen's domain realm. At the same time, Zichen also took the dead black flame into his domain realm and began to run. While running, he used his power to check his body over and over again to see if there was anything like a tracking mark on his body. Not finding anything, Zichen entered the dense forest. In the Zhanwu continent, the most area was occupied by dense forests and mountain ranges. Almost every dense forest and mountain range was guarded by powerful battle beasts. And if he was not careful, he might encounter some high-level life forms. If he followed a specific route, he should have bypassed this dense forest and mountain range. But Zichen obviously would not be stupid enough to wait to be schemed against. Fortunately, he deviated from the route. In this way, he could avoid the pursuers and also gain experience. If he was lucky enough to encounter one or two high-level life forms that had not yet fully grown, it would be good to catch them and raise them in his domain realm. A high-level life form cultivation plan had already taken shape in Zichen's heart. At the same time, Zichen thought in his heart that if he really could not find any high-level life forms, he would return to Huping City and go to Tiger God Mountain to catch a few. For example, Wu Shuang and her little friends who grew up with her. This was just pure fantasy. If Zichen really dared to go to Tiger God Mountain and mess around, he would probably come out dead. 7 days later, Emo Ling's request came out. Zichen had no choice but to comply. Emo Ling's injuries were still very serious, but his spirit was much better. "I see that you have a long spear refined with a dragon's soul," Emo Ling said directly after coming out.
"Yes."
Zichen nodded. How about I teach you a set of spear techniques? This was Emo Ling's second sentence. Chapter 1579. Shuntian Prefecture, the residence of the prefecture lord. On the chessboard, the black horse that wanted to turn into a dragon was not in a good state. The Shuntian prefecture lord stood to one side, silently watching the changes on the chessboard. During this period, the white side lost 2 stones, and the black side got close to the black horse, and a black stone's light dimmed. Prefecture lord, I found it. A low voice sounded. The prefecture lord turned around and looked at the elegant middle-aged man. There was a touch of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that this was the first time he had heard the other party speak in such a tone. The elegant middle-aged man came closer, holding an old yellowed paper in his hand. He smiled bitterly. I found it. This time I miscalculated. What's wrong? The prefecture lord asked. The weapon in Zi Qin's hand is called the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Star Illusion Dragon Spike. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. The prefecture lord frowned slightly. The elegant middle-aged man's smile became more bitter. It's the saint weapon of the Starry Sky Supreme Saint. It has been missing for many years. The Starry Sky Supreme Saint. It's actually his. The prefecture lord's expression changed slightly. The Starry Sky Supreme Saint was the leader of the foreign invaders. He brought great trouble to the creatures of the Zhanwu continent, and the most frightening thing was the saint weapon in his hand, which was said to be able to ignore all defenses in the world. Countless experts died under the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Just the Starry Sky Supreme Saint alone was enough to make humans tremble in fear. In the end, an unknown human saint appeared and fought with the Starry Sky Supreme Saint for 3 days and 3 nights. The two died together, and the Star Illusion Dragon Spike disappeared at that time. The elegant middle-aged man smiled bitterly. I had long seen that the weapon in Zi Qin's hand was extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be a saint weapon. It seems that I was too hasty in making this move. The prefecture lord's heart skipped a beat. He asked. Then Emo Ling, the elegant middle-aged man, shook his head. Black Flame is dead. He can't come back. Sigh. The prefecture lord sighed. This is fate. It's predestined. The elegant middle-aged man turned and left. The prefecture lord's mood became low. Although Emo Ling was his top general, the two had been together for so long that they were already very good friends. Now his friend was in danger, but he could not help. If he could not even protect his friend's life and death, what could he do as the prefecture lord of Shuntian? On the Go board, many white Go stones shone brightly. The manor head looked at the glowing white chess pieces and coldly said, Men. Without a sound, another person appeared behind the mansion master. Next, mark the locations where teleportation can be activated one by one. Exterminate all life within 100 miles.
Yes.
Behind the mansion master, that person disappeared in a flash. Musa was the person with the highest status within a 50-kilometer radius of this area. He was only at the peak of the corporeal realm, but the place he lived in was an enormous castle that did not match his strength. Over the years, many realms had taken a liking to this castle. However, these realms either disappeared on their own accord or died outside the castle. Gradually, no one dared to think of polishing Sa anymore. Even the overlords here had to be treated as equals in front of Sa. Emo Sa was only at the corporeal realm, but he was able to reach this stage. Naturally, he was very proud. However, he knew very well what the real reason for all of this was. Today, Emo Sa received a piece of news. Early in the morning, he walked to the deepest part of the mansion, to an unremarkable building. Normally, this place was a forbidden area that forbade anyone from entering. Behind Emo Sa followed a 10-year-old youth. This was Emo Sa's most promising son. His talent had long been checked, and he would definitely enter the domain realm in the future. This time, he had brought his son here to seek an opportunity. Don't speak carelessly later, Emo Sa warned again. The youth nodded continuously. Knowing that an important person was coming, he was very cautious. Inside this building was a huge teleportation array. This teleportation array would only be activated in an emergency. Today, he received news that the teleportation array was to be activated. The teleportation array had been activated long ago, but no one appeared. After waiting for 4 hours, The array patterns on the teleportation platform lit up one by one. The dazzling light forced the father and son to close their eyes. A powerful aura appeared in the teleportation array, wreaking havoc like a storm. The father and son could not bear the aura and hurriedly left the room. As the energy and light faded, two cultivators with cold expressions appeared in the teleportation array. When they appeared, they glanced at the groveling Emosa and ignored him. One of them said, "We're still some distance away from our destination. We have to speed up." After saying that, the two of them disappeared. Emosa felt regretful that he could not talk to these two experts. Naturally, the benefits he had prepared could not be used. The youth also felt regretful that he had missed a powerful master. When the teleportation array was activated, there would be a powerful energy fluctuation. Even if one was far away, they could still sense it. In just half a day, a group of powerful cultivators rushed into the castle. The castle guards were nothing in front of these cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. Before Emosa could understand what had happened, all the guards were dead. Next, his family members were killed. In the castle, all living things, including Emosa, died. Even a pet was killed. After that, this group of powerful cultivators used the castle as the center to exterminate all living things within 100 miles. In one day, hundreds of miles of land were cleared. Countless innocent lives were lost, but no one cared. In this place, the strong were respected. The Black Dragon Spear played a major role in Shuntian Prefecture's 9 domains. Although the spear's body was broken, the technique was still there. What Mo Ling taught Zichun was the Black Dragon Spear technique. However, it now had a new name, the Thunder Dragon Spear technique. This spear technique was comprehensive and had both offense and defense. Mo Ling taught Zichun carefully and taught him the technique without reservation. Zichun studied and comprehended it carefully. In just a few days, Zichun's Thunder Dragon Spear technique had reached a certain level. His comprehension ability also surprised Mo Ling and the Thunder Sacred Beast. Mo Ling was seriously injured and could not recover in a short time. Zichun, who thought that he had escaped from the pursuit, did not urge Mo Ling to heal his injuries. After traveling for 10 days, Zichun had comprehended a spear technique. However, he was a little shaky when using it, so he needed more practice. After restraining the aura of the 6th domain realm, a battle beast immediately came to their door. It was a 4th domain king realm battle beast, and it blocked their way. Humans killed battle beasts for treasures. Battle beasts killed humans and devoured them to increase their realm. Roar! The 4th domain king realm battle beast's eyes glowed. With a roar, it pounced towards Zichun. Its aura surged, and sand and stones flew. The ancient trees in the forest swayed wildly, and leaves danced in the sky. Zichun held the dragon spear and stabbed forward. The tip of the spear drew a perfect circle in front of him. In this circle, space was cut open like water, and a spatial vortex appeared. The spatial vortex formed, and a suction force surged in it. The 4th domain king realm battle beast was sucked in, and the surging power around it immediately dissipated. Its body became unstable, and it began to spin in the vortex. In Zichun's hand, the long spear shook again. The vortex dissipated, and the 4th domain king realm battle beast flew out and smashed an ancient tree. The 4th domain king realm battle beast crawled up in a sorry state. Its eyes were filled with confusion. It clearly did not sense any powerful aura fluctuations from the human, but the human could easily dissolve its attack and even trap it. It seems that you have completely comprehended this move. It has only been 10 days, but your comprehension is really excellent. Seeing this scene, Mo Ling could not help but exclaim. Looking at the two people in front of it who were talking and laughing and completely ignoring it, the 4th domain king realm battle beast did not want to find out what was going on. It turned around and ran. As a 4th domain king realm battle beast, its intelligence was not inferior to that of a human of the same level. Naturally, it could tell that these two humans were not to be trifled with. "Don't go. Practice with me." Zichun held his spear and disappeared in a flash. The 4th domain king realm battle beast's eyes suddenly widened as it looked at the human who appeared in front of it out of thin air. Whoosh! The human in front of it rolled the long spear in his hand again. Space was cut open like water again, and it lost control of its body again. This was the Thunder Dragon Spear's softness technique. When fully used, it had the meaning of using 4 ounces to defeat 1,000 caddies. In addition to softness, there were also the support, hardness, and collapse techniques. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive. This was a pure king-tier battle skill that could fuse the power of space and completely activate the power of space. It could be said that this spear technique was not weaker than Zichen's gradeless sword drawing technique. If there was a grade for this spear technique, it could be gradeless or grade 9. Zichen's purpose was to cross this forest and gain experience first. When Imo Ling recovered from his injuries, he planned to return to Huping City. As for the Imperial Sky region, Zichen disdained to go there. Of course, he was afraid of being schemed against again. Zichen, what do you think of my battle strength? Imo Ling leaned against an ancient tree and looked at Zichen in front of him. He suddenly asked. After throwing away the battle beast that was already disoriented, Zichen put away his spear and turned around to say, the strongest person in the 9th domain. Your battle strength can only be described with one word, strong. Hearing this, Imo Ling laughed self-deprecatingly. The strongest person in the 9th domain. This is just a boring saying. Black Flame's battle strength is not weaker than mine. Moreover, in that battlefield, I'm afraid I'm not even fit to carry his shoes. Zichen looked at Imo Ling in shock. What battlefield? Could it be that it's filled with sector lords? Imo Ling glanced at Zichen and said, the battlefield of despair is known as the place where the domain realm falls. The strongest person there is at the 9th domain realm. Then, Zichen's face was filled with disbelief. You are very shocked. Why is it that I, the strongest person in the Shuntian prefecture, am not even fit to carry their shoes there? Even if they are strong, they can't be that strong. That's a war zone. The people there are all peak existences. Over there, there's only one word for it, battle. If one's combat prowess can be ranked high there, they would be able to jump levels and kill world overlords. Imo Ling continued, although there is only a small gap between a sector lord and the peak of the 9th level domain. This small gap is like the distance between heaven and earth. Every sector lord's world has already reached the initial success stage and has its own independent power. This is the power of the natural laws that evolved after the domain world matures. It is a completely new kind of power, a power that belongs to the sector lord. We already have the rule power now, Zichen said doubtfully. Chapter 1580. Zichen still didn't understand the difference between laws and law power. Imo Ling could only give an example. Take the dragon spear in your hand, for example. The laws are equivalent to the dragon spear. Normally, you would use the dragon spear to attack, but once you step into the sector lord realm, the dragon spear would be equivalent to having a spear art. When you use it again, wouldn't its power be even stronger? Hearing this explanation, Zichen somewhat understood. Imo Ling smiled. No matter how much I say now, you won't truly understand. But when you reach the 9th stage and touch the barrier of the sector lord realm, you will naturally understand. From the first stage of the domain realm to the 9th stage, it's just a change in quantity. However, from the domain realm to the sector lord realm, it's a qualitative leap. Using laws to attack and possessing true law power is a qualitative and quantitative transformation. Speaking of the sector lord realm, Imo Ling's eyes were filled with radiance. Clearly, he was looking forward to this realm. With Imo Ling's explanation, Zichen had some understanding of the sector lord realm. He was also filled with curiosity towards this realm. In this world, other than the purest higher life forms, no one dares to guarantee that they can step into the sector lord realm. Many people are only a step away from the sector lord realm, but they are unable to take that step in their entire lives. And the battlefield of despair is an opportunity for the 9th stage domain realm to fight against a sector lord. This opportunity is something everyone yearns for. As he spoke, Imo Ling's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and landed on the battlefield of despair. However, not everyone has the opportunity to enter the battlefield of despair. Other than the lowest 7th stage domain realm, there's another qualification. What qualification? Zichen subconsciously asked. Imo Ling glanced at Zichen and smiled. War Marshal Domain Token. Zichun was stunned. He had a War Marshal Domain Token on him. That's right. It's the Prefecture Lord's reward for your bravery in the Pocket Dimension. As for the reward for this mission, you can only go to the Royal Sky region to receive it. One of the entrances to the War Marshal Domain Token is coincidentally in the Royal Sky region. Imo Ling smiled, but his smile was like a fox. He could already tell that Zichun didn't want to go to the Royal Sky region. Hence, he purposely mentioned the battlefield of despair to pique Zichun's curiosity. Zichun remained silent. The battlefield of despair is full of dangers. After you enter, be careful of all the creatures you see, including humans. This was the first time Imo Ling had spoken so much. Next, he urged Zichun to cultivate his spear art. After a few days, Zichun had completely mastered the word soft. Imo Ling then told him to learn the two-word formula, but he did not learn the two spear arts that were the main attacks. Just like that, Zichun and the others went deep into the forest for a month. After a month of peace, Zichun had almost forgotten about the danger. On this day, Imo Ling smiled and said, "We won't be leaving today. Let's rest for a day. Zichun, your comprehension ability is very strong. This is your reward." Imo Ling took out a jade pendant and handed it to Zichun. Zichun felt that Imo Ling was a little strange today, but he couldn't tell what it was. He took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. Then, he asked, "This can't be another proof of qualification, right?" Imo Ling shook his head and said, "It's not this time. I just happened to get it. I always felt that it was extraordinary, but I didn't know what was so extraordinary about it. Fortunately, I left it for you to study." "Thank you." Zichun thanked him and put away the jade pendant. He would study it in the future. He held the dragon spear and began to practice the two-word formula over and over again. Imo Ling sat nearby and watched with a faint smile on his face. The lightning sacred beast also made a rare appearance and lay beside Imo Ling. Zichun's alien power came from the manor realm. When he opened the manor realm, he refined a perfect manor seed. The lightning sacred beast looked at Imo Ling in confusion. Imo Ling was still looking at Zichun in the distance. You might not know, but the perfect manor realm contains 3 types of laws. One is the law of heaven, and the other is the law of earth. The lightning sacred beast's eyes flashed. The laws of heaven and earth are incompatible, so the third type of law is the alien race's law. When the 3 types of laws fuse, it will become a perfect manor seed. I'm sure you can see that Zichun's manor realm is currently perfect. The lightning sacred beast's eyes were filled with confusion again. Imo Ling smiled. "So, you don't have to be so suspicious. It's time to teach Zichun some of the Thunder Clan's powerful techniques. Speaking of which, if you don't teach Zichun, are you going to teach other members of the Thunder Clan? It's hard to say if the Thunder Clan exists in this world." "Nonsense. The Thunder Clan will exist forever." The lightning sacred beast was slightly angry. Haha. Imo Ling chuckled but didn't say anything. After a while, the lightning sacred beast's voice sounded in Imo Ling's sea of consciousness. "You've really made up your mind." Imo Ling nodded slowly. After that, there was a long silence. After practicing for half a day, Imo Ling called Zichun over. Only then did Zichun put away his spear and return. Just as Zichun was about to ask some questions, he saw Imo Ling looking into the distance and saying faintly, "Since you're here, show yourself." Zichun's expression changed, and he used his spiritual senses to scan the surroundings, but he didn't find anything unusual. "Haha, you're indeed the #1 person in the domain realm. Your senses are really sharp." A hearty laugh sounded, and a burly man appeared on an ancient tree. Imo Ling glanced at the burly man and said, "So it's the 3rd person. Speaking of which, you're the only one with guts. The others seem like cowards." "Imo Ling, you're seriously injured, but you still speak so harshly." A cold laugh sounded and a person appeared on a big rock not far away. "9th domain realm. Another 9th domain realm?" Zichun's heart sank. He didn't expect 2 9th domain realm experts to appear at once. However, this was just the beginning. One figure after another appeared around Zichun. 13 people, 13 people again. However, this time, there were 5 9th domain realm experts and 8 8th domain realm experts. Such a force was enough to kill 3 people. Zichun felt a little desperate. His senses were very sharp, but he didn't notice that so many people had come. These people must have done something to prevent them from escaping. When they appeared, they all looked cold and indifferent. Zichun was automatically ignored. Almost all of their attention was on Mo Ling with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. It was a great honor to be able to kill the number one person in the domain realm. Only the third person was smiling. He nodded at Mo Ling and then looked at Zichun and said, "You're Zichun. I watched your battle in the small world. You were very good and made my blood boil." Zichun looked at the third person and said indifferently, "But now you're working for the alien race and trying to kill us? Haha, you're really good at joking. We're not here to kill. We're just here to borrow something from you." The third person laughed heartily. "What is it?" Zichun asked. "Star Illusion Dragon Spike." The third person said, "Star Illusion Dragon Spike." Zichun was stunned, but he soon understood. He didn't expect that the third person was here for the Dragon Spike. Obviously, Heiyin was also here for the Dragon Spike. "Can you let us go if I give you the Dragon Spike?" Zichun asked calmly. The third person shook his head and said, "Of course not, but I can promise not to kill you. However, you have to go back with me." Zichun shook his head slowly. What a joke. He could still fight to the death now, but if he went back with them, he would suffer a fate worse than death. The third person said regretfully, "Since you don't want to, we can only kill you. However, it's a pity for a talent like you to die. It's also a loss for the human world." Mo Ling glanced at the third person, then turned to Zichun and said, "Zichun, do you still remember the jade pendant I gave you?" "Of course." Zichun nodded with a puzzled expression. How could he forget it? He just didn't understand why Mo Ling said that. "Show it to me. I want to see it one last time," Mo Ling said. Zichun took out the jade pendant. The 5/9 domain realm cultivators' expressions changed when they saw the jade pendant, and they rushed over. However, it was too late. The moment the jade pendant appeared, it emitted a dazzling light, and a huge transmission channel appeared. Zichun's body entered the transmission channel uncontrollably. No! The channel disappeared instantly, but Zichun's screams still echoed in the forest. Zichun and the Thunder Sacred Beast were gone, but Mo Ling was still there. He calmly looked at the people with ugly expressions. Damn it! The third person was furious. "Kill Mo Ling first, then go find Zichun," the person next to him said coldly. "Kill. Let's end this quickly." The third person waved his hand, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Mo Ling's expression was still calm, and the smile on his face didn't fade. The 13 people rushed toward Mo Ling, and Mo Ling's body began to glow. Crack. On the chessboard, the black horse that had transformed into a dragon disappeared, and a black piece shattered. At the same time, the 5 white chess pieces near the black chess pieces also shattered one by one. No one was controlling the chessboard, and everything was moving on its own. Those who were qualified to be chess pieces were all 9th domain realm cultivators. The mansion master looked at the shattered black pieces and couldn't help but sigh. The elegant middle-aged man said, "When Mo Ling left, he saw this move. This is his own choice, so you don't have to blame yourself." Although he said so, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. I shouldn't have stopped him back then. If he had gone to the battlefield of despair earlier, this wouldn't have happened. If I had let him enter the battlefield of despair earlier, there would be no need for the black horse. Mo Ling would be the strongest dragon horse, and all schemes would be destroyed by him. Looking at the shattered black pieces, the mansion master sighed for a long time. In the end, it's all my fault. It was over. Everything was over. On the chessboard, the black pieces had the upper hand, and the white pieces began to lie dormant. Outside the chessboard, in the periphery of Shuntian Prefecture, death zones appeared one after another. Each death zone had a radius of 100 miles. All living things within 100 miles were wiped out, which cut off many paths for some forces. The forces represented by the black pieces had won a great victory. However, the strongest person in the domain, Mo Ling, had died. On the chessboard, the black pieces had the upper hand, but they still couldn't take down all the white pieces. The dormant white pieces still had room to fight back. The elegant middle-aged man looked at the chessboard silently. He didn't know when the next game would be, but he knew that the next game would be outside the chessboard. Chapter 1581. In the forest, furious roars resounded continuously. The berserk aura was wreaking havoc. The beasts in the forest had long since fled, and the faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from afar. They were both in the forest, but the distance between here and the forest was probably hundreds of thousands of miles. Zichun was still roaring uncontrollably. He knew that Imo Ling had given him the only chance of survival. This is a battle between the higher-ups. Life and death are already predestined. You don't have to blame yourself. The Thunder Saint Beast, who had been silent all this while, couldn't bear to see Zichun like this and began to persuade him. Zichun turned around and glared at the Thunder Saint Beast. His face was filled with anger as he roared, You knew from the start, right? Why didn't you tell me? If telling you was useful, do you have the qualifications to act in a battle between the 9 realms? The Thunder Saint Beast disdainfully curled his lips. I don't have the qualifications to act, but I can let Imo Ling live. No matter what, I can take him away. He won't die. Zichen's voice shook the sky. The teleportation jade pendant doesn't limit the number of people. If Imo Ling wanted to live, the 3 of us would have left long ago. He didn't leave because he wanted to sacrifice the lives of those who came. I don't know what happened in Shuntian Prefecture, but with Imo Ling's death, his enemies must have suffered a huge loss. His death was worth it. The Thunder Saint Beast said sternly. Bullshit. What do you know? Zichun glared at the Thunder Saint Beast. You're the one who's bullshit. What do you know? The Thunder Saint Beast also glared at Zichun. One man and one beast, staring at each other. He's already dead. What benefits are there to talk about? I don't know about the battle between the higher-ups, nor do I know about losses and benefits, but I know that only by being alive can we create miracles. Why don't we wait patiently? Imo Ling has already touched the boundary of Sector Lord. It's only a matter of time before he breaks through. The roaring Zichun pointed at himself. There's still me. I can go to the battlefield of despair to train. Not to mention breaking through to level 9. Even level 8, I can kill those fellows. There's clearly a way to not die. So why do we have to send people to their deaths? Yes. Hearing Zichen's roar, the Thunder Saint Beast realized that it couldn't refute. Indeed, Shuntian Prefecture's move was something that it did not understand very well. However, from the looks of it, it should be the faction behind Imo Ling. They did not have much time to wait. After roaring, Zichen gradually calmed down. He naturally knew that the game was not so simple. Since Imo Ling had the jade pendant to leave, but he did not leave, there was clearly a personal reason. Zichen guessed that it might have something to do with him personally killing Black Flame. Although all of this had been Imo Ling's choice and all of this had been the scheme of the power behind Imo Ling, Zichun still felt guilty about Imo Ling's death. Originally, Zichun had planned to directly return to Huping City after he was done with his business. However, it was obvious that he couldn't return to Huping City now. In that case, he could only head to the Imperial Sky region, to the battlefield of despair. Zichun quickly pulled himself together and began to prepare for his next move. First, he changed his appearance. Even the aura of his soul changed. He put away the sheathed saber and dragon spike, and only took the dragon spear. Originally, there was a 3-dimensional dragon carving on the dragon spear. It was very eye-catching. However, as the dragon soul fully awakened, the dragon soul could change the appearance of the dragon spear at will. Under Zichen's instructions, the dragon spear turned black. The dragon carving disappeared. The body of the dragon spear became smooth. It was black all over and emitted a black light. After doing all this, Zichun looked at the Thunder Saint Beast. Although the Thunder Saint Beast was small, it looked like a dragon and a tiger. It was very impactful. Why are you looking at me? The Thunder Saint Beast felt uncomfortable being stared at by Zichun. Your appearance is too eye-catching. Change it, Zichun said. Change it? The Thunder Saint Beast was stunned. It asked, how? Zichun thought for a moment and said, become more low-key. Let people see you at first glance. You're ordinary. There's nothing too out of the ordinary. Let me think. I'll turn you into a dog. The Thunder Saint Beast's eyes flashed with lightning. A large amount of violent lightning appeared, and wreaked havoc towards Zichun. Zichun, who was already prepared, dodged. Then, he heard the Thunder Saint Beast roar. "Brat, do you know who this Saint Beast is? I am the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. You dare to be disrespectful to your ancestor? I don't have time to listen to your roar. If you can change it, then I won't send you off." Although Imoling's death was not related to the Thunder Saint Beast, Zichun was still angry with it. "Brat, you made this Saint Beast turn into a dog. You will regret it one day." The Thunder Saint Beast was furious. It really wanted to turn around and leave. However, although it looked like it was in the 6th stage, its injuries were very serious. Moreover, it had injured its foundation. It would take a long time to recover. Zichun had a good heart. He was not afraid of being schemed against if he followed him. This was also the reason why he was angry but didn't leave. "Wait until you become a real Saint Beast." Zichun smiled coldly. The black spear in his hand shook. It was almost perfect. He was going to practice the spear, as expected of an old guy who had lived for a long time. With a thought, it came up with a plan. Then it laughed. "So be it. Aren't you just a dog? This Saint Beast has lived for a long time. This is called knowing when to yield and when to stand tall." Zichun looked at the Thunder Saint Beast with disdain. However, the latter changed the topic and said, "Sigh, it's a pity. I thought of a Thunder Emperor's finger recently. How could I suddenly forget about it?" Zichun naturally understood the meaning behind the Thunder Saint Beast's words. He said sarcastically, "I even know the Thunder God's finger. Why would I care about your Thunder Emperor's finger?" The Thunder Saint Beast looked at Zichun with disdain. "Then this Saint Beast is really ignorant. I haven't heard of the Thunder God's finger." Zichun's Thunder God's finger was already at the mortal realm. He obviously knew that it couldn't compare with the Thunder Emperor's finger mentioned by the Thunder Saint Beast. Thus, he said calmly, "Actually, there is no need to become a dog. It's fine to become a domestic dog." The Thunder Emperor's finger is one of the few powerful techniques of the Thunder Clan. It's much more powerful than that blade or spear. How could I suddenly forget about it? The Thunder Saint Beast shook its head. Only a fool would believe that it suddenly forgot about it. Back then, it had taught Zichun the real 9 deaths of lightning. If it wasn't for the Thunder Saint Beast, Zichun might not have been able to learn the complete 9 deaths of lightning. While he was thinking of a countermeasure, Zichun said, "Actually, cats and dogs are not bad. They are likable and not too eye-catching." And that makes sense. However, I remember that the 9 deaths of lightning requires the heavenly thunder wings to reach its maximum speed. In this saint's memory, the heavenly thunder wings have 6 pairs of 12 wings. Sigh. This saint vaguely remembers where the other heavenly thunder wings are, but they are sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. The Thunder Saint Beast tilted its head and said, after hearing this, Zichun said with a serious face, "How can the Thunder Saint Beast of the Thunder Clan become a cat or a dog? What kind of plaything is that? Even if it is low-key, it should be a ferocious lion, tiger, or leopard. I feel that with your appearance, becoming a black nether tiger is already a grievance." Haha. Looking at Zichun, who had lost his moral integrity, the Thunder Saint Beast laughed proudly. Zichun didn't feel awkward. He laughed and asked, then, "Lord Saint Beast, when are we going to look for the heavenly thunder wings?" The Thunder Saint Beast shook its body and turned into a 3-meter-long black nether tiger. It said proudly, "Forget about the heavenly thunder wings. Barely enough Thunder Emperor's finger." All right. After saying this, Zichun jumped up and rode on the back of the black nether tiger. "Brat, what are you doing?" The Thunder Saint Beast's energy started to surge. "I say, Lord Saint Beast, you are now a black nether tiger. If you follow me with this identity, of course you have to be my mount. Don't tell me you want me to carry you around?" Zichun said kindly, "Now, not only do you have to be my mount, you also have to deliberately suppress your realm. Don't drop it too low, or else you will be 1 level lower than me. 4 levels will do. 6 levels lower is 4 levels. Are you testing my intelligence? I am currently at 5 levels. After the agreement was reached, a black-clothed youth riding a black nether tiger appeared in the forest. The youth carried a black spear on his back, and his spear technique was extremely good. Many beasts suffered greatly. However, The youth seemed to only want to train his battle technique and didn't kill them. This Saint Beast is hungry. Once they stopped, the Thunder Saint Beast would always say this. Zichen waved his hand and said, "If you are hungry, go find something to eat. Don't tell me you want me, your master, to serve you." The Thunder Saint Beast glared at Zichen. Although it is fake, acting has to be realistic, right? Zichen hurriedly smiled apologetically. After all, he was the one asking for help. "I want to eat roasted meat." "All right, there is only one piece." Zichen quickly set up a fire and roasted the meat. There were only 2 pieces, one for the human and one for the beast. Speaking of which, when can we find a high-level life form? That meat is only delicious. Zichen missed the taste of high-level life forms. TSK, high-level life forms are nothing. This Saint Beast has even devoured supreme beasts. The Thunder Saint Beast curled its lips and ate the roasted meat with relish. Zichen had definitely escaped from the danger of being chased, and he was still 1 level away from the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly in the forest, gaining experience and refining the domain world he had obtained before. He didn't even know where he was currently, but he would definitely be able to get out if he walked in a straight line. High-level life forms weren't often found. The reason why Zichen and the others were lucky last time was because they were at the periphery of the Tiger God Mountain, and the Tiger God Mountain specialized in producing high-level life forms. This dense forest was very big. Zichen had walked for a few months, but still hadn't walked out of it. During this period, he had encountered many beasts, but they were all extremely ordinary. Not to mention high-level life forms, he hadn't even met any beasts with high-level life forms. In this way, Zichen's plan to raise high-level life forms would have to be slightly delayed. After comprehending the 2-off formula, Zichen began to comprehend the hard formula. This hard formula emphasized fierceness, speed, and speed as the main attack, unlike the previous 2 formulas, which focused on defense and secondary attack. As his comprehension of the hard formula deepened, the beasts that were unlucky enough to be targeted by Zichen would have bloody holes on their bodies one after another. After the hard formula was the final collapse formula. Once this collapse formula was used, the beasts had no chance of surviving. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Zichen's spear arts were almost at the great accomplishment level, and just at this time, he found traces of humans in the forest. This book came from the web. The first thing to look at is the original content. Chapter 1582. Sounds of battle could be heard from the forest. There were roars of humans, roars of beasts, cries of alarm, and screams of agony. Activate the formation. Don't let it escape. This damned thing. We must surround it. Hold the position well and trap it. The humans roared again and again. Energy vibrations could be heard in the forest. Pacha sounds could be heard continuously as large swathes of ancient trees broke and fell. Another swath of ancient trees was smashed down. Zichen spread his spiritual senses to the battlefield and saw 5 humans surrounding a level 4 beast. 3 of them were level 4 while the other 2 were level 3. There were also 3 corpses not far away. In a life and death battle between humans and beasts of the same level, the beasts usually won. However, in Zichen's opinion, the beast must have ambushed them. The level 4 beast was a 5-meter-long leopard with sparkling blue light all over its body. It was like a bolt of blue lightning that kept flashing between them. The 5 of them had a strange symbol on their bodies. They stood far away in 5 different directions. Every time Lanbao appeared in front of them, the symbol would light up and form a light screen to block Lanbao. Lanbao shuttled back and forth in 5 different directions, but was unable to break through the light screen. The 5 of them were pleased with themselves. Zichen carefully probed with his spiritual senses and sensed the critical point at which the symbol could withstand the power. For a level 4 beast like Lanbao, such a defense was not indestructible. He suspected that Lanbao was deliberately toying with them. Just as the 4 of them were pleased with themselves, Lanbao's cold eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of a level 3 domain realm in the blink of an eye. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at the level 3 domain realm cultivator. His sharp fangs flashed with a cold light. The symbol in front of the level 3 domain realm cultivator lit up and formed a layer of protection. The level 3 domain realm cultivator seemed to feel that this attack was very dangerous, so he added another layer of protection for himself. However, these 2 layers of protection were nothing in front of Lan Bao. The terrifying bite instantly penetrated the 2 layers of protection and broke the level 3 domain realm cultivator's neck. Fresh blood spurted from the headless body as Lan Bao swallowed the level 3 domain realm cultivator's head. This scene happened very quickly, to the extent that the other 4 had a hint of astonishment on their faces. Lan Bao did not flee when the formation was broken. Instead, he charged towards the second 3rd domain realm cultivator. Lan Bao's figure flashed again and arrived in front of the second 3rd domain realm expert. The 3rd stage domain realm expert only saw a blur in front of his eyes before Lan Bao had already left. He was thinking complacently whether Lan Bao was afraid of them and had turned to flee. Suddenly, he felt a piercing pain. He looked down and saw a bloody hole in his chest. Pieces of his internal organs mixed with blood flowed out of the hole. The 3rd stage domain realm cultivator was horrified. Then, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Die! With a cold shout, a terrifying power attacked Lan Bao. The latter's figure flashed, and his entire body shone with blue light. He broke free from the spatial pressure that enveloped him and dodged the attack. A terrifying energy exploded nearby. Lan Bao glanced at the 3/4 stage domain realm cultivators with a mocking look before turning around and disappearing into a bolt of lightning. Chase. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 5 people. The 3/4 domain realm cultivators were unwilling to accept the loss. After collecting the corpses of their companions, they immediately gave chase. Although both parties were at the same level, their speed couldn't be compared to Lan Bao's. In the blink of an eye, Lan Bao had left them behind. Lan Bao, who was moving forward, seemed a little proud. He even intentionally waited for the 3 people behind him while thinking about how to kill all 3 of them. After all, the 3 of them could still pose a threat to him if they joined forces. Suddenly, Lan Bao saw a human appear in front of him. The human had his back facing him and was carrying a black spear on his back. Lan Bao's movements were silent, so the human didn't notice it. Looking at the human's back, a hint of cruelty appeared in Lan Bao's eyes. Lan Bao moved forward cautiously for dozens of meters. Then, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the human in front of him. The human seemed to have sensed the danger, and the spear on his back trembled slightly. However, Lan Bao was only a few meters away from the human at that moment. Such a short time was enough for him to kill the human. However, just as Lan Bao's attack was about to reach the back of the human's head, he suddenly saw the human in front of him move. He actually turned from his back to facing Lan Bao. The human's eyes were very calm, but there was more indifference in this calmness. Lan Bao was very clear about this gaze. It had used the same gaze when it had looked at the 2 3rd stage domain realm cultivators. This was the gaze that one would use when looking at a dead person. Immediately after, the human disappeared in front of Lan Bao's eyes. It wasn't that the human had run away, but that a black spear light had blocked Lan Bao's vision. The moment the spear light appeared, it filled Lan Bao's entire vision. There was only the spear in Lan Bao's eyes, and nothing else. The spear light was moving forward, but it seemed to be spinning. The energy around Lan Bao's body was completely drained in an instant. Then, the spear pierced towards Lan Bao. In a daze, Lan Bao seemed to see the majestic figure of a dragon in the spear light, exuding a vast dragon's might. Lan Bao's eyes were filled with fear and shock. Bang! The spear instantly touched Lan Bao's forehead. The collapse formula was vividly displayed, and Lan Bao's head instantly exploded. Fresh blood and minced meat splattered in all directions, but they all avoided the black-clothed youth. From afar, the 3/4 stage domain realm cultivators heard a tremor. When they arrived, Lan Bao was already completely dead. 2 meters away from Lan Bao stood a black-clothed youth holding a spear. The 3 of them didn't sense any energy fluctuations from the youth, but the 4th stage Black Panther had died in front of him. It was only a sound, and it was probably an instant kill. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. After glancing at the three humans, Zichun walked towards Lanbao's corpse. The three humans' expressions changed again, and there was a hint of nervousness in their dignified expressions. With a flash of sword chi, Zichun cut off one of Lanbao's hind legs. Then, he carried it and walked into the distance. Looking at the black-clothed youth who turned around and left, the three of them looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. One had to know that the most valuable part of Lanbao's body wasn't the hind leg, but the soul essence in his body. That was the source of Lanbao's power, and it was equivalent to the human's domain world. The three of them extended their spiritual senses and found that the human had actually gone far away. Only then did they look at each other. One of them said, "Let's go and see if the thing is still there." One of them flashed forward. Before he could cut open Lanbao's corpse, he saw a glowing crystal from Lanbao's exploded neck. Inside the crystal, he could vaguely see a small Lanbao struggling in pain. "It's still here." The domain realm expert picked up the soul essence and waved at the other two. Who the hell is this person? How could he not want the soul essence of a fourth-stage war beast? The two of them stepped forward, their faces full of shock. They had come to this mountain range to kill king-level war beasts and use their soul essences to cultivate. Although they were all fourth-stage war beasts, they usually used third-stage or second-stage soul essences. A fourth-stage soul essence was definitely a huge amount of wealth in their eyes. But why didn't that human want the fourth-stage soul essence? They found it hard to believe, but it was nothing to Zichun. After reaching the sixth stage, even a sixth-stage soul essence wouldn't be of much use to him, let alone a fourth-stage soul essence. Unless it was a seventh-stage soul essence or higher. This was also the main reason why Zichun rarely killed war beasts when he was training in the forest. Even if he was greedy, he would only cut off a piece of meat from his opponent's body. After all, the meat could still grow back, but if it died, there would be nothing left. Just as the three of them were guessing whether this was the black-clothed young man's scheme, they smelled the aroma of meat in the forest. He's barbecuing meat? When they extended their spiritual senses again, Zichun was already 5 kilometers away, roasting the half of the leopard's leg from before. Using their spiritual senses, they saw that the black-clothed young man was very focused on roasting meat. Every turn seemed to be very particular. The expressions of the three of them changed again. One of them said, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" The other two asked. "Return it to him," the first said. "Are you crazy, Calais? He can kill a fourth-stage war beast in one hit. You dare to take his things? I think you're the crazy one." Calais snatched the fourth-stage soul essence and flew towards the direction where the aroma of meat was coming from. The other two had no choice but to follow. For the three of them, a distance of 5 kilometers could be covered in a few breaths. Calais appeared 20 meters away from Zichun and took out the fourth-stage soul essence from before. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master Ranker, you forgot something." Zichun was still focused on roasting meat and didn't pay attention to Calais. The other two followed and stood behind Calais cautiously. Zichun didn't say anything. The three of them didn't dare to move. It was as if a huge mountain was hanging over their heads, and they felt extremely pressured. Just as Calais' body became stiff and was about to lose consciousness, an indifferent voice finally sounded. "I'll give it to you." The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't even care about the fourth-stage soul essence. In their hearts, they were even more certain that this was an amazing rancor. The aroma of the roasted meat became stronger and stronger. The three of them, who had just relaxed, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes were fixed on the piece of roasted meat that was gradually turning golden. "I can give you the item, but not the roasted meat. If you want to eat it, roast it yourself." Zichun's unquestionable voice sounded again. The three of them looked at each other, and a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. Obviously, Master Ranker didn't mind them staying here. One of them went back and brought the other 3 leopard legs. After washing them not far away, he went to the charcoal fire. At this moment, Zichun had already finished roasting the meat. He leaned against a big rock and sat alone. He didn't have the slightest intention to share with the three of them. After a while, the other 3 also finished roasting the meat. They sat together and ate the roasted meat. One of them carefully asked, "Master, have you always been in this mountain range?" HM? Zichen's gaze swept across the three of them. Kalei hurriedly said, Master, please don't misunderstand. We're just curious. At the same time, we also want to ask you about a person. He's from the Shuntian Prefecture. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also from the Shuntian Prefecture, Zichen said indifferently. Kalei said somewhat cautiously, that's really too much of a coincidence. That person's name is Zichen. I wonder if you know him? He's from the Shuntian Prefecture in Huping City. This book is from the first place. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1583. Shuntian Prefecture in Huping City. That person's name is Zichen. Zichen frowned, then glanced at the three of them with a dissatisfied expression. Shuntian Prefecture has more than 100 million domain realm cultivators, and 108 cities are under its jurisdiction. Do you think I know him? Or is Zichen a very famous person, so I should know him? Could it be that he's even more famous than Emoling? Kalei hurriedly explained, although that Zichen has some fame, he can't compare to Lord Demon Commander. However, speaking of which, that guy can be considered an extraordinary existence. He forcibly raised Huping City's rank from 108th to 40-something. It's said that this time, Lord Demon Commander died because of Zichen. Zichen pretended to be moved. What? Lord Emoling died because of Zichen? Could it be that he killed Lord Emoling? Kalei's face turned pale when he sensed the other party's aura at such a close distance. Fortunately, Zichen quickly restrained himself. Kalei glanced at Zichen gratefully and said, according to the information, Zichen was only at the 6th level and had 2 special weapons. One was a sheathed black saber, and the other was a very unusual spike-shaped weapon. His combat strength wasn't weak, but he could at most fight someone 1 level above him. He definitely wasn't a match for Lord Emoling. However, Lord Emoling died because of Zichen's identity. Kalei paused here to keep them in suspense. The 2 people beside Kalei kept winking at Kalei. How dare he keep them in suspense? Was he courting death? Zichen didn't seem to notice their winking and asked curiously, what identity? Kalei said clearly, a foreign race. That fellow's true identity is actually a foreign race. Zichen was slightly angered. Do you think I'm an idiot? You just said that he was from Huping City and even helped Huping City increase its rank. Kalei's face paled as he hurriedly said, that was all an illusion. His purpose in doing that was to infiltrate Shuntian Prefecture. It is said that in order to eradicate the outsiders, Lord Demon Commander personally took action. However, Zichen's outsiders were simply too many. In the end, Lord Demon Commander was no match for them and died. As he spoke, Kalei had a look of regret on his face. Is the Demon Commander really dead? Zichen asked with a complicated expression. Kalei didn't notice Zichen's abnormality. He nodded and said, the news is absolutely true. However, the Demon Commander didn't die in vain. When he died, he killed all the outsiders who besieged him, except for Zichen. Because he ran fast, he escaped. Zichen's expression became very complicated. He didn't expect this story to turn out like this. He had become an alien, the Emoling who protected him had become a hero, and those who wanted to kill him had become his helpers. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Just over a year ago. We only found out about this after receiving the bounty about a year ago. Zichen shook his head and said, no wonder I didn't know anything. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 50 years since I left Shuntian Prefecture. I didn't expect Lord Demon Commander to actually fall. Yes, the first person to die like this. What a pity. That bounty was received by the 3 of you. I wonder if there is any reward for killing Zichen? Zichen asked curiously. It wasn't the 3 of us. The 13 alliances received the bounty at the same time. The reward is very generous. It's an ownerless 8th layer world. Kalei's eyes were filled with envy. An ownerless 8th layer world. If I can refine it, I can directly advance to the 6th layer. When Zichen heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and pretended to be surprised. 8 layers world. That's a big deal. That's right, the 13 alliances you just mentioned. Where is that? It's an alliance formed by 13 powerhouses of the 8th layer. It's also the biggest power in this area. Afterwards, Zichen learned that although this area belonged to Shuntian Prefecture, it was an area that was not under anyone's jurisdiction. The so-called 13 Alliances were a bunch of people who had occupied a mountain and were kings. They specialized in robbing and robbing. To put it bluntly, the 13 Alliances were 13 gangs of robbers. It was said that a year ago, a powerhouse had come here to post a bounty, but no one had seen who it was. But very soon, this news spread in the 13 Alliances. In addition, there was also a portrait of Zichun and the weapon that Zichun used. The leader clearly said that regardless of whether he was dead or alive, as long as he brought the weapon back and checked it, he would receive the reward he deserved. This year, our 13 Alliances almost went all out to look for Zichen for a whole year, but we couldn't even find his shadow. After that, we heard that there were similar bounties in other areas. It seems that Zichun might not be in our 13 Alliances area. Kalei sighed and said, "Looking for Zichun is like looking for a needle in a haystack." After a year without any results, everyone gave up. But who would have thought that our leader would insist on us looking for him? So, we formed a group of 8 and came here in the name of looking for Zichen to get some resources. Kalei's face had a trace of embarrassment. The 8 of them had just met a 4th-layer warbeast, but 5 of them had already died. Zichen smiled and said, "It seems that your leader is very concerned about the reward." "Maybe, but there's only one reward. If the 13 leaders want it, then I really don't know how to distribute it." Zichen's heart was slightly moved. He immediately asked, "Does your 13 Alliances have blacksmiths?" "Yes, of course. When are you going back?" "I plan to upgrade my spear. It's only a 4th layer now, 1 level lower than mine. It's not very useful." Everyone's heart trembled. They finally understood this leader's realm. When Zichen was in the small world, he leveled up too quickly, so much so that the Dragon Soul Spear couldn't keep up. Upgrading the Dragon Soul Spear was just a reason. One must know that his Dragon Soul Spear could automatically level up. The reason why he said this was because Zichen wanted to meet the 13 leaders. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with them. Kalei had a difficult expression. "We came out this time with a mission. Now that we haven't completed it and a few of our companions have died, if we go back rashly, I'm afraid that we will be punished." "I'll give you the reward," Zichen said directly. "My lord, this isn't about the reward." The 3 of them were still in a difficult position. "Not counting the soul essence just now, I'll give each of you a 4th-layer soul essence." The 4 of them were obviously startled, but they couldn't say a word. "Then it's settled." After Zichen finished speaking, he continued to enjoy his time alone. Half an hour later, a strong wind suddenly blew in the forest, and a huge tiger appeared. The tiger's body flashed with a black light, and its fur seemed to be made of black iron, emitting a cold light. Its eyes were as deep as an abyss, making people feel as if they were about to sink into them. The black tiger's body surged with a tyrannical aura, and the 3 of them were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "This is a 4th-level beast. It's a black nether tiger, a higher life form." Kalei shouted, his eyes filled with despair. They were all 4th-level beasts, but higher life forms were much stronger than normal beasts. If the 3 of them encountered such an existence, only death would await them. The 3 of them kept looking at Zichen. Their only hope now was that this leader was strong enough. But after the black nether tiger appeared, it didn't attack. It only glared at the 3 of them. In the next moment, a few huge objects flew out from behind the black nether tiger, smashing heavily in front of them. The ground shook. Seeing the huge objects on the ground, the 3 of them were stunned. There were 3 beasts, and all of them were dead. The 3 of them looked up at the black nether tiger in confusion, only to see it walk straight to the powerful leader and lie down beside him, retracting its tyrannical aura. "Sir, this is your pet. This is a higher life form black nether tiger." The 3 of them widened their eyes, and Kalei asked in a trembling voice, "It's just a bloodline, not a pure one." Zichen replied indifferently. Fortunately, the black nether tiger closed its eyes. The 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. To be able to tame a higher life form beast, they had a deeper understanding of Zichen's strength. The 3 beasts were all 4th level when they were alive. After collecting their essence, you guys lead the way. Yes, yes. The three of them nodded immediately, unable to hide the shock on their faces. This time, the three of them had reaped a huge reward. Sir, you've actually tamed a black nether tiger. Amazing. Truly amazing. On the way back, the three of them were full of compliments. It's not really tamed. It's just that I wanted to help it out when I saw it heavily injured. In the end, it followed me from place to train. Ziqian still had a favor to ask of the Thunder Saint Beast, so he had to give it some face in front of others. The loyalty of beasts was unquestionable. Hearing this, the three of them were filled with envy, wondering why they hadn't encountered such a good thing. The 13 alliances were located in 13 different regions. The region Kulei was in was called Wuside. Why was it such a weird name? That was because their leader was called Wuside. The leader was only at the 8th level, while Kulei was at the 4th level. Hence, he was considered to be above average. After arriving at Wuside, Kulei first arranged for Ziqian to stay before contacting a blacksmith for Ziqian. As for the remuneration, it was obviously up to the blacksmith to negotiate with Ziqian. Not long after he left, Kulei was stopped by someone who was also at the 4th level. However, this person was one level higher than Kulei. Kulei, I heard that you brought someone back. The person asked directly. Does it have anything to do with you? Kulei stared at the person unkindly. The person laughed coldly and said, Of course it has nothing to do with me. However, Sir Late Ming is looking for you. He wants to ask you why you've returned so quickly. Have you found the person? Kulei's expression changed when he heard Sir Late Ming. Let's go. Don't just stand there. Kulei had no choice but to look for Sir Late Ming. Chapter 1584. Ming Emo summoned Clay to the living room. He was at the peak of the 6th rank. In the entire wall side, he couldn't be ranked among the top 10. But because of his relationship with the head of the wallside family, he was the butler. Ming Emo was in control of the allocation of many resources. He was known for his greed. Clay knew the consequences of being summoned by Ming Emo. Therefore, as soon as he entered, he took out a 4th-rank soul essence and respectfully placed it on the table in front of Ming Emo. This was also a scene that the Ming dynasty had anticipated long ago. Ming Emo took a look at the 4th-rank soul essence. He was surprised. His indifferent eyes swept over the soul essence as he slowly said, I heard that you brought someone with you when you came back. Clay was well aware of Ming Mo's methods. Lying was pointless. Therefore, he told the truth. Yes, it was a powerful warrior at the 5th rank. He also has a pet that has the bloodline of the dark nether tiger, but it's not a pureblood. He said that he wanted to borrow our blacksmith to forge a weapon, and he gave us 3 4th-rank soul essences as payment. Clay summarized Ziqian's situation in the shortest possible time. What is his name? Ming Emo tapped his fingers on the table. I don't know. We didn't dare to ask, Clay answered. Ming Emo frowned. You were only in charge of leading the way, and he gave you 3 soul essences as payment? Clay nodded. Yes. We were on a mission, so we couldn't come back right away. Ming Emo nodded slowly. You did well. He is really only at the 5th rank, and his pet is of the 4th rank. Well, I think so. Clay wasn't sure. Ming Emo smiled. Even I don't have a pet, and this guy has one. Clearly, he is the Ziqian we are looking for. Kulei's expression instantly changed. Sir, how is that possible? He's not Ziqian. He doesn't even know that the demon commander has died in battle. He's been training outside for more than 10 years. Besides, he's very different from the Ziqian in the information. Kulei was really shocked, but he wasn't afraid of the identity of that expert. Instead, it was because of Ming Mo's greed. He obviously had his eyes on the wealth of that expert. Now, he wanted to give him such an identity so that it would be easier for him to make his move. Right then, a voice came from outside. Sir, we can conclude that this person is of the 5th rank. As for his pet, we haven't seen it yet. Hearing this voice, Kulei's eyes were filled with despair. Ming Emo had already begun to investigate the other party's background. Clearly, he was already prepared to make a move. On the other hand, it didn't seem wise to kill and steal a pet that had been tamed by someone else. Besides, this reason was a bit far-fetched. The late Ming dynasty was not representing an individual, but the entire Woodside. Kalei felt that he had overlooked something. Mingamo smiled and said to Kalei, Kalei, what do you think it means for someone who doesn't even care about a fourth-rank soul essence and would throw it away so casually? Kalei's face was ghastly pale. He had only briefly mentioned his encounter with Zichon. He had never mentioned the fourth-rank soul essence. But now, Mingamo knew about it. Clearly, the problem lay with his two friends. Kalei was well aware of this problem when he returned the level 4 soul essence to the Ming dynasty. Not only was this person powerful, he must have come from an extraordinary family. He didn't care about the fourth-rank soul essence because he had too many good things with him. Kalei returned the soul essence because he wanted to make friends with this person. He never wanted to harm anyone. As for his two friends who had told him the truth, if Kalei's guess was correct, they must have paid a price. The price might be their lives. Once this powerful warrior was killed, the Alliance might vent its anger on the force behind him. Once that force took revenge, the Alliance of 13 might not be able to bear the consequences. Under such circumstances, the only way was to kill everyone who knew about it. Only heaven and earth would know. Ming Mo's words made Kalei think of so many things. His face became even paler, and there was even despair in his eyes. Ming Mo's voice sounded again, but this time, it was much colder. I'll give you one more chance. Tell him that the blacksmith is with me. As for whether you can succeed or not, it's all up to you. On the way back, Kalei's face was very unsightly. He had been cursing his two friends' ancestors. It was obvious that they had the same greedy thoughts as Mingamo, so they took the initiative to tell him everything. However, these two idiots had never thought that negotiating with Mingamo was like asking a tiger for its skin. Kalei didn't know how he walked in front of Zichon. When he saw the calm expression on Zichen's face, his panicked heart seemed to calm down a little. He tried to calm himself down and said, Sir, I'm really sorry. The blacksmith isn't here. How about I send you away? Kalei, who had been in a dilemma, felt the pressure in his heart lessen a lot after he said that. His breathing also became more comfortable. He's not here? That's unfortunate. When will he be back? I'll stay here and wait, Zichen said calmly, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. After hearing Zichen's answer, Kalei thought, You're powerful, but you really don't know anything about the ways of the world. Can't you tell that I'm evading? Can't you tell that I'm in a life-or-death crisis? Kalei squeezed out an ugly smile and said, Unfortunately, it might take a few decades. After all, that kind of person has endless orders and endless soul essence fragments. Oh, that's indeed unfortunate. Zichen shook his head and smiled, but a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. It's unfortunate. Let's go now. Kalei was a little anxious. We're going now? I'm such an expert. Don't tell me that I didn't attract your higher-ups. No one came to see me and recruit me. Zichen pretended to be confused, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Kalei even had the thought of dying. He thought, the higher-ups didn't summon me to recruit me, but to kill me for money. Why didn't he realize that this expert's brain was so stupid? Zichen stared at Kalei's eyes and said, There must be a higher-up who summoned me. But you're afraid that I'll be successfully recruited and become a higher-up in the future, right? You're jealous, so you're urging me to leave. Kalei had already decided that this guy was an idiot. He regretted befriending him back then. His heart was dead, but he could no longer care about anything else. He angrily said, Bullshit recruitment. They want to kill you. They want to kill you for your money. Do you know that? The moment he said that, Klein realized that he was at a loss for words and immediately shut his mouth. However, the expression of the stupid lord in front of him immediately turned cold. The stupid guy didn't ask for the reason. Instead, he said in a deep voice, Are those two guys already dead? Kalei was stunned. At this moment, he looked at Zichen's calm eyes and felt that it wasn't that this guy was stupid. Instead, he was looking down on him from a different height, watching him act like a monkey thinking that he was smart. Who wants to see me? Wu sighed. That's not very likely. It should be one of the heads here. Zichen said again. His tone was still calm. Kalei didn't understand where this expert's confidence came from. However, since the other party had already guessed, he didn't hide it. He said directly, It's a housekeeper. He's very close to the head. Currently, he's at the peak of the 6th level. Zichen nodded and said, "Then lead the way." "Lead the way." Kalei opened his eyes wide. "The outside is already surrounded. You only have this one path." Kalei smiled bitterly and said, "I'm really sorry. If not for me." Before he could finish, Zichen had already walked out. When Kalei appeared, he found that there were indeed many unfamiliar faces outside. Moreover, there was a strong aura around them. Kalei resigned himself to fate and could only take Zichen to find Ming and Mo. Along the way, they didn't see a single cultivator. However, there were dozens of cultivators following behind them. Soon, Kalei arrived at Ming Mo's residence. However, this time, he didn't directly enter the room. Instead, he stood in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was a large array. The area inside the array was very wide. It was like another small world. When the array was activated, this place became a sealed world. Once a cultivator was killed, the domain would not merge into space and leave. When he saw this scene, the corners of Zichen's mouth curled into a sneer. However, he did not believe that he could use the same method to create such a formation. After entering through the door, the tall door behind him slowly closed. The entire array was activated. Ming Mo's laughter echoed in the array. "Well done, Kalei. If we kill this guy, you'll get a share of the credit." When he heard this provocative tone, Kalei remained silent. Zichen also looked calm. The silent Kalei's heart was not calm. If he had not told the truth earlier and had really tricked Zichen into coming here, then after hearing Ming Mo's malicious provocation, he would have already died under the other party's gun. When he saw that the outcome was completely different from what he had expected, a look of surprise appeared on Ming Mo's face. Then, he smiled and said, "I couldn't tell that you, Kalei, are someone. You know the truth, yet you still dare to come here. You are really confident." After he said that, rays of light flashed and cultivators appeared in the array space one after another. There were a total of 7 cultivators in the 5th stage domain realm. In addition, there was Ming and Mo, who was at the peak of the 6th stage domain realm. This combat strength made Kalei's expression change. However, when he stole a glance at Zichen, he realized that he was still calm. Ming and Mo smiled coldly and said, "Sorry for troubling you, 10th leader." 10th leader, Ming and Mo shouted. His eyes were filled with despair. The 10th leader was ranked 10th in Wuzite. He was in the 7th stage domain realm. "I really want to see what good things this 5th stage domain realm brat has. Why did I have to come here personally?" A middle-aged man appeared. "It seems that everyone is here. Let's begin." After he said that, a round ball appeared in Zichen's hand. The round ball started to glow. Then, it slowly moved toward the array above his head. Chapter 1585. Everyone's gazes followed the movement of the sphere. They did not sense any terrifying power from it, only a peculiar spatial power. In the next moment, the sphere exploded with a blinding light. A transparent rippling light barrier, like an inverted bowl, trapped everyone inside. Everyone was trapped by the rippling light barrier, but the light barrier did not contain the slightest bit of offensive energy aura. To put it bluntly, this thing was equivalent to another array formation. It was mainly used to target ownerless regions, preventing them from escaping into space. Everyone immediately understood the use of the sphere. When they looked at Zichen again, their gazes became strange. Kalei looked at the sphere above his head in a daze. He saw that this expert was so confident and thought that he should have a very strong trump card. But he never would have thought that he would take out such a thing without any offensive ability. "This is somewhat interesting." The 10th ranked head smiled sinisterly at Zichen. "It is somewhat interesting." Ming and Mo smiled coldly and said, "If it was anyone else, they would have thought that this guy was preparing to catch all of us in one fell swoop." Zichen's calm face had a faint smile. He looked at Ming and Mo and the 10th head and said seriously, "I am not preparing to catch all of you in one fell swoop, but will definitely catch all of you in one fell swoop." Shameless boasting. Ming and Mo smiled coldly. The surrounding people, other than ridiculing, gripped their king-level spirit weapons tightly and released a powerful aura. Kalei was somewhat dazed. He could no longer tell whether the expert beside him was arrogant or confident. Zichen turned his head, looked at Kalei, and asked, "Do you know what I was doing in the forest?" Kalei did not understand why this expert would ask a question that was completely unrelated to the situation in front of him, but death could come at any time, so it was better to say a word. It should be training. It could be considered training, but it was actually training a spear technique. The move that killed Lan Bao was actually the last move of the spear technique. Zichen asked, "Do you want to see that move again?" Thinking back to Lan Bao's death, Kalei did not know why, but hope rekindled in his heart. He nodded and said, "I want to, of course I want to. I did not see it clearly at that time, but now I want to see it again." Mingamo and the 10th head did not understand what Zichen wanted to do, and the others did not understand either. But in the next moment, they understood. Unbeknownst to them, a long spear had appeared in Zichen's hand. The long spear glowed with a black light and exuded a sharp aura. Just as the black spear entered his hand, before the others could react, the long spear transformed into a ray of light and pierced towards the side. "Find!" The nearby cultivator sensed the incoming danger and shouted loudly. The king-level spirit weapon in his hand was raised high, but before he could say the word "die," the tip of the spear had already arrived in front of him, pointing at the space between his brows. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Zichen's attack came to a halt, and the cultivator of the 5th stage stopped raising his weapon. His eyes were fixed on Zichen with fury. Bong! A cold voice rang out from Zichen's mouth. The tip of the spear that had been pointed at the 5th layer cultivator's forehead left his forehead. There was a loud explosion in the array, and the head of the 5th domain realm cultivator exploded. One strike, instant kill. Kalei's eyes lit up. Back then, Lan Bao had died like this. The expressions of the other cultivators in the 5th domain changed drastically. They quickly retreated with their domain weapons. "You're courting death." Ming Mo's eyes were filled with shock. The 10th head, on the other hand, shouted loudly. He had finished what the 5th domain realm cultivator had failed to say. A powerful aura surged around him, and a king-level spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Zichen glanced coldly at the 10th head. The long spear in his hand shook and pointed at the 10th head. A sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. The 10th head raised his head abruptly and vaguely saw a black dragon rushing towards him. The thick sense of danger shrouded his heart. The 10th head had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. He shouted loudly and dashed backwards. As he took a step back, the 5th domain realm cultivators in front of him suddenly disappeared along with the black dragon. Everything just now, like the black dragon and the sense of danger, was like an illusion in his mind. A cold smile appeared on the 10th master's face. He was sure that it was an illusion. Obviously, this guy was very confident. He thought that he could fight those above his level just by relying on his illusions. However, just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he saw from the corner of his eyes that the surrounding crowd had a terrified expression on their faces. Moreover, their gazes seemed to have landed on him. The 10th head looked at them and realized that they were all looking at him. However, they were not looking at his face. They were looking at his body, which seemed to be his chest. The 10th head slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. He saw the tip of a spear that was emitting black light. He did not know when it had appeared at his chest. The cold smile on his face instantly froze. His eyes immediately widened and were filled with deep shock. Then, he heard a cold voice behind him. It was only one word, but it echoed clearly in his sea of consciousness. Bang! This word was like the sound of heaven. It shook the 10th head's sea of consciousness. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Then, his sea of consciousness completely collapsed and his consciousness dissipated. A bloody hole appeared in the 10th head's chest. His body fell forward. Behind him stood the spear-wielding Zichen. Zichen's eyes were still calm, as if he had just killed an insignificant existence. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. The 5th layer domain cultivators were so scared that they retreated again and again. Their faces were filled with extreme fear. Mingmo's face was completely pale. The shock in his heart was not any less than the 5th layer domain cultivators. One must know that Zichen could kill the 7th layer 10th head in an instant. Killing him, a peak 6th layer existence, would not be a simple matter of a spear. At this moment, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. Since the other party dared to come alone, it was not because he was careless. He was not a brainless person, but because he had absolute confidence. At the very least, the entire Wuzide could not stop him. Looking at the dead 10th head, Kulei was shocked. He finally witnessed the other party's powerful battle strength. He finally understood that the other party dared to come here because of his confidence. Let's attack together and kill him. At this point, begging for mercy was useless. Mingamo was also a ruthless person. He shouted coldly. The other fifth-layer existences also had cold looks in their eyes. Their bodies flashed, and they rushed towards Zichun. Their weapons emitted cold light, and they pierced towards Zichun's body. At that moment, everyone started to attack Zichun. As for Kulei, he was completely ignored by everyone. Pooh! A cold light shot over, instantly piercing through Zichun's body. Following that, more attacks came, crushing Zichun's body. It was so easy to succeed. Everyone was stunned. A scream came from afar. Everyone subconsciously turned around and saw Zichun holding a spear. Obviously, it was just an afterimage. At this moment, Zichun's back was facing them. The black spear in his hand was already piercing forward. At the end of the spear was the recognized greedy steward of Wuzide, Mingamo. It turned out that when Mingamo signaled for them to attack, he was planning to escape. Bang! The collapse formula appeared again, and Mingmo's body completely exploded. Mingamo was dead. Then, Zichun turned around, and his cold gaze landed on the other fifth-layer domain realm cultivators. They trembled and wanted to beg for mercy. They didn't even have the chance to fight to the death when facing such a powerful existence. Zichun didn't plan to leave anyone alive. He shook the spear in his hand, and it shot out like a black dragon. Kulei was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the people who fell in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, the situation was doomed, but it was resolved by the expert after several attacks. Every time the spear appeared, it would take away a life. Swoosh! Zichun waved one hand, and balls of light, representing the domain realm, appeared on the bodies of the dead cultivators. Zichun took away most of the balls of light, leaving two behind. He shook his hand, and the balls of light appeared in front of Kulei, who was stunned. This is the reward. Take me to the treasury. Zichun's faint voice was heard. Kulei did not accept the two balls of light. Instead, he looked at Zichun in shock and said, "There is a large number of soldiers guarding the area around the treasury. There are even several leaders there." In order to maintain the operation of a force, there had to be a clear system of rewards and punishments. There also needed to be a treasury where everyone's gains were stored. This treasury was everyone's common wealth, and even the strongest leader couldn't take it for himself. There was no doubt that the treasury was the foundation of a force, and there were many experts guarding it. "Lead the way," Zichun said coldly. Kulei saw the determination in Zichun's eyes, so he didn't insist. He took the two balls of light, and Zichun took the ball. Then, the array formation that didn't have any offensive means was broken, and the two of them walked out of Mingmo's residence. There were no more cultivators outside, and it was obvious that Mingmo had deliberately left. Then, Zichun followed Kulei to the treasury. Along the way, Kulei was very nervous. After all, what they were going to do next would not only cause a commotion in Wallside, but also in the entire 13 alliances. Along the way, Kulei met one or two acquaintances, and after they greeted him warmly, Kulei just nodded. Kulei was followed by a person, but no one thought much of it. After all, there were too many cultivators here, and not everyone knew each other. As they got closer to the treasury, they met more cultivators, and Kulei became more nervous. When they finally arrived at the treasury, Kulei almost collapsed. "Who is it?" Sensing that the two of them were abnormal, a stage 6 cultivator walked out from the shadows and looked at the two of them warily. Looking at the treasury a few hundred meters away, Zichun's ball appeared in his hand again. It was given to him by Emoling, and it was mainly used to collect the domain realm. As the ball rose, the ripples of light covered the entire treasury. Chapter 1586. The two of them dared to attack the treasury guarded by so many experts. In the eyes of the crowd, this was tantamount to courting death. Apart from courting death, This action was obviously a provocation. The sixth domain expert who walked out was furious. His figure flashed, and he slashed at Ziqin's chest with his king-level spirit weapon. The sixth domain expert used all his strength in this attack. The space began to distort violently, creating a strong pressure. He seemed to see the black-clothed youth being beheaded, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a cold smile. Swoosh! Zichun shook the long spear in his hand, and the huge pressure instantly shattered. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning. It swept past the opponent's weapon and pierced his chest. The sixth domain expert's expression instantly froze, and his attack immediately stopped. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He shook the long spear in his hand, and the sixth domain expert's body exploded. A ball of light slowly floated and merged into Ziqin's body. This was a sixth domain world. It would be completely refined by Ziqin's perfect world and merged into his own world. After killing one person, Ziqin walked straight ahead. Kalei followed behind, trembling in fear. At the entrance of the treasury, a brilliance flashed, and more cultivators appeared. These cultivators were all sixth domain experts, and there was no lack of existences comparable to the peak sixth domain experts of the Ming dynasty. However, in front of Ziqin, these powerful existences were killed with just one spear. Ziqin walked toward the treasury, displaying the essence of the Thunder Dragon spear art incisively and vividly. Wherever he passed, cultivators fell one after another. No one could withstand a second move from Ziqin. Wherever he passed, fresh lives were turned into corpses. Balls of light appeared one after another and merged into Ziqin's body. In Kulei's eyes, Ziqin was like a god-fiend. His back was like heaven and earth. The tip of the spear pierced the stone ground, bursting with dazzling sparks. None of the cultivators who rushed out of the treasury could withstand the power of his spear. The spear technique that Emo Ling relied on to become famous was indeed powerful. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a large number of corpses. Pooh! Another cultivator was pierced through the chest, but this time, his body did not explode. This was because Ziqin had used the toughness art. This attack focused on speed and instant killing power. The shocking effect it brought was far less than the collapse art, but its killing power was not inferior to the collapse art in the slightest. The cultivator collapsed and died. The world that represented the domain appeared and merged into Ziqin's body. How dare you come to Woodside and behave so atrociously? Die. After a series of killings, a dignified voice finally rang out, and a muscular man rushed out from the treasury. When Clay saw the burly man, his face turned ugly. He said in a trembling voice, "He is the sixth master. His strength is close to the peak of the late seventh level. His defense," Kulei, who was about to say that the sixth young master's defense was very strong, saw the black spear in Ziqin's hand completely break through the sixth young master's defense and pierce through his heart. The sixth head, who possessed a powerful defense, immediately opened his eyes wide. His round eyes were filled with disbelief. His super strong defense was not something an ordinary 8th level domain realm cultivator could break, but it was pierced through by this guy in one strike. Ziqin sneered. The spear in his hand trembled slightly. A trace of power escaped from the tip of the spear and shattered the sixth young master's body. It was the collapse art again. Looking at the dead sixth young master on the ground, Clay's heart twitched violently. He never thought that the powerful sixth young master, who was famous for his defense, would not be able to block a single strike. Just as the sixth young master's body fell, another person appeared at the entrance of the treasury. It was not that the other party was slow, but Ziqin's killing speed was too fast. The person who had arrived was a short and small middle-aged man. He had a small mustache and a dark and cold glint flashed across his eyes. He had just appeared when he saw the dead sixth leader. His expression suddenly changed and his heart pounded violently. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold intent. He subconsciously looked in front of him and saw a young man in black with a spear staring at him. In an instant, he felt as if he was the prey of a poisonous snake. His whole body became extremely uncomfortable. "He is the fourth young master." Behind Ziqin, Clay explained softly. The fourth young master looked at Clay and said angrily, It is hard to guard against a thief in one's own house. I never thought that one of my men would bring an outsider to attack the mountain. Clay's expression turned ugly. He felt wronged, but he could not say anything. At this point, there was no point in explaining. Furthermore, Zichun did not have good intentions. With a slight sway, he disappeared from the spot. The fourth young master felt a chill in his heart again and dodged to the side. Pooh! Zichun's figure appeared. The spear in his hand pierced straight into the wall, while the fourth young master was nailed to the wall. Zichun's extreme speed was something that even an 8th stage foreign being could not defend against, much less a 7th stage human. The fourth young master had extremely sharp senses. Regardless of whether it was attacking or dodging, he was much stronger than the 6th young master. When Zichun's attack came, he had already dodged in advance. However, his speed was still too slow. Nailed to the wall by the spear, his face was filled with shock as his life force slowly faded away. Clay was still in shock from the 6th young master being killed in an instant. Now that he saw the 4th young master being stabbed to death, if not for his strong heart, he would have collapsed and fainted. All of this was too shocking. Because he was too shocked, Clay didn't realize that the power displayed by this expert who was originally only at the 5th level was already at the 6th level. Retrieving his spear, the 4th young master's body collapsed to the ground, his life force gone. At this point, Zichun had already killed more than 10 people, and Zichun was about to enter the treasury. However, Clay knew that the true expert had yet to appear. There was still the most difficult stage. The true guardian of the treasury was either the 2nd young master or the 3rd young master. And no matter which young master it was, they all had the strength of an 8th stage. Clay wanted to remind Zichun to be careful, but Zichun had already walked up the steps. With one step, he would step into the true treasury. 2 figures flashed past. Zichun fired 2 more spears, ending their lives. Zichun walked into the treasury. However, before Zichun could see the colorful treasures in the treasury, a domain world filled with a powerful aura sucked Zichun in. When Clay saw the domain world, he heard an old voice. His face was already pale as he said in a trembling voice, "The 2nd young master, 8th stage, mid-8th stage." The young masters of Wuzide were all ranked according to their combat strength. The 2nd young master's combat strength was only 2nd to the 1st young master. Usually, he and the 3rd young master would take turns guarding this place. Unfortunately, they had met the stronger 2nd young master today. The 2nd young master was already strong. Now that he had ambushed the great master, although he had displayed a powerful combat strength that made people tremble, his cultivation level was only at the 5th stage. How could a 5th stage win against an 8th stage? Once the mighty expert died, it was naturally impossible for him to survive. But then again, if it wasn't for the great master, he would have died. Death was near, but Clay could face it calmly. To be able to see such a powerful existence before his death, he could die without regrets. One must know that even those higher life forms might not have such powerful combat strength. Just as Clay was thinking about how the 2nd young master would deal with him, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Looking at his attire, it was obviously the great master. Clay rubbed his eyes and looked in front of him in disbelief. Dressed in black, his back straight. Wasn't that the great master? Looking to the side, a corpse had fallen. The owner of the corpse was the 2nd young master that he had caught a glimpse of. Dead. The 8th stage 2nd young master was dead. The 5th stage really defeated the 8th stage. Clay looked at the dead 2nd young master in shock. The 2nd young master's eyes were wide open, and he died with grievances. The fatal wound was on his chest. There was a flat wound there, and it didn't look like it was left by a spear. As long as the great master was alive, he definitely wouldn't die. Huge joy rushed to his heart. Clay didn't have the mood to find out how the 2nd elder was killed. Zichun walked towards the treasury, and Clay followed closely. But soon, Zichun stopped. There were no enemies in front, but there was a formation. Come to think of it, the grand formation of the treasury must have just been activated. That would explain why the experts guarding the treasury appeared one by one. "I'll leave the rest to you." Zichun's indifferent voice sounded. Clay was stunned. Why would I know this? Of course, Zichun wasn't talking to Clay. He was talking to the sacred lightning beast. As a guy that had lived for countless years, it naturally had a unique understanding of formations. The moment the sacred lightning beast, who had turned into a black nether tiger, appeared, its gaze fell on the formation. It's just a small formation. How can it stop this? As it spoke, the sacred lightning beast stopped. In the next moment, its body emitted light, and it charged towards the formation. The violent collision that they imagined didn't happen. After the sacred lightning beast crashed into the formation flashed a few times, and the sacred lightning beast's figure entered the formation. Zichun was stunned. He was a little surprised. Behind him, Cray stared blankly at the unbelievable scene. Just as they entered the formation, the sacred lightning beast poked its head out. A ray of lightning surged from its body, and the light fell on Zichun and Clay. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared. At this moment, Zichun had already reached the treasury. The 13 Alliance had been established for tens of thousands of years, and Wucide had existed for tens of thousands of years. Under normal circumstances, as long as Wucide didn't die, this force would continue to exist. In these tens of thousands of years, most of the wealth that Wucide had accumulated was here. Clay looked at the colorful glowing objects in front of him, and his eyes widened. This was the entire wealth of Wucide, and there were no less than 100 of those glowing domain world orbs. As expected, there's a problem. Chapter 1587. The reason Zichun had come to Wallside was because Clay had said that the higher-ups were urging them to find the foreign race Zichun. Zichun had felt that something was amiss at the time. Now that he saw the 2 8th-level worlds in the treasury, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Since there were 8 levels of worlds in the treasury, it was obvious that a higher-up was not in a hurry to break through to the next level. It had taken them more than a year to send out all of them at once. The cost of this period was not small. It was not a big deal if there was 1 or 2 of the 13 alliances, but if all of them were like this, then something was obviously wrong. If Zichun's guess was correct, there was definitely an even bigger power behind the lawless 13 alliances in this lawless area. This power was very likely the one that had coveted Zichun's Star Illusion Dragon Spike. The treasury was filled with a dazzling array of items. Besides the realms, there were also beast soul essences, realm fragments, and some other energy resources. Of course, there were also a lot of weapons, armor, and other similar items. Not all of the items in Wallside were at the domain realm. There were also quite a few reality realm items. In a certain corner of the treasury, there were items that were specifically used by those in the reality realm. Besides a few items, Zichun did not care about the rest of the items. However, in Clay's eyes, these items were undoubtedly equivalent to an astronomical amount of wealth. Zichun's gaze moved as he searched for some useful resources among the glowing objects. He had already entered the 6th level, so even the low-level realms were useless to him. As for the shattered realm fragments, they were completely useless to Zichun. Zichun's realms were too perfect, and all the perfect realms required tens, hundreds, or even thousands of times the amount of resources to grow. Currently speaking, the 6th level of the domain world wasn't of much use to Zichun. Only the 7th and 8th level of the domain world were helpful to Zichun's advancement. However, after all the impurities had been removed from these realms, there wasn't much pure energy left. Previously, when Zichun had broken through from the peak of the 4th stage to the 6th stage, the source of energy he had refined was already an astronomical figure. Apart from the source of energy, the most fundamental reason why Zichun was able to advance so quickly was because he had refined the pure life force of the 2 great powerhouses. Zichun had absorbed and refined both types of energy, which directly caused the 2 powerhouses to be forcefully downgraded. Although the heavy injuries were a part of the reason, for a sovereign and a heavily injured saint to drop several realms in succession, it could be seen just how pure and enormous the energy contained in that energy was. It could be said that even if Zichun were to kill 100 7th-grade dominions and refine all of them, the energy contained in the dominions might not be able to help Zichun advance even a small realm. Of course, this kind of astronomical consumption was enough to match Zichun's current super strength that ignored levels. This was because one Zichun could almost annihilate a team of 107th-grade dominions. If this team of dominions was still in Zichun's perfect dominions, they might not be able to kill Zichun even if their numbers were increased tenfold. This was the true magic of the perfect dominions. Its power would become more and more obvious as Zichun advanced. Although these things aren't very good, they're just passable. Just as Zichun's gaze swept around, the lightning's sacred beast suddenly spoke up. After a rough scan, a disappointed expression appeared on its face. Clearly, it was very dissatisfied with the items in the treasury. However, it was better than nothing. These things were just passable. Thus, it opened its mouth and inhaled abruptly. Everything in the treasury that contained energy was dissolved by this inhalation and turned into pure energy that was sucked into the sacred lightning beast's stomach. As the endless energy entered its stomach, it was as if it had entered an abyss. The sacred lightning beast did not show any signs of satiation. Kalei looked on helplessly as the dominions exploded and turned into a huge amount of energy that was absorbed. He was even a little worried that the black nether tiger would explode from being too greedy. "You're too greedy." Zichun's dissatisfied voice rang out. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward the two 8th-grade dominions and immediately took them. It seemed like this was the most valuable thing in the treasury. As soon as the two 8th-level worlds were taken away, the entire treasury exploded. The items that contained a huge amount of energy exploded one after another. Medicinal herbs that had been born with spirits, king-level spirit weapons, and even some strange objects that had given birth to life were all shattered. The spiritual energy within them was all forcefully extracted. They struggled, letting out unwilling roars and screams of despair as they entered the Thunder Saint Beast's stomach one after another. They were simply unable to resist. Kalei's eyes widened, but he could not say a word. In the blink of an eye, the previously shining treasury lost all its luster. There were still many things in the treasury, but all of them had lost their spiritual energy and were useless. In less than a minute, it had devoured all the spiritual energy in the treasury. When he looked at the black nether tiger again, he saw that it had merely burped. There were no changes to its body, and even its abdomen did not show any signs of swelling. One had to know that if Kalei had completely refined all this energy, he could have broken through several realms. He might even be able to jump into level 8. However, after absorbing so much energy, the black nether tiger's realm did not change at all. This is really just a black nether tiger with a high-level bloodline. Even if a high-level life form were to come, it would not be so ferocious. Kalei was completely stunned by the black nether tiger's actions. However, in the next moment, the black nether tiger said, "I heard that there are a total of 13 places like this. Let's hurry to the other 12. Kalei almost fainted when he heard this. Robbing one was not enough. Now, it was targeting the other 12 forces. Boom. At this moment, the sound of energy vibrations came from outside. Someone was attacking the array. Kalei's expression changed. It should be the first head. He is in Wu side. The first head of Wu side was called Wu side. At this moment, he was looking at the treasury that had activated all its defenses with a gloomy expression. When he heard that something had happened to the treasury, he rushed over as fast as he could. However, he was still one step too late. Even the second head was dead. When he found out that only 2 people had entered, he was shocked and furious. Beside him, 2 cultivators were kneeling. One of them was the one who had stopped Kalei. "My lord, this is all I know," that person said fearfully. Wu Side's expression darkened. This means that it was that idiot Ming Mo who provoked this existence. The cultivator was so scared that he did not dare to speak. Although Ming Mo was already dead, he still did not dare to nod his head. That idiot. It's fine if he was greedy, but he actually brought us such a powerful enemy. That damn thing. Wu Side's eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, he urged the others to break the array. Looking up at the round ball above his head, Wu Side's eyes were filled with killing intent. His eyes were filled with worry. Since he dared to come here so brazenly, he should have some tricks up his sleeve. "I can only strike first." With a cold glint in his eyes, Wu Side opened up his domain world, enveloping everyone in it, including the treasure vault. Boom! The array around the treasury finally broke. Wu sighed, sent a strand of his spiritual will inside. When he saw that there was no more spiritual energy in the treasury, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Boundless killing intent surged as Wu Shirta roared, "Die for me!" It's the first head's voice. Hearing this voice, Kalei could not take it anymore and fainted. Zichun strode out of the treasury with the sacred thunder beast by his side. Wu Side's domain had already enveloped all the buildings and the surroundings. Similarly, all the cultivators in the buildings were also within the domain. When he saw Zichun appear, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect this person to be so young. Moreover, as the intelligence said, he was only at the 5th rank and had a pet of the 4th rank with him. However, this man and beast were able to kill the second head. Looking at the expression on the second head's face before he died, it was clear that he had seen an extremely shocking scene. However, the difference in their cultivation levels allowed Wu Side to heave a sigh of relief. Initially, he wanted to make peace with Lin Fan as long as they could not be enemies. But now, he decided to kill Lin Fan once and for all. This was not just because of the deaths of his subordinates. More importantly, it was because the treasury had been emptied. This was no ordinary robbery. All the energy had been taken away. Now, even if he managed to get back the energy, these items would still be useless. In other words, Wu Side's gains over the past tens of thousands of years were all destroyed today. Wu Side's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. "You killed all these people." Zichun looked at Wu Side and smiled coldly, "Of course. You have to die." Wu Side gritted his teeth. "Whether I die or not can be discussed later. Do you know who gave this to me?" Zichun pointed at the round ball above his head and said, "It's useless to try and claim connections now. Even if you're the illegitimate son of the Shuntian prefecture master, you have to die today." Hearing the voice that was filled with killing intent, Zichun only lightly laughed. "Haha, I'm not so lucky as to become someone's illegitimate child. But I'm sure you know the person I'm talking about. He's called Emo Ling, and this thing was given to me by him." In the Shuntian prefecture, who did not know Emo Ling? Hearing this name, Wu Side was clearly taken aback, but he quickly understood what it meant. "You are." He looked at Zichun in disbelief. Before he could finish his sentence, Zichun had already launched his attack. Now, he was certain that the 13 alliances were under the jurisdiction of that huge power. Therefore, he did not hold back. Thus began a frenzied slaughter. Zichun wanted to accumulate enough glowing spheres of domains for his next breakthrough. Chapter 1588. Kalei was shocked. He immediately got up and looked around cautiously. Not far away, he saw a figure. Lord Expert. Kalei would never forget the owner of the figure. After getting up, he shouted excitedly. His face was filled with joy. Clearly, the fact that the expert was in the mood to roast meat meant that the two of them were safe. "You're awake." Zichun turned around and glanced at Kalei with a meaningful smile. Recalling the scene before he fainted, Kalei scratched his head awkwardly. The impact of that day was simply too great, and his emotions were fluctuating wildly. In the end, when he saw the great leader Wu Side and felt that terrifying power, he completely lost control and fainted. Besides the awkwardness, Kalei also had many doubts. Hence, he asked carefully, "Lord, where's head?" Zichun was seriously roasting meat. After a while, he said, "Dead." Although he had expected this, Kalei was still shocked when he heard it at this moment. Wu Side was annihilated in a single day. From the great leader Wu Side himself to the deacons of the 5th domain realm, all of them were killed. That day, the entire Wu Side was covered in blood. The boiling blood flowed down from the top of Wu Side to a low-lying area below. On that day, many cultivators stared in shock and fear at the figure of a young man riding on the black nether tiger. He was only at the 5th tier, but he had single-handedly destroyed the entire rusted city. Including the 5th domain realm cultivators, all of them were killed. Only a few 4th domain realm cultivators were left. In this lawless place, a 4th domain realm cultivator wasn't even considered a force. Soon, the 13 alliances would be reduced by 1 and become 12 alliances. As for Wu's side, it would disappear forever. It would be taken over by other forces. Wu's side was destroyed without any warning. Almost no one knew the reason. Most people guessed that the other party had a grudge against Wu's side and was here to seek revenge. Some guessed that the other party was here for the treasure vault. No one would have guessed that the destruction of Wallstead was due to the greed of this new steward, Ming Emo. Not only did he lose his life, he also lost the entire Wallstead. Because of his initial choice, Zichun did not abandon Clay. Although this person was a bit timid, he was able to let Zichun leave at a critical moment. He could be considered a clever person. In this Zhangwu continent, there were not many wonderful people. The powerful Shun Tian Dao was one of them. Those who had gone through life and death with him were also one of them. The current average strength and somewhat timid Clay was also one of them. Thus, Clay no longer ate the burnt barbecued meat. Not only did Zichun share the barbecued meat with him, he also gave Clay 2 additional 5-fold worlds. My lord, what do you plan to do next? Klein asked cautiously as he ate the roasted meat. He recalled what the Black Nether Tiger had said. Now, he was afraid that the Black Nether Tiger would really find trouble with the other 12 forces. Tossing a bottle of wine to the flattered Clay, Zichun said indifferently, I've gained quite a bit this time. Let's refine them first. Before Clay could relax, Zichun looked at Clay and said, Next, you have to show me the way to the 12 forces. Clay cried out in shock. His face paled and he lost his composure. My lord, are you really planning to destroy the 13 Alliance? Zichun smiled lightly and said, Of course. They were the ones who provoked me first. Are you unwilling, or do you not dare? Clay's face was filled with awkwardness. However, when he thought about the scene he had seen before, he had a certain amount of confidence in this expert who had never asked for his life before. However, when he thought about the reason for Wallstead's destruction, he became speechless. It should be known that Wallstead was destroyed because of Ming Mo's greed. However, the other 12 forces were also implicated because of this reason. Of course, Zichun wouldn't attack the 13 Alliance for such a small reason. Before killing Wallstead, Zichun's words had confirmed the relationship between Wallstead and that force. Next, it was time to refine resources and raise his cultivation level. There were no more accidents during this period. On the other side, Zichun fell into silence. Nothing major happened in Shuntian Prefecture. After the grand competition ended, Shuntian Dao and the others returned to their respective cities and began to cultivate in seclusion. Manshur and the others also went into seclusion after returning to Huping City. This time, because Zichun wasn't able to participate in the final grand competition, the higher-ups of Shuntian Prefecture gave the other 4 a certain amount of compensation. The 4 of them received a lot of resources and went into seclusion to refine them after returning. Zichun's deeds were added to the list. Now, Zichun's reputation in Huping City could be said to be soaring. In Huping City, there might still be people who didn't know who the city lord was, but there was definitely no one who didn't know who Zichun was. The void tree in Zichun's domain world had long stopped its work outside. The roots that had pierced into the void were all retracted and extended into the balls of light. Those balls of light were all domain worlds, and the weakest one was a level 6 domain world. As the void tree absorbed them, the balls of light slowly shrank until they disappeared. A lot of energy was absorbed, refined, and fed back into Zichun's perfect world, increasing the size of Zichun's domain bit by bit. Each increase in size represented an increase in Zichun's strength. At the same time, Zichun wasn't idle. He was refining the other domain worlds. This time, he had killed a lot and obtained a lot of domain worlds. As for the lightning sacred beast, it was lying on the side listlessly. It looked like it was dozing off, but it was actually healing its injuries. The news of Wallstead's destruction caused a commotion among the other 12 forces. Soon, people came to investigate. When they heard that only one person and one beast had killed Wallstead, and that the person was a level 5 domain world while the beast was a level 4 domain world, the expressions of the cultivators who came to investigate changed drastically. When the news was passed back, the other forces didn't care. In this world, there were too many experts. Perhaps Wallstead had offended someone he shouldn't have. In the blink of an eye, Half a year passed. The 12 forces didn't care about Wallstead's destruction. However, during this time, they still didn't give up on searching for Zichen. Half a year later, Zichen refined all the resources that he could. With the help of many resources, Zichen's cultivation level increased slightly, but he didn't break through. His figure reappeared. Zichen decided to go on the road. All right, let's go find the second force. After Zichen came out of seclusion, he woke Kulei up. Half a year had passed, and the latter had directly advanced by a small realm. Let's go now. Kulei was shocked. One had to know that in this half a year, he had only refined 2 minor worlds. However, Zichen had obtained so many minor worlds. Could it be that he had refined all of them? If that was the case, then his speed was too fast. The second force was called Mamenwu. Like Wallstead, this force was named after its founder. However, it wasn't just one person. Instead, it was named after Emo Man and Wu Air. In this force, there weren't any level 9 experts. However, in most cases, level 8 experts were the true pinnacle of existence. One had to know that when Mu Feng became the city lord of Huping City, he was only at level 4. As for level 8 experts, they could easily guard the next city in Shuntian Prefecture. Under Kulei's lead, Zichen arrived at Mamenwu. The force they were in occupied a small mountain peak. There were many tall buildings built on the mountain peak. Other than that, there were many small spaces on the mountain peak. At a glance, this place looked like a sect. However, the division of titles here was indeed the same as a sect. However, the only difference was that there was no sect protection array here. Entering the mountain peak, there were only steps. Zichen and Kulei were blocked by 2 people at the foot of the mountain. Both of them were at level 5. One of them glanced at Zichen and said coldly, "Show me your token." In Mamenwu, everyone had a token. Every token was a form of identification. Once the token was refined, everyone would be able to sense the same aura. Although they didn't know each other, they wouldn't stop them. As for Zichen and Kulei, they naturally didn't have any tokens. Of course, they couldn't show them. Hence, Zichen took out his spear and fired 2 shots. The battle began at the foot of the mountain. Zichen held his spear and walked up the steps. Kulei followed behind him. He held a round ball in his hand and released a trace of energy to collect the minor worlds. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of others. Seeing that someone was charging into the mountain, the other guards also rushed over. However, in front of Zichen, no one could dodge a shot. Zichen walked up with his spear, leaving a trail of corpses behind him. Blood flowed down the bluestone steps to the foot of the mountain. Clay carefully collected the lumps of domain realm light. Just like that, Zichen killed every god and Buddha he met. He killed all the way to the top of the mountain and met one headmaster after another. However, in front of Zichen, these headmasters still couldn't dodge a shot. Soon, those headmasters were all killed. Zichen went to find the treasury again. During this time, Zichen met Wu Air of Mamenwu. He, who was at level 8, died in Zichen's perfect world. In front of the treasury door, Zichen pierced Momon's heart with his spear. At this point, more than 60% of the powerhouses in this force had died. As for the powerhouses on the other mountains who were about to rush over, they all turned and fled when they heard that their boss was killed. In front of the treasury door, the Thunder's sacred beast manifested and led the 2 of them into the treasury. Looking at the dazzling array of items, the Thunder's sacred beast opened its mouth and began to absorb again. Zichen took away the useful resources as fast as he could. A moment later, all the items in the treasury lost their spiritual power. The 2 of them and the beast turned around and went down the mountain. Wherever they passed, no one dared to stop them. The 13 alliances had lost one more force. When this news spread, it caused an uproar. Just as everyone was guessing whether the destruction of the 2 major forces was a coincidence, the news of a third force being attacked came. It was the same 2 people and 1 beast, and the result was the same. There were still 10 forces left in the 13 alliances. Chapter 1589. One by one, the void trees took root in the balls of light. As the green leaves swayed, waves of pure energy were absorbed by the roots, refined, and sent to the trunk of the trees. Finally, the energy was injected into the world. As far as the eye could see, there were dozens of void trees working without rest, and under the roots of the void trees, there were many balls of light that represented the domain worlds entwined around them. As the pure energy in the domain worlds was absorbed, the balls of light that lost their spirit energy crumbled one by one and disappeared into nothingness. Zichun sat cross-legged in the perfect domain world. He was now on the verge of a breakthrough. The balls of light around him exploded one by one. The pure spirit energy in them turned into a storm that swept into the distance. On the other hand, Zichun's vast world was expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a huge amount of energy was being consumed. As the domain world expanded, Zichun's aura also slowly increased. Finally, he advanced from the peak of the middle stage to the late stage of the sixth stage. He was only a small step away from the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. It had been 20 years since the destruction of Worsted. In these 20 years, 12 of the 13 alliances had been destroyed. Only the Storm faction remained. The faction's name was the Storm faction. By the time Zichun walked out of the domain world, Kalei had already finished refining all the energy. 20 years had passed, and Kalei, who had followed Zichun, had improved his strength by leaps and bounds. His realm had risen from the initial stage of the 4th layer to the peak of the 5th layer. He was only a step away from the 6th layer. Under Kulei's witness, Zichun had destroyed 12 factions. He already knew that Zichun's strength was at the 6th stage. As for the 5th stage, it was just to confuse others. In the process of destroying the 12 factions, he had encountered many dangers. Injuries were common, but fortunately, he had survived every time. Congratulations on breaking through again, my lord. Shall we go and destroy the Storm faction now? Kalei's face was full of anticipation. He had thought that the Black Nether Tiger's words were just a joke. He didn't expect that after 20 years, 12 of the 13 alliances had been destroyed. There was only one left. However, this last one was also the strongest. Zichun glanced at Kalei and said, "You don't have to go this time." "I'm not going." Kalei was startled. Zichun smiled faintly and said, "We've already destroyed 12 of their forces. They've already been alerted. Perhaps they're waiting for us right now." "But Sir still wants to go?" Kalei didn't understand. "We've already destroyed 12 of them. What's one more?" Zichun chuckled. Knowing the location of the storm, Zichun set off alone. However, Kalei insisted on following him. He made it clear that he would only watch from the outside of the storm and would not go in. The storm was thousands of miles away from Zichun's place of seclusion, but to the two of them, this distance was nothing. While Zichun and the others were on their way to the storm, in another direction, there was also a small group of 5 people heading in the same direction. 2 of them were at the 9th stage of the domain realm, and the other 3 were at the 8th stage of the domain realm. A young man was in the middle of the team. He was only at the 8th stage of the domain realm. Beside him were 2 9th stage domain realm cultivators. As they walked, the 2 9th stage domain realm cultivators deliberately slowed down the young man by half a step. Their expressions were respectful. It seemed that their cultivation levels were high, but their status wasn't as high as the young man's. They seemed to be his guards. "Young master, according to the news, the person coming is very strong. Once you encounter him, please don't be rash," a 9th stage domain realm cultivator beside the young man said. The young man smiled and said, "Kuei, you've said this more than 10 times along the way. Don't you find it annoying?" The 9th stage domain realm cultivator smiled embarrassedly and said, "It doesn't matter if it's annoying, as long as young master is safe." The young man waved his hand and said, "He's only at the 5th stage. Even if he's strong, how strong can he be? Could he be stronger than a higher life form?" "Young master, you mustn't be careless. He must have suppressed his cultivation level. He said he's at the 5th stage, but it's very likely that he's at the 9th stage," another 9th stage domain realm cultivator said. "There's no need to be afraid of a 9th stage domain realm cultivator. Don't we have the 2 of you? Moreover, there must be other people in the storm. We have the absolute advantage in numbers. As long as he dares to come, he'll definitely die." The young man still didn't care. "That's true. But young master, you must know that there's a difference between the strong and the weak in the 9th stage domain realm. If he's a ruthless character from the battlefield of despair, he's definitely not someone you can suppress with numbers, Kuwei said beside him. The young man laughed and said, if he's really from the battlefield of despair, he won't be able to fight after knowing my identity. In this region, oh no, in the entire Royal Sky region, who dares to not give face to the Wang clan? The two 8th stage domain realm cultivators didn't say anything. As for the two 9th stage domain realm cultivators, they couldn't help but feel worried after exchanging glances. The Wang clan was indeed powerful. In the entire Royal Sky region, there were very few people who didn't give face to them. However, this didn't include those powerful existences in the battlefield of despair. Kuwei, didn't you come from the battlefield of despair? Why are you so unconfident? The young man suddenly said. The other three looked at Kuwei in astonishment. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of this. Kuwei's face had a trace of awkwardness as he said, there's a difference between the strong and the weak in the battlefield of despair. I've only stayed there for a year. The other three looked at Kuwei in astonishment. One must know that it was already very impressive to be able to survive for a month in the battlefield of despair, let alone an existence who had lived for a year. Although they were all the young master's guards, they didn't know each other well. The young man asked curiously, everyone says that the battlefield of despair is very dangerous. Kuwei, tell us, exactly how dangerous is it? A trace of fear appeared in Kuwei's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, that place is considered, hell. It's very normal to die there. Anyone who walks out alive is a demon. Oh, then you're considered a demon too. No, I'm just a little brat at most. As they exchanged questions and answers, the group of 5 wasn't far from the storm. At this moment, they saw two people, a young man and a middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man who purposely walked behind them, they could tell that the young man was also a disciple of an aristocratic family. However, he only had a guard of the 5th layer. Compared to the young man from the Wang clan, he seemed a little too shabby. The young man from the Wang clan looked at the young man not far away. There was contempt and disdain in his eyes as he said, it's indeed a poor place. Even a 5th layer can be considered a guard. Beside him, Kuwei said loudly, young master, not everyone is from the Imperial Sky region. In fact, a 5th layer isn't weak here. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zichen glanced at the 5 of them expressionlessly. If they continued on this path, their final destination would be the storm. Sir, even Kuwei, who was at the peak of the 5th layer, felt his heart tremble when he saw the 5 of them. Hence, he called out softly. Zichen shook his head lightly. However, he slowed down his pace, intentionally letting the 5 of them go first. The 5 of them were much stronger than the 2 of them. After mocking them a few times and seeing that the 2 of them didn't respond, they lost interest and walked straight ahead. Zichen and Kuwei were right behind the 2 of them. Sir, they are going to the storm. Kuwei transmitted his voice. Should be. 2 9th layer and 3 8th layer. The storm is quite popular. Just as the 2 of them were discussing, the 5 people in front of them noticed that the 2 of them were following them. These 2 can't be allies of the storm, right? The young man mocked. Impossible. I can beat 100 of them with a single punch. The storm will only lose face if it finds such allies. Maybe he is the illegitimate son of one of the leaders of the storm, Kuwei said indifferently. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the storm. The structure of the 13 alliances was similar. Almost all of them were people who occupied mountains and called themselves kings. Hence, their bases were all on towering mountains. Behind the 5 of them, the 2 people who were following them had suddenly become one. Only the young man was left. The young master of the Wang clan didn't mind. However, Kuwei frowned slightly. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they encountered guards. Even without the token, the guards didn't dare to stop the 5 of them. But strangely, after letting the 5 of them pass, the guards didn't check Zichen either. Kuwei, who was walking in front, suddenly frowned and looked down. What's wrong? The young man turned around and looked at the young man who was slowly climbing up. Kuwei shook his head. Nothing. Maybe it's an illusion. He had just felt a vague fluctuation of space power, but after carefully sensing it, he couldn't detect it. As for the young man behind him, no one stopped him. He had a preconceived notion that the other party was from the storm. Just like that, the five of them climbed up the mountain. Behind them, Zichen followed unhurriedly. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked out of the mountain path. These cultivators were patrolling guards. However, one of them was startled. Scared? Those are the allies of the Lord. Now we are just waiting for that reckless guy to come up. A cultivator next to him laughed. The cultivator rubbed his eyes again and stared straight ahead. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. The young man in black, following behind the five cultivators, was the demon who had once destroyed their faction. This discovery made the cultivator's face filled with horror. He had the urge to scream out loud. But at that moment, the young man suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Looking at the other party's devilish smile, the cultivator immediately covered his mouth with both hands, afraid that he would become the first person to be killed if he made a sound. Old Lou, what's wrong with you? Looking at the cultivator next to him whose expression changed, a patrolling cultivator next to him asked in confusion. The cultivator covered his mouth, his face filled with horror. At that moment, a cry of surprise came from another direction. It's him. He's that demon. He's coming to destroy the storm. 12 of the 13 alliances were destroyed. Many of the survivors had joined the storm. At that moment, they recognized the demon-like figure at a glance. Everyone around was startled and looked at Zichen. Chapter 1590. The gazes of all the cultivators were on Zichen, but soon after, everyone's faces were filled with doubt. How could this person be the demon who destroyed the 12 forces? They couldn't be blamed for their disbelief. This person looked too young, and the aura around him was only at the 5th level. The 5 people from the Wang family were also confused. They had already met each other before, and had even ridiculed each other. The other party had never retorted, only silently following behind them, maintaining a distance from them. How could such a person be the existence that even the storm feared and needed help? It's him. He's the one who destroyed Wu Side. Our first master died at his hands. Wu Er was killed by him. For a moment, all kinds of frightened voices sounded, and many of them had changed their pitch. Obviously, everyone was accusing the other party of being the demon. You're really that person. The Wang family young master looked at Zichen in shock. Take a guess. Zichen smiled, and a black spear appeared in his hand. There was no need to guess. Everyone had testified. Seeing Zichen take out his weapon, the others were immediately shocked. At this moment, they were not far from the peak, so they carefully protected their young master as they climbed up. The young master was a little unhappy, but this place was not suitable for battle, so he had to climb to the peak. Zichen climbed up the stairs. Many domain realm guards were 100 meters away from him, but they did not dare to approach. Soon, the 5 people reached the peak, and Zichen followed closely behind. At the top of the mountain, many experts had already gathered. Among them, the short, bearded Storm was the most eye-catching and dazzling, as he exuded a 9-fold aura. We're from the Wang family, and this is our young master. The 5 stepped forward, and an 8th-level domain realm cultivator said to Storm. Storm's eyes immediately lit up, and he laughed. So it's the young master. Forgive me for not going out to meet you. You're welcome. The Wang family young master waved his hand, and looked at Zichen again. But he's really that person. Storm's gaze finally landed on Zichen. After a moment of silence, he said, It is indeed him, but today he will not return. Behind Storm, there were a total of 5 9th-tier domain realm cultivators. In addition to Storm and the Wang family, there were a total of 8 9th-tier domain realm cultivators. In addition to that, there were also numerous 8th and 7th heaven cultivators. In the eyes of anyone, such a lineup would be a one-way trip. However, the young master of the Wang clan shook his head and said, With just this kind of trash, we still have to trouble Storm to mobilize so many people. Young master, don't be careless. He's definitely suppressing his cultivation base. Storm said in a low voice. There were already 12 forces that had paid a heavy price because of their carelessness. The young master of the Wang family looked back at Zichen and said, If you count as someone, then show your true state. What's the point of hiding like this? Zichen smiled at the young master of the Wang family, but the latter felt a chill in his heart. That smile was too cold. Zichun began to release his aura. Sure enough, he was not at the 5th stage. Everyone became more and more fearful. But in the next moment, there was a hint of astonishment on everyone's face. That was because the opponent's cultivation base had only increased to the late 6th stage, and then it stopped increasing. Everyone looked at each other in shock. So this is your cultivation base? The young master of the Wang family was a little dumbfounded. Didn't he say that it could be the 9th stage? Why was it the late 6th stage? So it was the early 6th stage. I slowly broke through to the late 6th stage in the past 20 years. Zichun said honestly. For a moment, the expressions of the 5 people of the Wang family became strange. Then, they subconsciously looked at Storm. This was that very strong existence. The existence that had destroyed 12 of the 13 alliances, and could even kill an 8th stage existence in a second. Because all those who participated in the war were killed in the past 20 years, no one had seen what the real battle was like. But from the description of others, Storm was sure that it was indeed this person. Faced with the strange gazes around him, Storm took a deep breath and said, I am sure that it is this person. His combat strength is very strong. He can even kill an 8th stage existence. I originally thought that he was at the 9th stage, but I didn't expect him to be a combat genius. His combat strength is not weaker than a true high-level life form. The others also heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a little overkill to find so many reinforcements, they still wanted to see how strong this guy at the late 6th stage was. Let me try. The young master of the Wang family stepped forward with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. However, Sheikh took a step forward and stopped him. Young master, you can't. What a joke. If this person really destroyed the 12 alliances, his combat strength was definitely unfathomable. It was not something that could be measured by cultivation base. Although the young master had some tricks up his sleeve, he was definitely not a match for such a decisive person. What are you afraid of? He can't kill me. The young master of the Wang family was confident. Indeed, he might not be a match for him, but he definitely wouldn't die. This was because the young master of the Wang family had too many trump cards. As for his defensive techniques, even if 2 9th-stage domain realm experts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to break his defense in a short period of time. And this period of time was enough for them to make a move. After a slight hesitation, Sheikh took a step back. Storm originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of the size of the Wang family and how this young master was the most powerful person in the family, even if a sector lord came, he might be able to deal with him. Fortunately, he kept his mouth shut. However, he still signaled for the others to be careful. As for those who originally surrounded Zichun, they all retreated and turned to the 7th stage and 6th stage experts to surround him. The young master of the Wang family took a few steps forward, stared at Zichun and said coldly, Do you dare to fight with me? Zichun shook the long spear in his hand and said, If you want to die, I will naturally fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious aura surged around Zichun's body. This aura was caused by too many 8th stage domain realm experts, so the young master of the Wang family felt an immense pressure from this ferocious aura. He warned himself in his heart that he couldn't be careless, so his body started to glow. A dazzling armor appeared on the surface of his body. Then, a light shield appeared on the armor, forming a layer of defense. It was a top-grade armor with an extremely high defense. Immediately after, a jade pendant on his waist started to glow. Another layer of energy light appeared, adding a second layer of defense for the young master of the Wang family. On his chest, there was a pendant. The pendant provided him with a third layer of defense. Seeing that the young master of the Wang family had added 3 layers of defense in the blink of an eye, the surrounding cultivators were speechless. The quality of the items on his body was top-notch, so the defense they formed was naturally indestructible. Even 9th-stage domain realm experts like them would be dreaming if they wanted to break his defense in a short period of time, let alone a mere 6th-stage domain realm expert. The battle hadn't even begun, but the young master of the Wang family was already in an invincible position. This was the foundation of the Wang family. The other party was already armed to the teeth. Then, there was another flash of light. A weapon that emitted a dazzling light appeared in the young master's hand. The quality of this weapon was already at the peak of the 9th stage. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed drastically. Just this weapon alone could break their defense. Even if they had the strength of a 9th stage domain realm expert, they would probably be killed in a few moves if they were to go against the young master who was fully equipped with top-grade items. Seeing this scene, Zichun was a little dumbfounded. He had never seen such luxurious equipment before. The equipment on the young master's body was all top-grade, and its value was astronomical. This was the first time Zichun had seen such a wealthy person in his life. Do you dare to fight? If not, be my slave. The young master of the Wang family looked at Zichun proudly. Looking at the luxurious equipment, Zichun clicked his tongue and sighed. With such equipment, even a pig would have heaven-defying combat strength. In that case, your family must be very rich. I really want to take you as a hostage and extort a sum of money. You think you have what it takes? The young master of the Wang family looked at Zichun with disdain and said coldly, My name is Wang Dong, from the Wang family of the Royal Sky region. Today, I will kill you right here. Zichun seemed to want to say something, but the young master waved his hand to signal Zichun to shut up. You don't need to tell me your name. Just remember who is going to kill you. Zichun nodded and said, All right, I will kill you in 2 moves. Shameless boasting. The young master of the Wang family was enraged, and so were the other 4 guards. Die. The young master of the Wang family took the initiative and stabbed the longsword in his hand towards Zichun. This was the power of man and sword as one. Clearly, the young master's comprehension of sword moves had also reached the peak. This was a genius. Even if he didn't have any luxurious equipment, he still had very strong combat strength. The long spear in Zichun's hand moved like a dragon and tapped the tip of the longsword. In the next moment, the longsword glowed and an extremely strong force surged towards Zichun. Zichun's figure retreated, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. You think you have what it takes to kill me in 2 moves? This is already 1 move. Watch how I kill you in my 2nd move. The young master of the Wang family smiled proudly. But at this moment, the figure of Zichun in front of him slowly disappeared. The young master of the Wang family's expression changed, but before he could turn around, he heard the soft sound of an object piercing into his body. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone's expression froze. They saw that Zichun, who was defeated in 1 move, had unknowingly appeared behind the young master of the Wang family. A strange weapon had already pierced into the young master's back, but the layers of defense of the young master were useless. The young master of the Wang family lowered his head and looked at the weapon that pierced into his body. His face was filled with disbelief. He didn't understand why his powerful defense couldn't block this attack. Swoosh! A surge of energy gushed out from the dragon's spike, heading towards the young master's sea of consciousness. Die! With a loud roar, Ji Wei had already arrived in front of Zichun and attacked him fiercely. Zichun pulled out the dragon spike and dodged in a flash. His eyes were filled with regret. His opponent's reaction was so fast that he missed the best opportunity to collect his opponent's domain. Since his opponent had such luxurious equipment, it was obvious that his domain should be extremely rich. Perhaps there were dozens of void trees. Chapter 1591. The Star Illusion Dragon Spike was once a saint weapon, but its attack power wasn't strong. It only had 1 function, to ignore all defenses. However, it was precisely this single effect that had helped Zichun defeat powerful opponents several times when he was caught off guard. For example, the young master of the Wang family was armed to the teeth. If Zichun didn't have the dragon spike, Zichun wouldn't be able to break his opponent's defense and could only run. Otherwise, the final outcome would be Zichun's death. However, with the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, the tide of the battle changed completely in just 2 moves. All these years, Zichun had never failed when using the Dragon Spike. Rocky supported Wang Tong. A large number of pills appeared in his hand, and he put them into Wang Tong's mouth with trembling hands. These pills emitted a soft light and a rich fragrance. There were some pills that could bring the dead back to life. Unfortunately, it wasn't the Star Illusion Dragon Spike that killed the young master of the Wang family, but Zichun's rule-breaking. This was a fusion of rules that surpassed the rules of heaven and earth. Anything within the rules couldn't save him. Star Illusion Dragon Spike. You're Zi-chan? After Rocky's attack, Zi-chan retreated. Everyone also noticed Zi-chan's strange weapon. The storm recognized it at a glance. It was the Star Illusion Dragon Spike they were looking for. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. I don't care who he is or what background he has. Today, he will die, and his family will disappear. Rocky supported the young master of the Wong family, who couldn't be saved, and stared at Zi-chan with hatred. If eyes could kill, Zi-chan would have died dozens of times by now. In contrast to Rocky's hatred, the other three guards were ashen and desperate. Their young master was dead, and they couldn't escape the blame. Even if they could return to the Wong family, they would be buried with their young master. Even if they killed 10 forces like the storm, it wouldn't be as bad as Wong Tong's death. The cultivators of the Wong family lost control of their emotions. The most important thing now was to kill this guy and then destroy his family. Maybe they could exchange for a chance of survival when they returned. An ice-cold killing intent spread. Several Wong family experts were truly angered. Of course, Windstorm knew the severity of the situation, and he knew that the Wong family might even destroy Windstorm to vent their anger. Nevertheless, he regretted not letting Wong Tong show off his strength if he had known that Wong Tong was Zi-chan. The group of cultivators had all taken Zi-chan as their leader. Now, only by capturing Zi-chan and bringing him to the Wong clan would they have a chance at survival. However, not everyone was concerned about the Wong family. Behind Feng Yun, the other ninth domain cultivators were staring intently at the Star Illusion Dragon Spike in Zi-chan's hand. The Star Illusion Dragon Spike was the weapon of the Starry Sky Great Sage. Ever since the Starry Sky Great Sage died, this weapon had gone missing. Only a small number of people knew that the second-generation master of the Star Illusion Dragon Spike was an alien illusion dragon. For example, that peerless beauty, or that alien who was killed by a palm strike from outer space in the small world. Zi-chan, who was surrounded by layers upon layers of killing intent, was not nervous at all. Even if some of these people could kill him in a one-on-one battle, they would still be able to kill him. His gaze fell on Feng Yun. He smiled faintly and said, "Since you know that I am Zi-chan, you should also know that there is a powerful existence by my side." A powerful existence? That's the demon token, but he is already dead. Feng Yun was puzzled. Almost all those who knew that the Thunder Sacred Beast was by Zi-chan's side had died. This matter was still a secret. Even though Zi-chan knew that there would be a ninth domain overseer here, he still dared to come because of the Thunder Sacred Beast, who had been healing for 20 years. Seeing Feng Yun's expression, Zi-chan smiled and said, "Oh, so you don't know. Let me show you." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed beside Zi-chan. The mighty and domineering Thunder Sacred Beast himself appeared. In the past 20 years, the Thunder Sacred Beast had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. Not only had its injuries completely healed, but its realm had also increased by 1 realm. Now, the Thunder Sacred Beast had the strength of an 8th domain overseer. And the 8th domain Sacred Beast had a complete victory over several 9th domain overseer humans. Its majestic eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone's heart trembled. Zi-chan said, "These are all yours. I think it should be enough for you to break through to the 9th domain overseer." Even Zi-chan had to carefully serve the 8th domain Sacred Beast without any injuries. He did not dare to offend it at all. Everyone stared at the Sacred Beast that had suddenly appeared. It exuded an ancient and vast aura, like a giant beast from ancient times. Although its realm aura was only at the 8th domain overseer, it still made people feel suffocated. Boom! The Thunder Sacred Beast released the light of lightning. This light was like a sea of lightning that suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire mountain peak. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, there was only dazzling lightning. There was nothing else. Below the mountain peak, when the others saw the dazzling lightning, they could not help but close their eyes. In the next moment, when they opened their eyes, they found that the lightning seemed to have dimmed a little. But soon after, countless cries of surprise rang out. In the midst of the endless lightning, a huge beast shadow suddenly appeared. The beast shadow was like a mountain, and its entire body was shining with lightning. It lowered its head and looked down at the entire mountain peak. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly sucked downward. Endless lightning was sucked into its mouth, and in the midst of the lightning, there was a terrified roar. Occasionally, some energy light would explode, but it was not a threat to the giant beast at all. Below the mountain peak, everyone could only see the lightning and the giant beast. Other than that, they could not see anything else. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. The lightning that filled the sky was swallowed by the giant beast, and the giant beast's figure disappeared. On the previously crowded mountain peak, there was only one man and one beast left. Zichen's eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect the thunder sacred beast to swallow everyone in one move. This move was very powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. The thunder sacred beast's spirit became sluggish. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. After the thunder sacred beast finished speaking, it closed its eyes and disappeared in a flash of light. Zichen turned and walked down the mountain peak. His next target was the treasury of the storm. 2 hours later, Zichen walked out of the storm covered in blood. There were corpses everywhere in the storm, and there were no existences above the 5th level. 21 years ago, Zichen destroyed the 13 Alliance. Calais had been hiding outside the storm, and he was filled with worry. One must know that although the Lord was powerful, the other side had many experts. Suddenly, he saw a dazzling light being released from the storm, and within that light, there seemed to be a giant beast shadow. At this moment, the sky changed color, and an oppressive aura spread out for dozens of miles. Calais hid in the dark, but he was still shocked. This phenomenon lasted for a full 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour later, the vision disappeared, but the Lord didn't return. Clay waited anxiously, and after another 2 hours, he saw the Lord. Lord! Calais shouted and appeared from the dark, running towards the Lord. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not expect the Lord to succeed. Seeing Calais, Zichen chuckled and casually threw a few balls of light to Calais. After Calais checked them with his spiritual sense, his expression changed greatly. Among the balls of light, there were 3 6th level, 1 7th level, and the rest were all 5th level. He said in confusion, Lord, this, Zichen said, I'm going to the Imperial Sky region and enter the battlefield of despair. When Calais heard this, his expression immediately turned gloomy. He knew about the Imperial Sky region, and he had also heard about the battlefield of despair. There were many experts in the domain realm in the Imperial Sky region alone. His past as a 5th level expert was really insignificant. As for the battlefield of despair, he was not qualified to enter at all. Zichen patted Calais' shoulder and said, If you don't know where to go, why don't you go to Huping City? Huping City. Calais was stunned. Go to Huping City and look for the City Lord. Or go to Hunter's Castle and look for Lord Wu. Just say that Zichen asked you to go. I'll give that ball to you. It was given to me by Senior Emoling, and it has a lot of sentimental value. After saying this, Zichen turned and left. Huping City, Zichen. Calais was stunned, and then his expression changed greatly. Zichen of the alien race. Lord Emoling gave it to me. Zichen had already walked far away, but Calais' face was filled with bitterness. During the 20 years he had spent with Lord Emoling, Calais often lamented that Lord Emoling's death was not worth it. It was actually because of an alien race. During this time, he had said many bad things about Zichen, but he did not expect that the Lord in front of him was Zichen. During the 20 years they had spent together, he did not know what kind of person Zichen was, but he knew that this Lord was not a bad person. Although he had destroyed the 13 alliances, he did not destroy all of them. He had only destroyed the powerful ones among them. At first, Calais had suspected that the 13 alliances were destroyed because of greed during the end of the Ming dynasty, but after thinking about it, he felt that this was not right. It was as if this lord had a grudge with the 13 alliances. Now that he knew Lord Emoling's identity, he understood everything. Saying that Zichen was of the alien race was a conspiracy, and Lord Emoling, who was willing to give Zichen away, might have died. If Zichen was really of the alien race and could even kill Lord Emoling, how could he have left behind someone who spoke ill of him every day? Huping City, Isn't that the place where Lord Zichun rose to prominence? The Imperial Sky region was the Seven-Mansion Alliance, and it was equivalent to an even larger city. The people walking around the city were all true experts. If the Shuntian Prefecture was the core of the 108 cities, then the Imperial Sky region was the core of the Seven Mansions. The Wang clan had the absolute overlord status here. In the entire Seven Mansions, other than those who had walked out of the battlefield of despair, other people or powers had to be courteous when they saw the Wang clan. But today, something big happened in the Wang clan. The Wang clan's third young master Wang Dong's life tablet suddenly shattered, and the shattering of the life tablet represented his death. This caused a huge commotion in the Wang clan, and even alerted the sector lord level existences in the clan. The Wang clan was powerful and had a unique bloodline. Through a secret technique, they saw the scene before Wang Dong's death. It was a youth holding a black spear, and he was forced back. Chapter 1592. After plundering the treasures in the storm trove, Zichun was able to break through to the 7th stage. The 7th stage was the minimum requirement to enter the battlefield of despair. Zichun, who was at the 7th stage and had the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, was no weaker than a 9th stage domain realm expert. However, on the way to the Imperial Sky region, the Sacred Thunder Beast announced that it wanted to leave on its own. What? You want to leave? Zichun stared at the Sacred Thunder Beast, dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Although I've successfully entered the 9th stage, I still need more resources if I want to advance to the Emperor realm. This place is no longer suitable for me. The Sacred Thunder Beast said. Back then, when it was at the 7th tier, it followed Zichun because its injuries were too severe. In the past 20 years, the Thunder Sacred Beast's greatest gain was that its injuries were completely healed. As for its dropped cultivation level, it could slowly increase it again. This was also the source of its confidence to leave on its own. An uninjured Sacred Thunder Beast, although only at the 9th stage, was not afraid of human sector lords. The current Zichun was naturally no match for the Sacred Thunder Beast, so threats would only result in a beating. Hence, his expression changed and he said bitterly, "Didn't you say that you would bring me to find those heavenly thunder wings? Now, we haven't found any and you want to leave." The Sacred Thunder Beast glanced at Zichun in disdain and said, "I've already passed on the Lightning King's finger to you. As for the heavenly thunder wings, when did I say that I would bring you to find them?" Zichun did not refute. He still looked bitter and pitiful. The Sacred Thunder Beast's disdain deepened and it said, "All right, stop acting pitiful in front of me. That place is very dangerous. If you go now, only death awaits. Wait until you become stronger." Of course, Zichun would not let it go just because of this sentence. He immediately asked, "But the Zhanwu continent is so big. How can I find you in the future?" The Sacred Thunder Beast smiled and said, "Of course you can't find me. However, when you do something sensational, I will naturally find you." What level is considered sensational? Zichun asked again. Killing a prefecture lord is barely considered sensational. After saying that, the Thunder Sacred Beast left, leaving Zichun standing there in a daze. One had to know that even the weakest Manor Lord was at the Sector Lord realm, and Zichun was only at the 7th level. It wasn't easy for him to reach that level. In recent years, there was a strange rule at the entrance of the Imperial Sky region. All cultivators below the 8th level had to show their weapons when they entered the Imperial Sky region. This rule was very strange, but no one dared to question the decision of the Royal Heaven region. However, there were rumors that this decision had something to do with the Wang family. The Wang clan was located in the Royal Heaven region. This was a gigantic clan with 2 region lords in the past. As for the current clan leader, he was the vice-region lord of the Royal Heaven region. It was obvious that this vice-region lord status was not lower than Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord. Even the lowest realm was a sector lord. Furthermore, in order to become a domain lord, the most basic requirement was to enter the battlefield of despair. At this moment, the deputy region leader was sitting in his living room, quietly listening to the report from his subordinate. "We found 2 people this month. Both of them were at the 6th level, but we didn't get any information about the young lord. A 9th level domain realm half knelt on the ground. Where is he?" Deputy Region Leader Wang Yuanshan asked indifferently. He was Wang Dong's father. Dead. Continue searching. Even if we have to kill every spear user in the Royal Heaven region, we must find that person. I want to know what happened that day.
Yes.
After speaking, the 9th level domain realm expert turned to leave. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Reporting to my lord, we found a spear user outside the city. The region leader's eyes flashed as he asked, what realm? 7th level. Capture him. The opponent's combat strength is not weak. He has already injured 2 of us. The region leader glanced at his subordinate and said, Wang Hua, I'll leave this matter to you. The 9th level domain realm expert named Wang Hua nodded and turned to leave. The Royal Heaven region was very big. Zichun, who had broken through to the 7th level, had to walk for close to a year before reaching the outskirts of the Royal Heaven region alone. Because it was the 7-Mansion Alliance, there was no need for a token to pass through the city gates. Anyone who entered the city would have to pay a level 1 soul essence. A level 1 soul essence was equivalent to killing a first-level Emperor-level battle beast. After paying the level 1 soul essence, just as Zichun was about to enter, he was stopped by a guard. The guard actually asked what weapon Zichun was good at. What weapon are you good at? Zichun was startled and became vigilant. After thinking for a while, he said, I'm good at using spears. The guard glanced at Zichun and said casually, robbing? Take it out and let me see. Zichun didn't understand and could only take out the thunder dragon spear that was emitting a silver light. A trace of disappointment flashed across the guard's eyes. He then said, come with us. Come with me? Where to? Zichun took a few steps back and put some distance between them. The guard said unhappily, cut the crap. Go wherever we ask you to go. Sigh, another unlucky guy. Isn't that so? He'll be fine even if he uses a spear. All these years, no one who used a spear in the Imperial Heaven region ever came out. Whispers of discussion could be heard from afar. This caused Zichun's expression to change as he guessed that this matter might be related to Wang Dong. Zichun kept retreating while remaining vigilant. 2 6th-level guards attacked Zichun from both sides. Cold light flashed in their eyes as the Emperor-level spirit weapons appeared in their hands and slashed towards Zichun. Their attacks were filled with killing intent. Obviously, if they couldn't capture him, they would kill him on the spot. Feeling the killing intent, Zichun's face was filled with frost. The spear in his hand trembled violently, and 2 spears struck towards the left and right. Pooh! Pooh! The sharp spear light streaked past the 2 guards, penetrating their defenses and hitting their chests. In the next moment, the 2 were sent flying. This was the Imperial Heaven region. Zichun had just arrived and was filled with fear. Therefore, the 2 guards were only injured and lost their ability to fight. They didn't die. Kill. Seeing this scene, the other guards roared and rushed over from afar, launching attacks at Zichun. Among these guards, there were several leaders who were 7th-level cultivators. In their adult life as guards, they were used to seeing heavy existences. These people didn't dare to make a move against them, which gave them the courage to be fearless. Swordlight, blade light, and all kinds of attacks came. Zichun's feet flashed as he walked among the attacks. All the attacks brushed past Zichun's body. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the guards changed. However, in the next moment, Zichun made his move. The spear in his hand shone with a dazzling light. Bang! 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 In the midst of the rumbling sounds, the guards were swept by the spear and sent flying. All the 6th-level guards lost their ability to fight. As for the 7th-level guards, they were also heavily injured. The power Zichun displayed caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. After all, to be able to fight against those of the same level was already an amazing existence. Zichun looked like he had just entered the 7th level, but he defeated 3 of the same level. When the battle started, the guards in the city sensed it. Then, orderly footsteps sounded and a group of guards appeared in the city. The leader of the guards was a powerhouse of the 8th level. He was wearing gorgeous armor and should be the strongest person guarding the city gate. After he appeared, he glanced at Zichun and said indifferently, "You dare to attack the guards. Kill without mercy." Zichun's expression became incomparably cold. He said coldly, Don't you want to ask what happened? The 8th level guard smiled sinisterly and said, I only care about killing you and upholding the rules. Zichun smiled coldly and said, Sure enough, this is a place where the strong are respected. It's good that you know. Die. The 8th level guard's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at the 7th level youth in front of him. Suddenly, he noticed that the youth's figure swayed slightly from left to right. A spatial power flashed. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. He let out a shout and dodged to the side. Puff. However, a silver spear was the first to break through his defense at an unimaginable speed, piercing through his heart. The 8th level guard's originally cold face was now filled with shock. He looked down at the spear that pierced his heart, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, he saw a cold face in front of him. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Zichun smiled sinisterly at the guard leader and said softly, Don't worry, I won't kill you. But in this life, you will be an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force surged from the tip of the spear. This force directly destroyed half of the 8th level guard leader's life force and all of his cultivation. The latter let out a painful roar and slowly knelt on the ground. All around, there was dead silence. The other guards, who were originally filled with killing intent, now had fear on their faces. When they met Zichun's cold eyes, they subconsciously retreated. The roaring continued, but the surroundings were completely silent. All the cultivators looked at Zichun, who was in the 7th layer, with shock written all over their faces. It was indeed shocking that a 7th level cultivator could kill an 8th level cultivator in one hit. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound. A middle-aged man walked out of the city and looked at Zichun with interest. Zichun looked at him, and his pupils shrank. This was a 9th level domain realm cultivator. Lord Wanghua. When the frightened guards saw the newcomer, they all breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to him. Wanghua, surnamed Wang. Zichun's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly had many guesses. You are indeed young and promising. Wanghua looked at Zichun and smiled. Young man, come with me now. Why should I? Zichun still said the same thing. Why not? Wanghua smiled. Zichun slowly shook his head and said, I admit that you are very strong, but I am here to enter the battlefield of despair, not to be taken away by you. Battlefield of despair. Wanghua's brows furrowed slightly, while the others let out cries of surprise. Seeing the other party's expression, Zichun confirmed his guess. The battlefield of despair was a special place. Even a powerful force like the Wang family couldn't completely control it. Chapter 1593. The token of the battlefield of despair had undoubtedly shocked everyone present. Although the Wang clan was powerful in the Imperial Sky region, they might not be the only clan. Zichun stood outside the city. He believed that this news would spread out very soon, and perhaps there would be people who would help him. Battle Martial Region Token. No wonder. Wanghua looked at Zichun and smiled coldly. Those who had the Battle Martial Region Token all had extraordinary combat strength. It was normal for a 7th level to fight an 8th level. However, the 8th level expert who had his cultivation crippled felt despair when he saw the Battle Martial Region Token. If he didn't have the Battle Martial Region Medallion, the upper echelons would still give him a chance to recover his cultivation on account of how he had diligently guarded the Imperial Sky region for so many years. However, with the Battle Martial Region Medallion, the best outcome for him would be the same as now, living a life worse than death. The other guards lowered their heads, not daring to even look at the token. Only Wanghua stared at Zichun, his expression constantly changing. After a while, he laughed loudly and said, So what if you have the Battle Martial Region Token? My Wang clan invited you as a guest. Is that against the rules? I have never heard of the Wang clan, and have never interacted with you. Why should I go with you? Zichun said without any trace of politeness. In the current world, only Zichun dared to reject the Wang clan like this. Good brat, you are indeed arrogant. However, I believe that I can still bear the consequences of bringing you to the Wang clan. A 9th level aura started to surge around Wanghua. If Zichun still didn't know what was good for him and didn't cooperate, he wouldn't mind making a move here. A 9th-level expert against a 7th-level expert, Wang Hua was very confident. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He was going all out. At most, he would just kill Wang Hua and run. But then again, any random person from the Wang clan was a 9th-level expert, and there would naturally be a realm lord among them. Zichen didn't have the confidence to escape from a realm lord. However, once he entered the Wang clan, Zichen would definitely not be able to come out alive, because he knew very well how Wang Dong died. Zichen was caught between a rock and a hard place. Looking at Zichen's expression, Wang Hua smiled proudly. "Brat, if you follow me, you can still keep the battle marshal token. If I force you, the battle marshal token will change hands. And this price is not something the Wang clan needs to pay. I, Wang Hua, can bear." An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Even the Wang clan might not be able to bear this price, let alone a nameless person like you. Who? A cold light flashed in Wang Hua's eyes. A baleful aura gushed out from the passageway in the city. This aura seemed to have materialized, and it swept up the dust in the air. It brought with it an eerie chill. The expressions of the guards changed greatly, and they immediately retreated to the sides. Wang Hua was barely able to stand, but there were already some small holes in his robes. He looked ahead, and his arrogant expression was completely restrained. The baleful aura was too terrifying. It was like a ferocious beast, pressuring him to the point that he couldn't breathe. Feeling the baleful aura, Zichen's expression changed, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This person had yet to appear, but he already had such a strong aura. Regardless of how strong this person was, his combat strength was definitely several times stronger than Wang Hua. A skinny man walked out from the passageway, exuding a dangerous aura. His eyes were bright, but when they landed on people, it caused them to feel a chill in their hearts, as if they were prey being stared at by a hunter. The man's gaze swept past Zichen before landing on Wang Hua. He said indifferently, "Even Wang Yuanshan doesn't dare to interfere in the matters of the battlefield of despair. Who do you think you are?" The man's aura was like a majestic mountain, pressuring Wang Hua to the point that he couldn't breathe. But he still stared at the man and said with difficulty, "You dare to call the ruler by his name? Who are you?" Zichen's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the ruler of the Royal Sky region to be someone from the Wang clan. A trace of disdain flashed in the man's eyes as he mocked, "The ruler is merely a vice-ruler. As for who I am, do you think you're qualified to know?" Wang Hua's face was filled with shame and anger, but he didn't dare to erupt. Right now, he was 100% sure that this man came from the battlefield of despair. Although he hadn't broken through to the world overlord realm, he was strong enough to kill him. Even if a vice-ruler came, he might not be able to protect him. The man shifted his gaze away from Wang Hua. With a swing of his hand, Wang Hua was sent flying while coughing out blood, casually sending a 9th-level immortal emperor flying. The crowd didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The man's gaze landed on Zichen. Zichen didn't move, but he felt as though he was being watched. A strange light flashed in the man's eyes as he said, "Since you dare to come to the battlefield of despair, you should have some backbone. A bunch of watchdogs, what qualifications do you have to block my path? Little fellow, what's your name?" "Shantian Prefecture, Zichen." Zichen replied. A trace of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. He stepped forward and patted Zichen's shoulder, saying, "Go to the Inn of Despair and find Meng Shi. Tell him that Long Fei asked him to arrange for you to enter the battlefield of despair." Long Fei, #1 in the battlefield of despair. Wang Hua had just crawled up when he heard this, and his face was filled with shock. The battlefield of despair was the gathering place of domain realm experts, and Long Fei was an expert among experts. His battle strength was ranked #1. In the battlefield of despair, every expert had their own legend, and to the #1 Long Fei, he was a legend among legends. He had stayed in the battlefield of despair for 10,000 years, and he had occupied the #1 spot for 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, everyone guessed that Long Fei had already touched the threshold of World Overlord Realm, but he was still unwilling to enter. And in the 10,000 years that Long Fei was in, those outstanding geniuses only had the qualifications to fight for #2. In Wang Wu's memories, whenever Vice-Ruler Wang Yuanshan came out from the battlefield of despair, his face would be extremely ugly whenever Long Fei was mentioned. And today, Wang Yuanshan was already a vice-ruler, but Long Fei was still a 9th stage domain. But no one dared to underestimate Long Fei. It was just that Wang Wen never expected that Long Fei would leave the battlefield of despair at this time. It seemed that he had finally made up his mind to take this step towards World Overlord realm. With Long Fei's appearance, there was no more suspense. Wang Wen turned and left. He knew that even if the vice-ruler appeared, this matter would not be discussed. Knowing that Long Fei was here, the vice-ruler would definitely not appear. Many thanks, Senior. Zichun sincerely expressed his gratitude, and Long Fei lightly nodded. In a trance, he recalled the scene from 10,000 years ago. It was also in this place that he had suffered the same unfair treatment. A powerhouse from the Shuntian prefecture named Tang Nua had walked out from the city and helped him resolve the crisis. After entering the battlefield of despair, he found out that the expert was actually the #1 in the battlefield of despair. Today, the Shuntian prefecture's prefecture lord was also called Tang Nua. Everything seemed to be arranged by fate. Long Fei walked into the distance. As for whether this young man would become the next #1, it would depend on him. After that, no one dared to stop Zichun. After entering the city, Zichun walked towards the Inn of Despair. The Inn of Despair was close to the battlefield of despair. Those who stayed here were all prepared to enter the battlefield of despair, and their cultivation was at least at the 7th stage. Walking into the inn, the first floor was a tavern. There were several tables of guests in the tavern, all of them emitting tyrannical auras. Zichun walked to the counter. An old man looked up at Zichun and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Zichun looked at the old man and said, "I'm looking for someone, Meng Shi." The old man waved his hand and said, "Never heard of it. Either drink or leave. Brat, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to come here and look for someone. Do you know where this is?" Ignoring the roar behind him, Zichun took out the Battle Martial Domain token and said, "Lord Long Fei asked me to come here." The old man's body shook, and he slowly raised his head. When he saw the Battle Martial Domain token in Zichun's hand, his expression changed slightly. "Follow me." After saying that, the old man left the counter. Zichun put away the token and followed. "What's that in that little guy's hand?" "It's the Battle Martial Domain token." "That's right. It's the Battle Martial Domain token." Looking at Zichun's departing figure, everyone's eyes burned with passion. Without the Battle Martial Domain token, they needed to wait for the battlefield of despair to open. If they had the Battle Martial Domain token, they could enter the battlefield of despair at any time. The old man brought Zichun to a private room. After taking a seat, a maid quickly served tea and snacks. "You're Meng Shi?" Zichun asked. The old man nodded and said, "That's right." About a quarter of an hour later, the old man returned. This time, he had a small cloth bag in his hand. It looked like a spatial storage bag. This is a storage bag about 1 cubic meter in size. There are 5 spirit crystals inside. Consider it a reward from the Shuntian manor. Meng Shi threw the bag on the table in front of him. "What are these for?" Zichun looked at Meng Shi in confusion. One had to know that Zichun had long discarded the spirit rings, which were thousands of square meters in size. Now that his domain world was so large, he could store too many things. Spirit rings were already considered obsolete. The old man was very clear about Zichun's doubts and said, "Those are the rewards that Tang Nua promised you." That was the end of it, but since Long Fei asked you to come, I might as well tell you some things. The battlefield of despair is not like other places. It used to be a real world. There are many passages that connect to the alien races, and there are often alien races that come here. Hearing this, Zichun's expression changed. He said, "You mean the alien races can appear in the battlefield of despair at any time?" "That's right, but they can only appear and not leave. It's the same for ordinary humans. However, those who have the War Marshal Field token can still come out as long as they pay a price." Meng Shi said, "You will naturally know this when you get there. Now, let's talk about this storage bag. Once you enter the battlefield of despair, you will lose your perception of the domain world. If you have been to the domain world, you should understand this feeling. Other than that, in that space, all spatial equipment in the real world is useless. Only this storage bag is the only place you can store things. In that place, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cannot be used. Spirit crystals are the key to recovering energy. After entering, you must be careful of everything you encounter, including humans. If you find something, it is best to dissect it and take away some useful things. When you reach the human stronghold, you can exchange them for spirit crystals. Remember, spirit crystals are very important to that world. They are related to your life and death. Chapter 1594. Speaking of which, Mengshi also wanted to see the weapon, which made Zichun somewhat conflicted. After all, he had almost lost his life because of the weapon. However, looking at Mengshi's serious expression, Zichun still took out his spear. Mengshi took the spear and tapped it with his finger. A mysterious energy was injected into the spear, and a dragon's roar immediately came from the spear. A hint of surprise immediately appeared in Mengshi's eyes. Dragon soul. Zichun nodded. After pondering for a moment, Mengshi said, Dragon souls have extraordinary means. Perhaps there are some incredible divine effects there. You can carry this with you. Do you have any other weapons you are good at? Take them out. Zichun took out another weapon. It was a sheathed black saber. The old man took it and gently pulled out the saber. The bright saber illuminated the room, and Zichun's eyes immediately widened. One had to know that this saber required the saber drawing technique. Without the saber drawing technique, strictly speaking, it was impossible to pull out the saber. However, Mengshi could easily pull out the saber without the saber drawing technique. First, he had activated the hidden dragon soul in the thunder dragon spear, and now, he had pulled out the saber very naturally. Clearly, this old man was not ordinary. At this moment, Zichun realized that his sharp perception had not detected the other party's realm. After sheathing the saber, Mengshi nodded and said, Sharp. Not bad. After handing the saber to Zichun, Mengshi said, Is there anything else? Zichun was stunned. Mengshi said, Your vigilance should not be used here, but in the battlefield of despair. Do you know how rare such an opportunity is? Not everyone can be lucky enough to receive Mengshi's guidance. Zichun took out the last weapon. It was the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Seeing the Star Illusion Dragon Spike, Mengshi's eyes immediately flashed. Zichun looked at Mengshi cautiously. The latter's attention was on the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Zichun felt the dragon spike in his hand loosen, and the dragon spike was already in Mengshi's hand. In an instant, Zichun had the urge to snatch the dragon spike back. However, when he saw Mengshi's focused expression, Zichun gave up on this idea. Star Illusion Dragon Spike. It is indeed the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Mengshi could not help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the origin of the weapon. Zichun, on the other hand, was very nervous. He was afraid that the other party would kill him and steal the treasure. Mengshi's gaze once again landed on Zichun. He smiled and said, You little brat, your cultivation level is not high, but your luck is not bad. The 3 weapons you have are enough to enter the battlefield of despair. However, don't be careless. Any weapon that appears in the battlefield of despair is extraordinary. Passing the dragon stinger to Zichun, Mengshi said, But this thing is too dazzling, so you need to give it a scabbard. Coincidentally, I have a scabbard here. Mengshi took out a black scabbard. The scabbard looked very ordinary, but it matched the dragon thrust very well. Zichun put the dragon piercer back into its scabbard. The 2 weapons seemed to fit perfectly. After fiddling with it for a while, Zichun stored the dragon spike into his storage pouch. The 5 spirit crystals in the storage pouch emitted a very strange power. It was the first time Zichun had seen such a power in his life. Zichun tried to absorb it, but found that there was no reaction. Spirit crystals are a product of the battlefield of despair. They can only be used in the battlefield of despair, Mengshi reminded him. After that, Mengshi gave a few simple explanations. Finally, he warned Zichun to be careful. In that world, nothing was important. Only one's life was the most important. Finally, Mengshi asked Zichun when he planned to enter the battlefield of despair. Zichun seriously thought about it and said, Now, let's go. With a simple word, Meng-Shi led Zi-Chun out of the room. Zi-Chun walked out of the room with a long spear on his back, a long saber in a scabbard on his waist, and a storage pouch on his other side. When he returned to the tavern, there were more people here than before. After Meng-Shi appeared with Zi-Chun, everyone's gaze uniformly landed on Zi-Chun. Those gazes were filled with undisguised greed. Meng-Shi walked straight ahead, as if he didn't notice the abnormality around him. His speed was somewhat fast, and soon, he was out of the tavern. Zi-Chun was still some distance away from Meng-Shi. Zi-Chun didn't know if Meng-Shi deliberately did this. In short, after Meng-Shi disappeared, those who were greedy but didn't make a move suddenly stood up and blocked Zi-Chun's path. "Kid, I heard you have a battle martial domain token." A burly man walked over and looked down at Zi-Chun. "That's right." Zi-Chun nodded. "Give it to me, and I'll spare your life." The burly man stretched out his fan-like hand, the threat in his eyes obvious. The others stared at Zi-Chun mockingly. Zi-Chun shook the long spear in his hand and stabbed at the burly man. The burly man shouted, angrily staring at Zi-Chun. His extended right hand had been completely pierced by the long spear. Due to the pain, his body was slightly bent. From this position, Zi-Chun could look down on him. Being able to knock down an 8th-layer burly man with one strike, the surrounding people's mocking expressions became a little more serious. With a shake of the long spear in his hand, the burly man was sent flying. After flying, the burly man was injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. With the long spear in his hand, Zi-Chun swept his gaze across the few people and said coldly, "Who else wants my battle martial domain token?" Being stared at by Zi-Chun, another 8th-layer domain realm cultivator smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's said that those who obtain the battle martial domain token are either geniuses or lunatics. It seems like you're a genius. However, geniuses usually die the fastest in the battlefield of despair." After speaking, the 8th-layer domain realm cultivator returned to his seat. The others seemed to weigh their skills and obediently returned to their seats. As for the 8th-layer domain realm cultivator whose hand had been pierced, he slowly sat up and stared at Zi-Chun with hatred. Zi-Chun, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around and glanced at the burly man. With a shake of the long spear in his hand, he shot it straight at the burly man. PFFF, the burly man was nailed to the wall. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Zi-Chun in disbelief. It seemed as though he couldn't understand why this fellow would suddenly kill him. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. The 8th-layer domain realm cultivator, who had previously called Zi-Chun a genius, cursed under his breath and called him a lunatic. With the deterrence of an 8th-layer domain realm cultivator, no one dared to provoke or look Zi-Chun in the eye. The long spear automatically left the wall and returned to Zi-Chun. He carried the long spear on his back again and walked out. Meng-Shi was waiting outside. When he heard the sound of footsteps, he said without turning his head, "You came out a minute later than I expected." 1 minute. Zi-Chun was stunned. One had to know that he had only used 1 minute to attack. However, he quickly understood the meaning behind Meng-Shi's words. Aside from geniuses and lunatics, those who enter the battlefield of despair are also scum who have nowhere to go. They have either offended a powerful force or committed countless crimes. With nowhere to hide, they have no choice but to enter the battlefield of despair. In their eyes, there is only life and death, only benefits. Although these people haven't entered the battlefield of despair yet, they will soon enter. Remember, if you want to eliminate a threat, the most effective method is to kill. Kill all those who threaten you. Zi-Chun nodded solemnly. In fact, he shouldn't have wasted his breath and directly dealt with the burly man. After entering the battlefield of despair, head north. The human gathering point is in the north. After saying that, Meng-Shi walked forward. The Inn of Despair was next to the battlefield of despair. There was a spatial passage there guarded by a 9th-layer domain realm cultivator. Meng-Shi led Zi-Chun towards the spatial passage. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped and his calm eyes swept forward. "Come out." The space in front of them distorted and a black-clothed man appeared. The power of space surged around his body and his narrow eyes were full of spirit. He was a person who specialized in concealment and assassination. Zichun sensed that the other party was a ninth-layer domain realm cultivator. He should be here for him. His expression turned gloomy. After the black-clothed man appeared, he stood there with his head lowered and didn't say a word. It was as if he didn't even have the courage to look Mingxi in the eye. Scram. I don't want a next time. The black-clothed man seemed to have been pardoned. He turned around and disappeared into the void. The Wang family's hands are quite long. Mingxi let out a deep murmur and led Zichun into the passage. At the entrance of the passage, Mingxi instructed, "Now take out your weapon and put your storage bag in your chest. That thing is like a treasure of this world. Anyone who sees it will want to snatch it." Zichun nodded. He took out the sheathed dragon thorn and carried it on his back. Then, he put it into his storage bag. What happened next was extremely simple. Zichun took out the War Region token. The token glowed and the light enveloped Zichun. In the next moment, Zichun's figure disappeared. Zichun entered the battlefield of despair in less than a day after arriving at the Imperial Sky region. However, he didn't know that the news about him had reached the Wang family on the same day. The Deputy Region Lord of the Imperial Sky region looked at the description of Zichun in the news and didn't say anything for a long time. The news was obtained from a secret place. It couldn't be wrong. In a small world, he crossed 2 layers in just a few months. Then, in a short 20 years, he broke through 1 layer to reach the 7th layer. This speed of breaking through can be considered incredible. Wang Yuanshan muttered to himself. In that case, although Zichun is a genius, he doesn't have the battle strength to kill a 9th-layer domain realm expert. Wang Yuanshan said indifferently. That's indeed the case. Wang was said from behind. A round trip from the Shuntian prefecture in a single day. Such a long-distance teleportation consumed a lot of energy. In that case, Zichun doesn't have anything to do with this. Logically speaking, the young master's matter indeed has nothing to do with Zichun. However, this subordinate has brought back another piece of news that this subordinate found out myself. What news? Zichun has a weapon on him. It's called the Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Star Illusion Dragon Spike. Wang Yuanshan frowned slightly. Clearly, he didn't know the effects of this weapon. It's said to be the weapon of a starry sky great sage. Wang was said. In that case, it's a saint weapon. Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed. Yes. It's said to have extraordinary effects. In that case, that Zichun really can't be let go. At this moment, a black-clothed man walked in. Lord, Mingxi accompanied Zichun to the teleportation passage. The black-clothed man said respectfully, "In that case, Zichun has entered the battlefield of despair." Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Chapter 1595. The teleportation channel brought Zichun to the battlefield of despair. This was a real world like the Zhanwu continent, but it was already heading toward destruction. In front of him was a boundless desert. The ground looked like it was being roasted by flames. The high temperature rose, causing the space to distort. There was no energy of heaven and earth that cultivators could use here. Even the air was very thin. As soon as he entered the battlefield of despair, Zichun had an extra light shield around his body. This light shield had a strong defensive power, even stronger than the 3 layers of light shields that Wang Dong had supported. Zichun looked around vigilantly. He wanted to find the source of the defensive light shield. Then, a message appeared in Zichun's sea of consciousness. This was an introduction to the battlefield of despair. Every outsider of the Zhanwu continent had this treatment. This was a real world that was not inferior to the Zhanwu continent. This world was called Earth, and it was destroyed because of the invasion of the alien race. All the natives of this world had died in battle, and the whole world was occupied by the alien race. There were many alien races here, and they came from other places. The only enemy of the Zhanwu continent was the alien race. When the experts of the Zhanwu continent found this world, it had already been occupied by the alien race. As the number of alien races living here increased, the other party was likely to find the location of the Zhanwu continent and open up a new passage to the Zhanwu continent. Therefore, that expert opened up a passage on his own, and at the same time, let the experts of the Zhanwu continent join in to kill the alien race here. There were many kinds of alien races here, and they had strong combat power. They had already adapted to this world, and each of them was very fierce. In addition to the alien race, there were also some mutated beasts in this world, which were very difficult to deal with. The light shield that appeared on its own could only last for a quarter of an hour. However, during this quarter of an hour, the light shield was invincible. During the quarter of an hour when the light shield appeared, it gave people a preliminary understanding of the battlefield of despair. As for the origin of the name, it was called the battlefield of despair because this world completely isolated the domain of cultivators. Zichun could still sense the domain world, but there was a mysterious rule force that blocked the connection between the two sides. He could sense but could not fight. As he sensed, Zichun found that the domain world seemed to become active after arriving here, and the speed at which the void tree absorbed power had also become much faster. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the invincible light shield around Zichun dissipated. This meant that danger could come at any time. Zichun held the dragon's spear tightly in his hand. The dragon's stinger was on his back, and the sheathed long saber was tied to his waist. Zichun spread his spiritual senses in all directions. He did not sense any danger, but the first problem appeared in front of Zichun. He found that the power in his body was slowly dissipating. It was as if there was a spirit-absorbing array under the desert that was constantly sucking away Zichun's power. In addition to the loss of power, the high temperature of the desert also made Zichun sweat. The water in his body flowed away with the sweat, and Zichun felt a thirst that he had not felt in a long time. Right now, Zichun's mouth was as dry as a mortal's. It was hard for him to imagine whether or not he would feel hungry in a while. Unable to withstand the scorching heat, Zichun had no choice but to put up an energy shield. His energy was already dissipating, and now that he put up a shield, Zichun's consumption was undoubtedly greater. Zichun's top priority was to quickly pass through this desert and find an oasis. Otherwise, he would probably die here. When he first entered the battlefield of despair, Zichun already felt the cruelty of the environment here. Zichun moved forward, and his pace gradually increased. As he moved forward, the yellow sand behind him slowly sank, as if something was moving underground. With the energy shield protecting his body, Zichun could still feel a trace of coolness, but the speed of energy consumption was too fast. After moving forward for 5 miles, Zichun did not encounter a single life form. There was still no end to the yellow sand as far as the eye could see. He stretched out his arm and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The yellow sand on the ground rolled, and the grains of yellow sand shot out with a sharp whistling sound. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the yellow sand and stabbed towards Zichun. Clang! With his sharp senses, Zichun quickly turned around, but he was still a step too late. The cold light instantly hit the shield around him. This attack did not break through his defense, but it contained a powerful force. This force directly pushed Zichun back. Huh! Zichun, who was retreating, shouted loudly and forcibly stopped his retreat. The long spear in his hand suddenly shook and stabbed at the yellow sand in front of him. This attack was faster and fiercer, and at the same time, it was accompanied by drops of sweat that splashed in all directions. Pooh! The long spear stabbed into the yellow sand and hit something. Immediately, an ear-piercing sound came from the yellow sand. This sound seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, causing Zichun's mind to tremble and his movements to become sluggish. Zichun shook his head, and the sweat along with the discomfort was flung out. Before Zichun could dig out the thing underground with his spear, he suddenly felt pain in his leg. He subconsciously looked down and saw a sharp thorn. Not only had it pierced his defensive shield, but it had also pierced his calf. Aside from the pain, Zichun also felt a sense of dizziness. He immediately knew that there was poison on the thorns. To be able to make someone as strong as Zichun feel dizzy, the poison on the thorns must be highly toxic. First, he encountered a soul attack, and then he encountered a highly toxic poison. This place was indeed full of danger. However, in the next moment, a deadly aura of danger rose from the bottom of Zichun's heart. His face changed greatly, and his body directly rose into the air. The yellow sand filled the sky, and sharp thorns suddenly appeared, stabbing toward the place where Zichun had been standing. The 1-meter-long thorns flashed with a cold light in the hot desert. Zichun looked down, and his body was already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, two gigantic creatures appeared in front of him. These were two gigantic scorpions. They were the same color as the yellow sand, and were 2 meters long with a 1 meter long stinger. At this moment, one of them was nailed by Zichen's spear, but it wasn't dead yet. It was still struggling, and its 1 meter long stinger was constantly stabbing at the Thunder Dragon spear, producing clanging sounds. As for the other one, because its stinger had pierced through Zichen's calf, it was directly lifted up by Zichen. Its stinger was stuck, and the stinger was swinging back and forth in Zichen's calf, causing waves of pain. At the same time, it was also borrowing force, and its huge pincers and ugly and sharp mouthparts were constantly opening and closing, trying to attack Zichen. These two gigantic scorpions looked like a male and a female. Their sizes were clearly different. The one that was pierced by the spear was capable of soul attacks, but its stinger wasn't that strong. As for the one that pierced through Zichen's body, it wasn't capable of soul attacks, but its stinger was poisonous, and it broke through Zichen's defense in one hit. Below, sharp stingers appeared one after another, and there were no less than 20 gigantic scorpions. Zichen's figure once again rose into the air, and his sweat flowed like water, dripping onto the yellow sand. Bang! The spear in his hand shook, and the collapse formula was used. The gigantic scorpion that was pierced by the spear completely exploded, turning into many pieces and falling down. Then, Zichen swept his spear again, and the second gigantic scorpion's tail was cut off by him. As soon as the scorpion landed on the ground, it screamed and tried to drill into the ground to escape. Puff! Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and the gigantic scorpion that had lost its stinger was pierced through by a stinger that broke out of the sand. Soon, the cold light flashed again, and 7 or 8 stingers pierced into the body of the previous gigantic scorpion. The gigantic scorpion that had lost its tail died instantly. The sand below began to churn violently, and the gigantic scorpions emerged one after another. They glanced at Zichen in the sky, and then walked towards the 2 dead gigantic scorpions. Soon, the group of gigantic scorpions devoured each other. During the process, there were occasional disputes, and some of the gigantic scorpions couldn't help but shriek. Zichen, who was above his head, felt dizzy again. He shook his head and pulled out the stinger that pierced his leg. Black blood flowed out of the wound, and it was indeed highly poisonous. Zichen, who was about to throw the stinger down, suddenly hesitated and then put it into his storage bag. The 2 gigantic scorpions were quickly eaten, and then the group of gigantic scorpions that hadn't had enough yet raised their heads to look at Zichen. Looking at their eager expressions, it seemed that they could attack at any time. Zichen's expression changed, and he didn't stay any longer. He flew into the air and flew away. The yellow sand below continued to churn, and he could vaguely see the appearance of poisonous stingers one after another. The battlefield of despair didn't restrict flying, but flying consumed too much energy. Without the support of the domain world, Zichen couldn't bear this kind of consumption. Thus, he came into contact with the light barrier around him and began to fly at high speed. He still had a trace of connection with the heavenly thunder wings, but he couldn't summon them at this time. This desert was almost boundless. With Zichen's current strength, even if he used up all his energy, he couldn't fly out. The sand below continued to churn as gigantic scorpions appeared one after another. They stared at Zichen, their eyes emitting greed and thirst. His energy consumption quickly reached 50%. In this dangerous place, his battle strength was naturally at its peak. So Zichen didn't hesitate to take out a spirit crystal and began to absorb its energy. Sure enough, in this world, spirit crystals could be used. Strand after strand of energy entered Zichen's body, recovering Zichen's energy consumption. Zichen, on the other hand, accelerated his escape from this desert. Zichen didn't expect that the moment he entered the battlefield of despair, he would begin to flee. However, when the energy in the spirit crystal completely dissipated, Zichen found that he only had 40% of his energy left. During this time, he had consumed 40% of his energy. In other words, one spirit crystal had only allowed Zichen to recover 30% of his energy, and he had only recovered 90% of his energy after consuming 3 spirit crystals. This was a huge difference from his original estimate of 1 spirit crystal. Damn it, why is it like this? Zichun was flustered and exasperated. If Mengshi hadn't given him a spirit crystal, Zichun would have already died in the yellow sand. The scorching heat rose, and Zichun had to resist the heat while moving forward. The entire desert was like a boiling sea, constantly boiling, and poisonous stingers would occasionally appear in his field of vision. In the battlefield of despair, although strength was important, luck was also indispensable. Chapter 1596. After entering the battlefield of despair, Zichun appeared in the Desert of Death. This was one of the few native mutant beasts in this area. There were twin scorpions, giant lizards, sand snakes, and other powerful creatures. Zichun could only see the twin scorpions. Not only were they proficient in physical attacks, but their soul attacks were also very strong. They had almost caused Zichun to suffer a great loss. Zichun quickly flew above the desert. Because he was flying at a low altitude, some of the giant scorpions that were proficient in soul attacks launched attacks. Fortunately, Zichun's soul was strong enough. He was prepared in advance and was not afraid. If it were any other 8th or 9th stage cultivator, they might not be as relaxed as Zichun. By the time Zichun saw a trace of green at the end of the world, the 3rd spirit crystal had been completely exhausted. Now, he had less than 30% of the energy in his body. At this moment, Zichun was covered in sand and dust. His robes were no longer recognizable. Without hesitation, he absorbed the 4th spirit crystal. Like an arrow released from a bow, Zichun turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the green. Bang! Zichun heavily smashed into this patch of green. The sand on his body shook off and shot out in all directions like hidden weapons. Behind him, the sand in the desert was constantly churning. Giant scorpions appeared on the sand, seemingly afraid of this patch of green. They stayed at the edge of the desert but did not enter. From afar, they screamed at Zichun with their souls. After a moment, seeing no reaction from the human, they unwillingly retreated back into the sand with their long, poisonous stingers. Zichun let out a sigh of relief. He had finally made it out of the desert alive. However, immediately after, a vine silently extended towards Zichun. In an instant, it wrapped around Zichun and trapped him. Zichun's sharp senses were greatly reduced here. Before he could react, he was completely covered by the vine and pulled to the ground. With a loud roar, Zichun's body glowed. The energy in his body surged like tides. After several shocks, the vine showed signs of loosening. Zichun took advantage of this gap to grab the long saber at his waist. Whoosh! A bright saber light flashed, and the vines were cut off. With his saber in hand, Zichun turned around and looked in the direction of the vines. There was a small tree that was less than the height of a person. The small tree had many branches, and each branch was an extendable vine. Zichun's gaze turned cold. He saw even more vines shooting toward him, causing whistling sounds as they tore through the air. Swoosh! Zichun's figure shifted, and he immediately arrived at the side of the vine. With a flash of his saber, he cut off another vine. As if feeling the pain, these vines trembled and retreated back to the small tree behind them. Sheathing his long saber, Zichun held his gun and shot at the center of the tree. During this time, many of the vines were destroyed. Zichun pointed his spear at the small tree, and with a flash of lightning, the small tree exploded with a boom. After struggling for a while, the vines stopped moving. Zichun had already killed the tree trunk. The small tree was as thick as a fist. The upper half of the tree had vanished, but the lower half was still there. And in the middle of the tree, Zichun saw some liquid that emitted a lustrous light. After fleeing all the way, Zichun was already unable to endure the thirst. When he saw the sparkling liquid, he didn't hesitate to step forward and suck it into his stomach. When the sap entered his stomach, it had a refreshing feeling. Wisps of energy were produced, replenishing Zichun's expenditure. The sap was equivalent to the spiritual liquid of the outside world. It had the effect of restoring energy, which surprised Zichun. Looking around, there were some similar trees in the distance. Therefore, Zichun immediately put away the spirit crystal that had been consumed by a third. There were still 1.5 spirit crystals left. He didn't know how long the return journey was, so he couldn't waste them. At this point, Zichen realized that all the laws he had comprehended had lost their effects. This included the destruction laws. Even his perfect body was suppressed to a certain extent. This world had its own laws. In addition, its world level wasn't inferior to the Zhanwu continent. Even though this world was on the verge of destruction, it still blocked all the laws of the outside world. Zichen couldn't use any of the Zhanwu continent's laws here. Apart from that, he had to abide by the laws of this world. Every time he flew, he needed to expend a lot of energy. Apart from spirit crystals, this energy could only be recovered by food. Without spirit crystals and food, it would be very difficult for his energy to recover. In this world, there was a nomological energy that belonged to him. Unfortunately, foreign humans couldn't use it at all, nor could they use it to replenish their strength. As the sap entered his stomach, the dryness in his mouth improved. The energy he expended slowly increased. Zichen rested against the dead tree roots. He was still highly nervous. There were dangers everywhere, and they could escape his perception. Zichen had to be careful. If he was in the Zhanwu continent, Zichen could completely mobilize the wood law. Following that, his perception would increase greatly. Unfortunately, Zichen couldn't sense any laws here. The energy of the sap was quickly consumed. The energy in Zichen's body increased a little. If calculated in terms of spirit crystals, it was about 1%. In other words, as long as he killed 100 of these small trees, he could get the energy equivalent to 1 spirit crystal. 1 spirit crystal could only restore 30% of Zichen's energy. Zichen stood up again. His gaze fell on the second small tree. The long spear in his hand glowed faintly. The strength of the small tree was not strong. It was equivalent to the 5th or 6th layer of human cultivation. However, the vines were tough and somewhat difficult to deal with. When Zichen used the long spear, only the burst formula had an effect. However, after using the long saber, cutting down those tough vines was a piece of cake. Soon, the second small tree was cut down. Zichen once again found the crystal-clear sap and sucked it into his stomach. However, just as Zichen was slowly refining the sap, the small trees in the distance suddenly began to extend. The vines were like spirit snakes, coming from all directions and surrounding Zichen. Zichen shouted. He unsheathed his long saber and began another round of slaughter. After killing more than a dozen small trees, Zichen had consumed nearly 20% of his energy. He only had 10% left. The sap he obtained was not enough to sustain his consumption. In other words, Zichen's efforts and gains were completely inversely proportional. In this way, before Zichen could pass through this forest, his energy would be exhausted and he would die. In the outside world, Zichen, with his powerful battle strength and the perfect world, would not die even if he wanted to. However, in less than a day, Zichen had found 2 places where he could kill himself. If Mengshi had not given him 5 spirit crystals in advance, Zichen might have already died in that desert. In the forest, there were small trees. The small trees had things that could restore energy, but Zichen did not dare to go deep. In this unknown world, energy was the most important thing. Therefore, Zichen had to find a way to get more sap. No one knew how far the return journey was. Zichen carefully moved forward in the forest, his eyes constantly looking at the small trees. Zichen was calculating the distance between the small trees so that he could launch a surprise attack. Swish! After finding his target, his figure flashed and rushed toward a small tree, the long saber in his hand emitting a cold light. I'll finish this battle in 2 breaths. Zichen's eyes flashed with unswerving determination, and a flash of saber light appeared. With a cracking sound, the blocking vines were cut. Zichen turned into a stream of light, rushed in front of the small tree, and chopped down with his saber. The small tree's defense was not strong, and it was cut in half. However, right after that, the vines from all directions fell onto Zichen's head like a huge net. As if he did not notice the abnormality above his head, Zichen took the sap as fast as he could and escaped through a gap in the vines that could not be closed in time. After escaping successfully, Zichen was drenched in cold sweat. When the wind blew, his body was sticky and uncomfortable. For a little sap, Zichun was really walking on the edge of death. After killing more than 10 small trees, Zichun's energy was completely depleted. The forest in front of him was endless, just like the desert before. Zichun felt bitter, but he was sure that this was the north direction. In desperation, he could only walk around the edge of the forest. During this time, Zichun had completely refined the fourth spiritual crystal in more than 10 portions of sap. His energy had been restored by nearly 30%. Now, Zichun only had 10 portions of sap and 1 spiritual crystal left. Zichun wanted to rely on these things to reach the human gathering place. During the journey, there would be battles from time to time. Zichun's energy was constantly depleted, but he would also gain a little. Although the effort was not proportional to the gain, it was better than nothing. Zichun walked around the forest for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, the direction of the forest changed and extended to the other side. Zichun gave up on the forest and walked towards the north. At this moment, he only had 20% of his energy left. All that was left was the poisonous sting of the giant scorpion in the storage bag and the War Marshal Field token. As for the spiritual crystal and sap, they were completely depleted in these 2 days and 2 nights. At the same time, Zichun felt that his energy was absorbing the energy of this world, but it was very slow. After careful calculation, he came to a conclusion. As long as he meditated continuously for a month, his energy would be restored to 100%. However, in just 3 days in this world, Zichun had encountered several life and death crises. If he stayed in the same place for a month, he might be in danger. Moreover, if he did not eat or drink for a month, Zichun would probably starve to death. There were only a few sporadic thick trees in his line of sight, but Zichun's sharp senses detected danger. He stood in place and quietly looked ahead. It was quiet in front, but the sense of danger was getting stronger and stronger. Zichun did not say anything and turned to leave. Even if he entered the forest from before, it would be better than staying here. What sharp senses! A sneer sounded, and a person walked out from behind a big tree. It was a man dressed in black. His body surged with a 7-fold aura. He held a sheathless long sword in his hand and wore a pair of dark green boots. His black eyes emitted a murderous intent. Zichun heard the voice and immediately turned around. At a glance, he saw that the other party was a human like him. They should also be from the War Marshal continent. Sure enough, as Mengshi said, when entering the battlefield of despair, one had to be careful of everything one saw, including humans. This book is from the web. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 1597. With 20% of his energy left, Zichun encountered an opponent of the same level at his peak. If this was the outside world, Zichun could completely ignore an opponent of the same level. However, in the battlefield of despair, Zichun had to formally recognize every living being. You want to kill me? Zichun looked at him warily. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to wait for you to kill me? The black-clothed man sneered. Zichun was confused. Why would I want to kill you? I'm here to kill the other races. A hint of astonishment appeared on the black-clothed man's face as he sized up Zichun from head to toe. A moment later, he laughed loudly and said, So you're a rookie who just entered the battlefield of despair. You probably haven't even been to a human gathering place before. We're about to head there. That should be right, Zichun said, pointing ahead. The man in black smiled coldly and said, The direction is indeed correct, but unfortunately, you will never reach there. Why? Zichun asked again. Because you have to die. The black-clothed man gradually walked forward, finally entering the attack range. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he slashed at Zichun with his sword. His speed was extremely fast. Pong! Zichun only had enough time to put his spear in front of him to protect himself before he was sent flying by the sword. Even the spear in his hand was shaken out of his grip. Looking at Zichun, who couldn't even withstand a single blow, the 7th stage domain realm expert smiled indifferently and was about to step forward to finish him off. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and a bright light appeared in his eyes. A dazzling saber light streaked across his face. This saber was so fast and swift that the 7th stage domain realm cultivator could not react in time. He could only lean his body to the side subconsciously. Pooh! The blade flashed and an arm flew up. Zichen's counterattack had cut off his opponent's left arm. The 7th domain realm cultivator was so angry that he wanted to swallow Zichen whole. When he looked at Zichen again, he had already fallen to the ground. He had used up the remaining 20% of the energy in his body. Zichen's eyes were filled with regret and despair as his all-out attack failed to kill his opponent. After bandaging his wound, the 7th domain realm expert stared at Zichen, who was lying on the ground, and said resentfully, "It's said that everyone who comes in here has some skills. It seems that it's true. If I didn't react quickly enough, I would have died under your blade." Zichen slowly got up and leaned against a withered tree. He said sarcastically, "Don't talk to me about quick reflexes. That was just your luck." The black-clothed man didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, he nodded and said seriously, "That's right. That strike from before was indeed unexpected. But do you know that in the battlefield of despair, luck is also an important factor that determines life and death?" "I didn't know before, but I do now," Zichen panted, looking very weak. At this moment, he didn't have any energy in his body. Naturally, he couldn't fight back. Looking at the human in front of him who was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, the black-clothed man slowly walked forward. The long sword in his hand started to glow. Zichen struggled a few times to get up, but he didn't succeed. He could only look at the black-clothed man and said helplessly, "Consider it my bad luck. Please make it quick." "Don't worry, I'll be quick." The black-clothed man smiled malevolently. The long sword in his hand was already stabbing towards Zichen. Zichen closed his eyes. Swoosh! The long sword stopped 1 meter away from Zichen. Dense killing intent swept over. The sword aura shot out, causing Zichen's black hair to flutter. The long sword didn't continue to stab. Zichen, who was waiting for death, opened his eyes in confusion and saw a malevolent smiling face. "Die!" Before Zichen could speak, the long sword vibrated slightly. A powerful aura was released. In the next moment, the long sword pierced towards Zichen's glabella like lightning. Zichen's confused eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. A golden lightning bolt suddenly rushed out from his glabella and headed towards the 7th domain realm's sea of consciousness. The speed of the golden lightning was much faster than the tip of the sword. It flashed and disappeared. The tip of the sword was still moving forward. Dense killing intent kept surging. Zichen would definitely die after this attack. However, when the tip of the sword was 1 inch away from Zichen's glabella, it suddenly stopped. The black-clothed man's eyes widened. The vitality in his eyes gradually dissipated. The golden light flashed and returned to Zichen's sea of consciousness. His lifeless eyes regained their luster. Looking at the long sword that was approaching his glabella, a tinge of fear flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he still won. He touched the tip of the sword gently with his finger. The tip of the sword started to vibrate. The black-clothed man's body fell to the side because of the vibrations. With 20% of his strength left, Zichen could only use all his strength to attack. This was what he had planned beforehand. Furthermore, this attack might not be able to kill his opponent. Indeed, Zichen had guessed that no one who could survive in the battlefield of despair was weak. After his all-out attack was blocked, Zichen came up with a second plan. He would pretend to be weak and use his spiritual senses to decide life and death at the last moment. The other party was indeed very cautious. The tip of the sword stopped 1 meter away, waiting for Zichen's next move. However, who was Zichen? He had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His scheming was not weaker than the other parties. Thus, when the other party thought that Zichen had let down his guard, he attacked. Zichen, on the other hand, attacked in an instant. Zichen bent down and searched the other party's body for a while. He only found 2 spirit crystals. He immediately became depressed. "You only have 2 spirit crystals. You dare to come out and kill people with only 2 spirit crystals? You don't even have a storage pouch?" Zichen was very dissatisfied. He thought that he had killed a fat sheep. He didn't expect that the other party was just a pauper. The other party didn't have anything valuable on him. He only had a sheathless long sword that looked good. His clothes were not bad either. However, Zichun didn't have the hobby of taking off people's clothes. Zichun picked up the long sword and carried it on his back. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Thus, he immediately walked towards the big tree in front of him. The black-clothed man had appeared from behind this big tree. As expected, Zichun found a leather bag behind the tree. The bag was slightly bulging. There should be a lot of things inside. Zichun picked up the bag and returned to the tree root. Only then did he open it. There was a pile of bones in the bag. They should have been picked out from some kind of beast. Zichun didn't recognize any of them. Thinking that they should be useful, he directly put them into his storage pouch. In addition, there was a small bag in the bag. There were some hard things inside. After Zichun opened it, he saw some dried meat strips. There were also 2 gourds. One gourd was the size of a palm, and the other was much bigger. Zichun's stomach was rumbling with hunger. He grabbed the dried meat strips and tore them into pieces. Ignoring the food in his mouth, he opened the large gourd. It was filled with water. It was very ordinary but very pure. At the same time, Zichun drank a mouthful. The second gourd was the size of a palm. There was some tree sap in it. There were about 30 portions. This could be considered an unexpected fortune. Other than that, Zichun didn't find anything related to a map. However, to be able to obtain this kind of harvest was not small. After eating and drinking, Zichun's energy gradually recovered. Because the food didn't contain anything high in energy, Zichun's recovery was very slow. Helpless, Zichun could only take out a spirit crystal and refine it until his energy recovered by 30%. Looking at the last spirit crystal in his hand, Zichun finally gave up on the idea of refining it immediately. 30% of his energy was enough if he used it sparingly and carefully. Thinking about how he once had an endless amount of energy to squander and how he was now haggling over 10% of his energy, Zichun could only shake his head and smile bitterly. With barely 40% of his energy, Zichun once again headed north. The black-clothed man had already said that Zichun's direction was correct. It was unlikely that the black-clothed man would lie about this kind of thing. Not long after Zichun left, roots drilled out from the withered tree he was leaning against. These roots wrapped around the dead man's body and dragged it into the soil. It turned out that it wasn't completely dead. It was just that for some reason, it didn't attack Zichun. For the rest of the day, Zichun didn't encounter any danger. The energy in his body slowly recovered to 50%. After a night of silence, Zichun continued on his journey the next day. However, Zichun encountered danger on the second day. As he fought along the way, Zichun's body gradually gained some wounds. As for the energy consumption, it was also great. After that, in order to save as much energy as possible, Zichun reduced some of his evasive maneuvers. Instead, he took the initiative to get injured to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. During this period, Zichun killed a few black rats and found some small particles in their bodies. The particles contained some energy, but the effect was only slightly better than tree sap. It couldn't be compared to spirit crystals at all. Zichun's consumption once again far exceeded his gains. The food, drinking water, and tree sap he obtained after killing the black-clothed man had already been consumed by Zichun in the past few days. In the end, Zichun was empty again. However, his storage bag was stuffed with fur and bones. He didn't know whether these things were useful or not. In any case, he just put them away. In this way, Zichun miraculously traveled for another 10 days. During this time, his body was covered with countless wounds. If it wasn't for his strong recovery ability, Zichun would have died long ago. Another night, Zichun found a black wolf. The wolf's body wasn't big. It looked like a big dog, but its pair of green eyes were full of murderous intent. Zichun looked around vigilantly. At the same time, he released his spiritual senses to investigate. He was afraid that it wasn't just one wolf that came, but a pack. Fortunately, Zichun's luck was not bad this time. There was only one lone wolf that came. Thus, a man and a wolf began to fight to the death. Zichun's body had no energy left. In the following battle, he relied on the strength of his physical body. He waved the long saber in his hand fiercely and occasionally waved his fist to hit the black wolf's head. Zichen's body gradually gained scratches and even some teeth marks. In the end, Zichen won and killed the black wolf. However, he really didn't have the strength to dissect the black wolf. He could only carry it with his spear and continue north. This time, the god of luck began to favor Zichen. When the sky was bright, Zichen finally saw a towering city wall. The gathering place of humans. Zichen's tired eyes regained their luster. A force of unknown origin was injected into Zichen's body. He carried the black wolf, the dragon thorn and long sword on his back, and the black saber at his waist. He walked step by step toward the gathering place of humans. However, this force of will was not enough to bring Zichen to the gathering place of humans. His vision was blurry, and he could collapse at any time. However, he still persevered and walked step by step toward the gathering place. Relying on his strong willpower, Zichen finally reached the foot of the tall city wall. He was only 100 meters away from the gate guarded by the guards. Pong. Chapter 1598. There were guards at the city gates and adventurers were entering and exiting. Zichen, who was staggering over while carrying a black wolf, naturally attracted the attention of the other adventurers. Zichen's steps were staggering, clearly heavily injured. However, they were all humans, so when they saw him, not only did they not go up to help him, they even looked at him with greed in their eyes. Their gazes were constantly sizing up Zichen's body. Some were looking at his weapon, while others were looking at the prey on his spear. However, with the guards around, no one dared to announce their thoughts to the public even though they had other thoughts. Finally, Zichen collapsed to the ground, not moving at all. The surrounding people's gazes became even more fervent, and some of them even began to stir. It's a Daxus black wolf, cunning and cruel. I didn't expect this little guy to be able to kill one by himself. Looking at his wounds, it looks like he fought a Daxus black wolf. This little guy is really surprising. There are no less than 100 wounds on his body. He should have experienced many battles. Looking at the wounds on Zichen's body, some people were also very surprised. Their gazes were calm, and they didn't really care about the things on Zichen's body. A Daxus black wolf's heart could be exchanged for 3 spirit crystals, and a complete Daxus black wolf could be exchanged for about 6 spirit crystals. Although many people's gazes became fervent, not everyone was interested in 6 spirit crystals. Heh, you've all forgotten the rules of Imperial Sky City. Just as the adventurers were about to make their next move, a guard noticed the situation and loudly shouted. Hearing the word rules, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. He's already dead, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules. An adventurer spoke up. Dead? I'll go take a look. The guard walked towards Zichen and loudly shouted, Hey, little guy, are you still alive? Zichen didn't move, so he naturally couldn't reply. Look, I already said he's already dead. A 7th-layer adventurer muttered, his eyes fixed on Zichen, and at the same time, he was wary of the surrounding people. The 9th-layer guard glared fiercely at the other party as he emotionlessly stated, If he dies, you guys can do whatever you want to him. But if he is still alive, you guys have to abide by the rules of the Royal Heaven City. As he spoke, the guard had already walked in front of Zichen. He reached out and checked Zichen's breathing. His breathing was irregular and weak, but he was still breathing. He immediately stood up and said loudly, He's still alive. Follow the rules. Immediately, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. There were also some people who left after hearing this. Maybe he'll die soon. Let's wait a little longer. There were still some people who were unwilling to give up. They silently hoped that Zichen would die. There was a rule in the Royal Sky City. As long as one was within 1,000 meters of the city walls, no one was allowed to fight. Unless the person was already dead, no one was allowed to touch the belongings of the other party. Even though everyone coveted the Daxus Black Wolf's corpse, they could only wait for Zichen to die quickly. After the guard confirmed that Zichen was still alive, he returned to his original position. He had no intention of helping Zichen at all. Zichen had a dream. In the dream, he saw friends he hadn't seen in a long time. There was Shangguan Yuer, Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, Wang Xian'er, a bald monk, the sky-splitting battle ape, Longhu, barbarian dragon, and a few others. They just looked at him like that. Their gazes were unfamiliar. Zichun called out everyone's names, but they were getting further and further away from him. Zichun subconsciously reached out to grab them, but he grabbed nothing but air. Zichun suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes was a patch of blue sky. His consciousness slowly woke up. Zichun was on high alert and immediately got up. Where is this place? Just as he sat up, Zichun heard disappointed sighs and curses coming from all around him. Damn it, it's already been 2 days. He's actually still alive. How depressing, making me wait for 2 days for nothing. You have to know, I might have already killed 2 Daxus black wolves. You killed 2? I think it's hard to even kill one. Be careful not to end up in the wolf's stomach. Zichun looked around vigilantly. There were only humans here. Hearing the voices around him, Zichun's eyes gradually became clear. He remembered that he had walked to the human gathering place, but fainted midway. Hearing the discussions around him, he had already been unconscious here for 2 days. The Daxus black wolf was still pierced by a spear, and the weapon on its back was still there. In these 2 days, the wounds on his body had shown signs of healing, but they had not completely healed. Zichun picked up the Daxus black wolf again. Under the curses of the crowd, he walked towards the city. There were 2 rows of guards at the edge of the city, but they did not stop people from entering or leaving. As Zichun walked forward step by step, everyone's attention was clearly on him. 2 days ago, Zichun's aura had already been very weak, and everyone had been waiting for him to die. Unexpectedly, not only did he not die, but he had actually woken up in just 2 days. His powerful physique was truly surprising. Just as Zichun approached, the guard who had said that Zichun was still alive kindly reminded him, "Little guy, the trading area in the western part of the city is suitable for you. Many thanks." Zichun thanked him gratefully, then walked towards the city. This city was not small, but it was not as lively as Zichun had imagined. On the wide streets, there were not many people. After entering the city, Zichun refused a spirit crystal and directly walked towards the western part of the city. Without a doubt, the weakest existences here were at least at the 7th layer. When they arrived at the western part of the city began to look more like a city. There were more people, and Zichun saw one stall after another. There were all kinds of things on display. There were weapons, defensive armors, and even some daily food. Most of these stalls were official, but there were also some private stalls. Zichun walked over with a Dax black wolf on his shoulder, immediately becoming the focus of everyone's attention. However, everyone's attention was on the Dax black wolf, followed by Zichun, who was covered in wounds. Immediately, several people walked out, expressing their willingness to buy the Dax black wolf. However, the prices were all different. Some offered 3, some offered 4, and the highest was 5 spirit crystals. "Little guy, I'll give you 7 spirit crystals. I'll take this Dax black wolf." An old voice suddenly rang out from one of the stalls, and an old man walked out. This was a general store. It wasn't very large, but it had quite a few items. Zichun stopped and looked at the old man. The people who had been bargaining with Zichun were stunned when they saw the old man, then tactfully left. "You can come in and talk," the old man said with a beaming smile. Zichun walked into the general store with the Dax black wolf on his shoulder. As expected of a general store, it had everything. There were a few weapons, a few sets of armor, some books, and other things. "Give me the Dax black wolf, and it's yours." The old man took out 7 spirit crystals and placed them in front of Zichun. Zichun was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the Dax black wolf to be so valuable. Indeed, from Zichun's point of view, having 7 spirit crystals on him was already very rich. Zichun took the spirit crystals and placed the Dax black wolf on the counter with a thump. He smiled and said, "All right, it's a deal. It's yours now." The old man smiled and nodded, no longer paying attention to the Dax black wolf. Instead, he said, "Little friend, this should be your first time in the battlefield of despair." Zichun nodded and said, "I just got here. I almost died on the way here. That damn desert still makes my heart palpitate when I think about it." "Desert?" The old man was startled. Zichun nodded and said, "After the desert, there's a forest that's also very dangerous." "Oh right, you should know what that place is, right?" The corner of the old man's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Of course I know what that place is. However, in the battlefield of despair, if you want to know anything, you have to pay a price. While speaking, the old man took out a very thin book from the counter. At a glance, there were only 4 pages. On the cover of the book was written the basic knowledge of the battlefield of despair. The things you want are all recorded here. You only need to pay 6 spirit crystals, and it's yours. A Dax Black Wolf was worth 6 spirit crystals, at most 7. The old man was clearly losing out by giving him 7 spirit crystals. However, this basic knowledge book was only worth 5 spirit crystals here. The old man obviously asked for an extra spirit crystal. If one wanted to survive in a place, they had to at least understand it. Zichen naturally wouldn't refuse, but he felt a little heartache. You can take your time to study these things. If there's anything you don't need, as long as it's valuable, I'll buy it. The price is fair. The old man's eyes were fixed on Zichen's weapon. I just happen to have one. While speaking, Zichen took off the long sword. A trace of disappointment flashed in the old man's eyes. After glancing at the long sword, he said, "It doesn't have any special properties. It's a consumable item and is only worth 2 spirit crystals. A black wolf was worth 7 spirit crystals, but a weapon was worth 2 spirit crystals." This made Zichen a little speechless, but it was fine as long as there was a profit. In the blink of an eye, Zichen had 3 spirit crystals on him. Zichen took the book and was about to leave when the old man said, "There are many empty houses here. You can live in any one of them. My name is Schenker. You can call me by my name or call me Old Man. I'll take all the materials here." While speaking, Old Man Schenker glanced at Zichen's chest. This made Zichen's expression change slightly. Zichen. Zichen nodded and left the grocery store. What an interesting little guy. Old Man Schenker narrowed his eyes and smiled. He didn't earn much from this deal because the black wolf's fur was incomplete and many of its bones were broken. Not to mention 7 spirit crystals. Even 6 spirit crystals wouldn't be worth it. The reason why Schenker spoke was because he saw the wounds on Zichen's body and the black wolf's body. Obviously, a person who could fight with the black wolf was worth making friends with. After leaving the grocery store, Zichen followed the old man's instructions and went to find a place to live. Sure enough, there were many empty houses here. Zichen randomly found a house and pushed the door open. The little bit of energy Zichen had just recovered was absorbed the moment he pushed the door open. Then the door plate next to it began to glow, indicating that someone lived here. And as long as Zichen didn't die, this would always be his residence. Unless Zichen had the intention to move. There were only some simple facilities in the room, but Zichen didn't care. He sat on a stool and began to read the basic knowledge of the battlefield of despair without cleaning his wounds. Chapter 1599. The Desert of Death belonged to the natives, and there were many kinds of beasts living there. Among them were the twin scorpions that Zichen had encountered. The twin scorpions seemed to move in groups, but in reality, there was only one pair in each group. They were the male and female scorpions. The female scorpions were smaller in size and specialized in soul attacks. Their physical attacks weren't strong, so they were the first to attack. Their skin could be refined into a kind of leather armor that could suppress the loss of energy in the desert of death. The male scorpions were larger and specialized in physical attacks, so they were the second to attack. There was a small reason for this. If the first attack didn't break the target's defense, then the target would naturally think that their defense was very strong. However, when the second attack hit, they would often die. This was because the male scorpion was not only poisonous, but also had an armor-piercing effect. That poisonous stinger was also the most valuable thing on its body. The reason Zichen was still alive was because when he was forced back by the female scorpion's first attack, Zichen had forcibly stopped himself from retreating. Otherwise, if Zichen had retreated a few more steps, it wouldn't have been his calf that had been pierced, but his heart. Seeing the information on the twin scorpions, Zichen sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that danger would have already descended at that time. Fortunately, he had coincidentally avoided it. Apart from that, the twin scorpions also had a long strip of soft meat on their backs. The quality of this meat was pretty good and could effectively recover energy. Apart from the twin scorpions, there were also lizards, sand snakes, and other creatures in the desert. They all had some special abilities, but Zichen hadn't encountered them yet. The mutated trees that grew in the secluded forest were also natives like the twin scorpions. The foreign races hadn't succeeded in occupying them. The small trees that weren't even as tall as a person at the edge of the secluded forest had spirit liquid inside them, which was what Zichen called tree sap. As one went deeper, the danger level would increase, and the quality of the tree sap would also increase. It was said that in the depths of the secluded forest, there were complete spirit crystals inside the mutated trees. 6 spirit crystals could only buy the most basic knowledge. There was an introduction to the land of despair, and some of the dangerous places had special signs, such as the secluded forest and the desert of death. Apart from that, there were also some beasts and foreign races listed. The Daxus black wolf that Zichen had killed earlier was said to have the Daxus bloodline. Its heart contained immense power and was the most valuable thing on its body. Apart from the Daxus black wolf, there were also the black tiger, black lion, and black panther. They were all very strong, and all of their strength was concentrated in their hearts. They were the weakest existences in the battlefield of despair, and they did not have many spirit crystals to exchange for. There were also some outlanders, most of whom were orcs. That was the most basic introduction, and there were no overly powerful existences among them. Obviously, these training places were specially for newcomers or 7th-tier adventurers. After reading it carefully, Zichen closed the book and began to treat the wounds on his body. Right now, his stomach was rumbling with hunger, and he needed to buy something to eat. However, before that, Zichen had to clear out the things in his storage bag. The 1 square meter space had already been completely occupied. As the storage bag was opened, things fell out. Most of them were fur and bones. All of them added together were not as valuable as the giant scorpion stinger. After wrapping everything up, Zichen once again went to the grocery store. Old Man Schenker welcomed Zichen with his most sincere smile, as if the two of them had been friends for many years, and this was not their second meeting. "I want to sell these things." Zichen opened the bag. Old Man Schenker nodded and began to count the things. They were all bones. He could not help but frown. "Zichen, these things can't be sold for a good price." "Ah, what is this?" "This is the male scorpion's armor-piercing stinger." Seeing the armor-piercing stinger that was still stained with blood, Old Man Schenker's gaze towards Zichen changed. This did not mean that he had never seen an armor-piercing stinger before. On the contrary, he had seen many of them. However, this was the first time he had seen a 7th-tier cultivator take out an armor-piercing stinger. In this way, Zichen's claim that he had passed through the desert of death was true. "How many spirit crystals can these be exchanged for?" Zichen asked. Old Man Schenker pondered for a moment and said, 14 spirit crystals. I'll give you 10 spirit crystals for the armor-piercing stinger. As for the other miscellaneous things, they are worth 4 spirit crystals." Zichen was very surprised. This price was higher than he had expected. If he added the 3 spirit crystals from before, Zichen's wealth was already 17 spirit crystals. After the transaction was completed, Schenker said, "Zichen, you should also need some food. These things can slowly heal your injuries. They are the cheapest healing panacea. Give me some. These are worth 50 drops of spiritual liquid, but I'll give them all to you." Before Zichen could refuse, Schenker smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not giving them to you for free. If you have any good things, you can come to me to try them. I guarantee that the price is fair." Zichen wasn't pretentious. He nodded and took the things and left. After returning, Zichen began to treat his wounds. After cleaning the wounds, Zichen simply bandaged them. Then, he refined the spirit crystals. The energy contained in the spirit crystals could speed up the recovery of injuries. However, there would also be some losses in the process of healing. After the energy of 1 spirit crystal was consumed, Zichen's injuries were half healed. Some of the small wounds on his body were basically healed, but there were still some big wounds that were more obvious. In this place where energy was scarce, condensing energy into a robe was undoubtedly a very extravagant thing. Therefore, Zichen only bought a cheap black robe for himself. Since he had nothing to do, Zichen decided to go out for a walk and familiarize himself with the situation in Yellow Sky City. Walking out of the room and arriving at the trading area, Zichen saw some other adventurers. Most of these people were wearing the same cheap black robes as Zichen. Occasionally, there were some that were made of better materials. As for those who were wearing armor, none of them were seen. It was very lively here. There were all kinds of things being sold. It was just like a mortal world. Unfortunately, there were not many people here. Zichen came in front of a stall. The owner smiled and asked, "Do you want a weapon? My shop has newly created a long sword with a sharp special effect. It's only 500 spirit crystals." Hearing this, Zichen almost fainted. He only had 16 spirit crystals on him. How could he afford 500 spirit crystals? However, Zichen was very doubtful that his sword could be considered a special effect weapon. Special effect weapons had a clear explanation in the basic knowledge. It could only be called a special effect if the effect was enhanced by more than 10%. The price was also dozens or even hundreds of times higher than ordinary weapons. This stall only had one special effect weapon. The rest were very ordinary. The prices ranged from 4 to 10 spirit crystals. Embarrassed, Zichen was too embarrassed to ask how much the sharp special effect was. Moreover, his 3 weapons were very handy. Zichen had no intention of changing weapons. Walking past the place where weapons were sold, Zichen saw tailor shops selling all kinds of clothes. Most of these clothes were cheap, but each shop had at least one special effect armor, which had a corresponding defense enhancement. Of course, the enhancement was more than 10%. In addition to the special defense, the price of these robes was obviously higher than the weapons. Some of them were even as high as dozens of spirit crystals. In addition to the robes, Zichen also saw a variety of leather boots placed here. These leather boots also had special effects. One of them, which emitted a green light, attracted Zichen's attention. When Zichen killed Shirchong, he was wearing such a pair of boots. At that time, Zichen didn't care. Zichen curiously went forward to take a look and suddenly gasped. It was a pair of boots with a speed enhancement. Although it was not the standard 10%, only 5%, its price was only 1/5 of the special effect boots. It was only 100 spirit crystals. Seeing this price, Zichen regretted it. If he had known, he would have taken off that pair of shoes. These special effects were nothing in the Zhanwu continent. Perhaps Zichen wouldn't even look at them. Take the boots in front of him, for example. Even if it had a 100% enhancement, it would not be as good as Zichen's world speed. However, in this world where the rules could not be mobilized, all combat skills were suppressed. Everyone's combat power was greatly reduced. If one wanted to increase their combat power, they had to rely on the products under this rule. Brushing past 100 spirit crystals, Zichen regretted it. Next, he walked past the stalls and saw several weapons with special effects. These special effects were all single. The sharp special effect was worth 500 spirit crystals, while the armor-piercing special effect was worth 1,000 spirit crystals. In addition to weapons, there were also some elixirs. For example, refined spirit crystals were a kind of elixir. At the market price, 80 portions of spirit liquid could be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal. Then, the spirit liquid could be refined into a spirit crystal. In this battlefield of despair, there were 2 most popular professions. The first was blacksmiths, and the second was alchemists. The former could create weapons with special effects, such as armor-piercing, tearing, and so on. There were also some special defensive tools that could greatly increase one's combat power. Every increase in combat power was the greatest protection for oneself. As for the role of alchemists, it was needless to say. The elixirs they refined could save one's life at a critical moment. If one wanted to become a blacksmith or alchemist, not only did they need talent, they also needed the recognition of this broken world's rules. Once, Imperial Sky City hired a very famous blacksmith from the outside world at a high price. However, after the blacksmith arrived, he was unable to obtain the recognition of this world's rules. The weapons he refined were all high quality, but they did not have any special effects. Here, weapons without special effects were equivalent to consumables. It was the same for alchemists. If the items they refined were not recognized by the rules, they would have no effect at all. In addition, Everything with special effects here was unique. For example, if it was an armor-piercing weapon, it would not have a second special effect. Just like Zichen's Star Illusion Dragon Spike, it only had a single effect. Until now, Zichen had not seen a single weapon with such a special effect. Chapter 1600. Thinking back to the things he saw earlier, Zichen felt that he was too poor. If he didn't have 3 weapons, he might not even have a weapon that he could use. As for the more expensive armor, Zichen didn't even dare to think about it. My injuries have healed, so I have to leave quickly. Without spirit crystals, it was impossible to even survive here, let alone increase one's strength, unless one became a guard or chose to stay in Yellow Sky City to do odd jobs. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be at least Tier 9. If one wasn't at Tier 9 and didn't have any spirit crystals, they could only wait for death. 3 days later, Zichen gritted his teeth and used half a spirit crystal. His injuries were completely healed, and his body was filled with energy. Next, Zichen considered where he should go to earn spirit crystals. The secluded forest and the edge of the desert of death were good places, but they were too far away. With only 16 spirit crystals on him, Zichen wouldn't consider it for now. If they were close, they could go to the Dax Plains. There were Dax Beasts there, and if they were lucky, they could even find Dax Beast men. Dax Beasts weren't considered alien races, but Dax Beast men were a true alien race, the Dax Beast men. And in the battlefield of despair, Yellow Sky City would give extra rewards for killing foreign races. Carrying the spear and dragon thorn, Zichen walked out of his room with a bag in his hand and walked towards Old Man Schenker's store. "Give me some jerky and some water." Arriving at the store, Zichen tossed the remaining half of a spirit crystal to Old Man Schenker, who was calculating on his abacus, and said, "Give me this." Old Man Schenker caught the spirit crystal that had lost half of its energy. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and said, "You can still exchange for 40 drops of spirit liquid. You're going out." "I'm going to the Dax Plains to see if I can get anything." Zichen opened the bag and took out an empty gourd, indicating that he should put the water inside. The water the old man sold was different from the water Zichen usually used. This water also had the ability to recover energy, although the effect was minimal. The old man took the gourd and said, "I thought you were going to hunt some beasts nearby. I didn't expect you to go there. If you're lucky enough, you might find a lone Dax Beast man. Of course you might die." Zichen said, "Thanks for the reminder. I know what I'm doing." "Since you insist on going, you can register yourself on the list of desolate regions before you leave." After wrapping up the water and meat jerky, Zichen left the sundry goods store and headed for the desolate zones list. In this battlefield of despair, there was a complete monitoring system. After gaining the recognition of the world's laws, everyone here could be monitored, and the same was true for the outsiders. Therefore, the humans had created the Absolute Zones list, while the outsiders also had other similar lists. Every time a human or foreign race was killed, the system would monitor it and add a contribution to the list. On the human side, the list of Absolute Zones was divided into 3 levels: the 7-level soldier, the 8-level generals, and the 9-level king list. Zichen was currently heading to the 7th layer of the weapon rankings. Outside the Absolute Zones list, there was a towering stone tablet. The stone tablet seemed to be made of a complete piece of black stone, and there were some names that were emitting golden light engraved on it. These names were arranged from top to bottom, and behind the names was a row of dazzling golden numbers. When Zichen saw the first name, he was slightly stunned, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The first name on the list was Long Fei, and behind him were the golden numbers that represented contribution points. This was a very smooth sequence of numbers, so smooth that it didn't seem to be a coincidence at all, as if it was deliberately arranged. The second name on the list was also a familiar name, Wang Family's Wang Yuanshan, the current deputy domain lord, with a contribution point of 10,325. Looking at the rankings, Long Fei had been suppressing Wang Yuanshan. This was also the reason why Long Fei didn't fear Wang Yuanshan and even dared to call him by his name. The third name was Lin Xiqing, with a contribution of 9,630. The fourth name, the numbers continued until the 100th name, and the last name was Su Ho, with a contribution point of 7,501. Glancing at the Absolute Zones list, Zichun walked forward. There was a building that was second only to the Absolute Zones list, and there were many workers bustling about inside. Zichun explained the reason for his visit, and the other party looked at Zichun in astonishment. Now was not the time for the Absolute Zones to be opened, and once it was, a large number of people would rush in. Now that the other party had come alone, it could only mean one thing, and that was that they had the Battle Marshal token that ignored the rules. Come here to register. Almost every cultivator who had the qualifications to hold the Battle Marshal token was a top-notch genius in a prefecture, so the staff's tone was clearly more polite. In fact, the registration was very simple. All he had to do was record his name and pour in a bit of soul power. There was no extra token, but all of Zichun's achievements in the Absolute Zones would naturally be recorded here. In the future, every time you kill a foreign race, your contribution points will increase by 1 point, and each point can be exchanged for 10 spirit crystals here, the staff said formally. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 spirit crystals. When Zichun heard this, he was clearly shocked. If that was the case, then wouldn't Long Fei receive 120,000 spirit crystals? That's right, the exchange rate is 1 to 10, but you have to accumulate at least 10 points before you can exchange. Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. After that, the staff told Zichun some small details to pay attention to on the battlefield. What's with the list outside? There should be people on it who aren't at the 7th level anymore. Zichun asked curiously. He had seen Long Fei with his own eyes, and he was already close to the realm of the Sector Lord. So how could he still be on the 7th level list? The staff smiled. That's the ranking for the past 10,000 years. Besides Su Ho pushing the original 100th out of the rankings 1,000 years ago, there hasn't been any changes to the rankings. Zichun nodded. No wonder no one was looking at the list. The rankings had been unchanged for 1,000 years. Those who could be on the list were the strongest existences in the past 10,000 years, to the point that those who came after couldn't even reach their results, especially Long Fei. That person filled with an overflowing demonic aura had actually been at the top of the list for 10,000 years. And that comical number was no doubt looking down on those who came after him. Go fight. I hope you can change this list that hasn't changed in 1,000 years. This was the staff's encouragement to every newcomer. Zichun only nodded and carried his bag out of the city. After leaving the city, Zichun walked towards the Dax Plains. However, just as he was 1,000 meters away from the city, 3 people walked out and followed Zichun. This little guy is going to be unlucky. Being targeted by that scum AI Shi, he's definitely in trouble. Seeing this scene, the guards curled their lips, their eyes filled with disdain. The other races were very strong, and not everyone had the ability to kill them. Those who felt that they weren't a match for the other races would think of ways to group up and target newcomers or lonely people. For example, this AI Shi, in the eyes of the 9th level guards, was scum, but this scum had already killed many humans with potential. Other than 1,000 meters away from the city didn't protect humans, so these guards could only express their dissatisfaction, but couldn't interfere. The 3 people behind him were very brazen, as if they felt that they could take down Zichun for sure. Of the 3, only one was at the mid-7th level, while the other 2 were at the early stage. If this were outside the battlefield of despair, Zichun would be able to kill all 3 of them in an instant. However, in the battlefield of despair, Zichun actually felt a trace of threat from the 3 people. The 3 people seemed to be walking casually, but in reality, their steps were light, forming a perfect combination. If one of them was attacked, the other 2 would be able to help in an instant. As expected, one couldn't underestimate anyone in the battlefield of despair. However, Zichun wasn't afraid. He had killed a 9th level domain realm cultivator before, and his strength was obtained through countless battles. Although many of his methods were suppressed here, he believed that the others wouldn't be much better off than him. After placing his bag in a relatively far place, Zichun held his spear and stared at the 3 people in front of him, muttering, "Don't let me down." The 3 people who didn't hide their intentions were slightly startled when they saw this scene. Their expressions darkened, and they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Originally, when the humans discovered that the 3 of them were tailing them, which one of them didn't immediately choose to run away, and AI she had plenty of methods to track them down. However, this young man didn't run away, causing AI she to feel slightly nervous. AI she had been in the crowd when Zichun returned with the Dax Black Wolf, and the wounds on Zichun's body had left a deep impression on him. Just a single Dax Black Wolf was worth several spirit crystals. One had to know that in this world, a single spirit crystal was enough to start a battle. In addition, they also had their eyes on the weapon in Zichun's hand. The three people looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Just like how Zichun wouldn't underestimate anyone, even if the three of them joined forces, they still wouldn't underestimate this newcomer. The three people stopped 10 meters away from Zichun. Both sides didn't exchange a single word, and the three people attacked. A blade, a sword, and a short dagger attacked Zichun. The three people's coordination was flawless. A light flashed under Zichun's feet. Facing such a perfect attack, he chose to retreat. The three attacks missed, and the three people rushed forward again. Their attacks were uniform, and there were no gaps or openings. Zichun gripped his spear and retreated again and again. The three people continued to pursue, and streaks of cold light flashed through the air, whistling through the air. "You only know how to dodge." AI she shouted, and his attacks became even fiercer. The other two people's figures flashed slightly, and an inconspicuous opening appeared in their perfect attack. Zichun's spear shook and shot out through this opening. "Die!" AI she shouted angrily and jumped high into the air. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed towards Zichun's head. The other two people's weapons crossed, and they completely covered the opening. So they were deliberately baiting him. Zichun's expression didn't change. The tip of his spear touched the crossed weapons, and a huge force burst forth. The collapse formula was activated, and a flood of power surged out. The two people holding their weapons were both forced back. After forcing the two people back, AI she was already above Zichun's head, and his blade was about to land on Zichun's body. Chapter 1601. Zichun's stagger step was extremely precise, and his timing was perfect as well, allowing him to avoid the fatal blow. In the outside world, this stagger step was equivalent to teleportation. Not only could he avoid the attack, but he could also counterattack. In this world, the suppression of extreme speed was very obvious. Zichun could not teleport and counterattack, but extreme speed was still the essence of extreme speed. Adjusting his center of gravity slightly, the unsheathed dragon thorn turned into a cold light and pierced towards Eski's heart. The dragon thorn's special effect of ignoring defense was fully demonstrated at this moment. Eski's heart was completely pierced through. The power contained in Eski's blade instantly dissipated, but the sharp edge of the blade still left a bloody mark on Zichun's shoulder. Zichun quickly retreated. The dragon thorn in his hand had already been sheathed, and his face was slightly pale. The dragon thorn just now had directly drained 30% of his power, which was equivalent to using up one spirit crystal. Eski's body fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to raise his head and look at Zichun, blood spurting out of his mouth. His eyes were wide open with disbelief, and then his head tilted to the side and he fell to the ground, dead. The three of them had used this trick to kill countless people. It was a tried and tested technique, but they did not expect Eski to die under this trick today. Zichun's stagger step was the key. That was the essence of the 9 lightning flashes. In addition, the Dragonthorn's ability to ignore any defense was also extremely important. Looking at the dead Eski on the ground, the remaining two people's faces changed drastically. However, the two of them were also used to living a life of bloodshed. After looking at each other, they gripped their weapons tightly and charged towards Zichun. Bang! With a shake of his spear, the word bang appeared. A powerful surge of energy surged and directly pushed one of them back. Then, Zichun placed his right hand on the hilt of his blade and used the sword-drawing technique again. A flash of blade light flashed in front of the cultivator, and the blade light disappeared in a flash. The 7th stage of the sword-drawing technique was suppressed by this world, and only one stage of power was left. However, 10% was still enough to kill the enemy. Ignoring the cultivator, Zichun sheathed his blade and swept his spear towards the early stage of the 7th stage. Zichun was full of confidence in fighting one-on-one with someone of the same level. Pooh. In less than 3 moves, Zichun had already pierced through his chest. At the same time, he activated the shattering word technique and blew up his opponent's internal organs. In less than a minute, Zichun had killed all 3 of them. However, 1 against 3, Zichun had to pay a price. The blade slashed across his cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zichun's shoulder also had an additional cut. He had used up 40% of his strength, and the dragon stab had used up 30% of his strength. Next, he cleaned up the battlefield. The weapons on the 3 were worth a few spirit crystals. Zichun searched the 3 for a while and found 8 spirit crystals. However, Zichun did not find any high-grade items such as storage pouches. Instead, he looked at the 3's boots. Zichun was disappointed to find that they were all ordinary items that were not even worth a single spirit crystal. The 3 combined were not as rich as Zichun. It was clear that they were not important people. After confirming that the 3 did not have anything valuable, Zichun opened their abdomen with his spear. Each of them had a fist-sized crystal in their abdomen. This was the foundation of an adventurer's strength. Just like the inner core, it contains slightly more energy than a spirit crystal. The mid-stage 7th stage adventurer in the lead had a huge amount of energy in his spirit crystal, which was equivalent to 10 times that of a normal spirit crystal. This was the foundation of why humans killed each other. This was what Zichun had learned from his basic knowledge. The 3 of them did not bring any backpacks. It was clear that they were planning to return to the city after killing. Zichun put the backpack and dagger into his storage pouch. Then, he carried the 4 weapons and a sheathed saber and walked towards the Dax plain. Along the way, Zichun took out a spirit crystal and started to absorb the energy within until he recovered 100% of his strength. There were Dax Outlanders living in the Dax plain. Zichun's goal was to find some Dax beasts to kill or lone Dax beast men. Zichun traveled during the day and buried himself in the ground at night to better protect himself. 2 days later, Zichun arrived at the Dax plain. The Dax plain was like a desert of death, and he could not see the end. There were some weeds growing at the edges that were half a meter tall and swayed with the wind, giving off a sense of danger. This was indeed the case. As soon as Zichun arrived, something jumped out of the weeds and pounced at Zichun. This was a Dax Black Panther. Its attack power was similar to a black wolf, but it was very fast. As the dangerous aura approached, Zichun immediately turned around and swung his spear at the Black Panther. Whoosh! However, the Black Panther suddenly stopped in midair and moved 1 meter to the side, dodging this attack and swatting at Zichun's head. PFFF. A sharp blade pierced into the Black Panther's body first, extinguishing the Black Panther's vitality. After spending 6 spirit crystals to buy the basic knowledge, Zichun had a much clearer understanding of these beasts. Zichun had long since memorized their special methods and attack characteristics. The 2 attacks, 1 real and 1 fake, had consumed less than 10% of his energy. If he killed a Black Panther and brought it back, he would have earned 7 spirit crystals. However, Zichun did not plan on going back immediately, so he only dug out the Dax Black Panther's heart, a piece of bone that gave off a faint light, and a piece of fur that was still intact. These 3 things were worth 5 spirit crystals, so it was a loss of 2 spirit crystals. After dealing with the Black Panther, Zichun quickly left. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. There would soon be a large number of beasts attacking this place. If he encountered a pack of Dax wolves, Zichun would most likely be in trouble. On the way, Zichun encountered 2 more attacks. They were both Dax black rats. They were not very valuable, but the 2 of them provided Zichun with 4 spirit crystals. On the first day in the Dax plains, Zichun obtained 11 spirit crystals. As for the night, Zichun concealed all of his aura and buried himself in the ground again. This was a self-protection method recorded in the basic knowledge, but it required him to have an extraordinary aura concealment method. If he was discovered by the Dax beasts, he would be surrounded and attacked. Zichun had the perfect body. Even if it was suppressed, it was still a perfect body. His aura concealment method was top-notch. At night, the Dax plains was very terrifying. All of the beasts came out in groups to look for food. Beasts would even fight in groups. All sorts of roars reverberated through the plains. Even though Zichen was hidden underground, he could still hear them clearly. The ground was shaking, and all sorts of mournful roars reverberated in his ears. Zichun felt that the battle on the ground was less than 50 meters away from him. The first night passed just like that. Zichun crawled out of the ground. Sure enough, he saw large amounts of blood splattered not far away, but there was not a single beast corpse. During the day, there would be some beasts that would come out alone to look for food. This was Zichen's target. On this day, Zichun killed a black wolf, 3 black rats, and a black panther. His harvest was enough to exchange for 15 spirit crystals. After 2 days, Zichun had used up 1 spirit crystal. The strength of these beasts was equivalent to that of a tier 5 or 6 human, but their attacking methods were very ingenious. Zichun paced around the periphery. He was not in a hurry to go in. At the same time, he repeatedly trained his battle techniques. Because there were very few spirit crystals and a serious energy shortage, Zichun would calculate how much energy he would use before each attack, as well as how much power he should use. Apart from that, as he became more and more familiar with the plains, Zichen's senses gradually became sharper. For example, right now, he could see a Dax panther lying in a bush in the distance. It had been staring at him for a long time, but it was very nervous. Zichun walked towards the bush and gradually entered the panther's attack range. However, the panther did not attack. In the panther's eyes, this human was filled with a thick, baleful aura. Within this baleful aura, it could sense the aura of many of its kind. This human gave it a very dangerous feeling. Even though he was within its attack range, it still hesitated whether or not to attack. However, after some hesitation, it still retreated and prepared to quietly escape. This human was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Suddenly, the human in front of it seemed to have discovered something. He actually turned around, and the human's entire back charged towards it without any defense. A savage light flashed through the panther's eyes. It knew that its chance had come. Thus, it did not hesitate to use its strength, jumping up and pouncing. Pooh! However, in the next moment, a silver light appeared in the panther's eyes. This silver light was still expanding. It immediately recognized that this was a weapon in the human's hand. However, it was too late. The spear had pierced through its head. It was so fast that it could not even stop or change directions. Withdrawing the spear, the panther fell to the ground. Zichun skillfully bent over and began to dissect the corpse. He dug out the heart, scraped the bones, and skinned it. In the blink of an eye, Zichun had already been in the Dax Plains for 10 days. During these 10 days, Zichen's harvest was not small. The 1 square meter storage bag was filled with all sorts of materials that could be exchanged for spirit crystals. In addition, there was also a stack of fur on the spear in his hand. These could also be exchanged for spirit crystals. He had already used more than half of the 20 spirit crystals that he could use. Calculating the time, Zichun should be returning. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the distance. "Human, I've finally found you." A figure appeared in the distance. It was a beast man with a human body, but a head like the Dax Panthers. "It's the Dax Beast Man." Zichun immediately recognized that this was a foreign race. Killing a foreign race gave him 1 contribution point, which could be exchanged for 10 spirit crystals. Throwing the fur and bag to the side, Zichun held his spear with a cautious expression. The Dax Beastman in front of him was equivalent to a human at stage 7. However, they were more familiar with this world and had long since integrated into it. They had extremely powerful offensive abilities. This alien was barefooted. Every time he stomped his feet on the ground, he would leap dozens of meters forward. His speed was extremely fast. His panther eyes were filled with savagery. Humans could exchange contribution points for spirit crystals if they killed foreign races. The same was true for foreign races. Die! With an explosive roar, the foreign race had already arrived in front of Zichun. 5 sharp spikes appeared on the back of his outstretched hand, and he smashed them towards Zichun's head. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.